Good morning. Welcome to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for January 26, 2016. Can you please stand and join us in the pledge of allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So, closed session first. So I just want to report that we started this morning with two closed sessions. Closed session number one was pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, personal matter conference with Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins, Deputy County Administrative Officer, Human Resources and Risk Management, regarding the Sheriff's Management Unit, the Calaveras County Public Safety's Employees Association, and the Service Employees International Union, negotiations, Human Resources Director, Board action. There was none. Also, on item number 3, which is on the agenda, was the second closed session item that we did, a conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, one case pursuant to Government Code 54956.9B4, and there was no action taken. So we have one more closed session that will be that'll be our lunch break. We'll do that during our lunch break. So, and now before we move to our recognitions and acknowledgments, we have something that we want to add to the agenda for today, and it's because of a deadline, and so I'm going to ask the board to weigh in on that.
And what we're asking the board to add to the agenda today is to take action regarding a Fire Management Assistance Grant, FMAG, and Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, HMGP. And to put it on the agenda, it will require a 4/5 vote of the board under Section Rule 19B of the board agenda items. It was during the January 25th, 2016 Butte Fire Recovery meeting that administrative staff was informed for the first time that the county must state in writing its intent to pursue both the FMAG and HMGP grants by no later than January 31st, 2016. Because of the late notice, this item needs to be agendized as an urgent matter under Government Code 54954.2B2. And as I mentioned, Rule 19B of the board, county board procedures requiring a 4/5 vote to be considered for approval. So I would ask that the board consider putting this item on the agenda, on the regular agenda being the first item heard, because we do have representatives from Cal OES and FEMA here today to answer any questions the board have. Questions?
Are you asking for a motion just to put it on the agenda now?
That's correct.
Discuss it later?
I'll make a motion. Okay, a motion by Supervisor Wright.
I second the motion.
Second by Supervisor Kearney. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 5-0. Good. Good. All right, so we can then move on to recognitions. So this recognition is random act of kindness week for February. Do I have any people here that are represented? Oh, great. Good. Thank you.
So February 8th, right? Kindness Zone. Calaveras County has been doing this 21 years. It started 21 years ago at Angels Camp, City Angels Camp, when my wife and I were made aware of random acts of kindness being a cool thing to do. So we reached out to the organization, which was a grassroots thing, and we ended up bringing it home to Calaveras County. So I am grateful that the Board of Supervisors has decided that they could deem Calaveras County to be a kindness zone year after year. I don't know, 8 or 9 years now going. So each year we get about 8,000 or 9,000 ribbons, and we give them to all the school districts. I've got some ribbons for the Board of Supervisors to pass out in their districts, and also at the county here, and some bolts of blue ribbon. And the whole idea is to cause people to stop for a moment and make kindness a topic of conversation in their home, in their family, in their school. And the world is a messy place that needs more love and more kindness. Okay, so that's what I'm here to do is politics. This is a public relations campaign. That's what it is. So I congratulate the Board of Supervisors to being able to deem the county a kindness zone. I don't know of any other county on earth in California and in America. So thank you. I'm challenging and asking you guys to participate. All the school kids will have these blue ribbons, and like I say, there's 8,000 or 9,000 of them. We're passing them out to businesses throughout Calaveras County, especially Angels Camp, since that's kind of my hometown. So Starbucks will have some, and the City of Angels will have some, and the county will have some. Okay.
So we can get all this.
Okay. It's crazy. Okay. Sorry. So anyhow, thank you very much, and we hope it'll make a difference. We think one at a time we need it. So again, the county has been very supportive of this grassroots effort. Money is donated from my friends and citizens and community members to buy all these ribbons each year, and we have a website, www.seedsofkindness.com. And I'm just as proud as I'll get out that I live here in Calaveras County, where I think it's an awesome place. And I think we need to do more kindness, so that's what I'm all about. So thank you very much. All right, okay. Thank you.
All right, so this is whereas Random Acts of Kindness Week will be observed Friday, 8th through 2015, and whereas Calaveras County participated in Random Acts of Kindness Week 2010, 2011, 2012, 13, 14, and 2015, now 2016. Whereas, once we get close, whereas all who live and work within Calaveras County are encouraged to practice random acts of kindness, a tradition started in Angels Camp by the Jim Fairdance family. And now, therefore, be resolved that the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors designates the week of February 8th through 13th, 2016 be Kindness Week throughout the county. And be it further resolved, the Board of Supervisors decided that the county of Calaveras be deemed the active acts of kindness zone during the week of February 8th and continue from that day through the year 2016. Do you have public comment?
Good job.
You're all going to be kind, right?
And not just for the week of February 8th, okay? You need to remind everyone to think about that.
Many years ago, when the Women's Crisis Line was first starting, Jim Brigance and his wife donated roses to the Women's Crisis Line so we could make dollar sales at a street fair. And I think that was one of the first acts of kindness by a business that we experienced, and it has stayed with me forever. And I still thank you, Jim, for reaching out when we had absolutely no support in the community, but your business did reach out, and I still remember it, and thank you for that.
All right, so just took one first random act and look what it's turned into. Now it's kind of wild. That first one here is good.
And our website, we've got a real cool logo on the ribbon. It stands dropping hearts to the pond. And the pond, the hearts, make ripples. So the whole thing is one act leads to another, and you just don't know. It could be a smile, it could be somebody going in front of you in line, it could be a left turn. It could be anything, and it could make a huge difference going forward. So I challenge you to keep going and make it more real than ever and bigger than ever. And we don't own kindness. It's not, there's no trademark or patent here. Follow me on our county, could follow me with footsteps. You never know. That's the California, baby. Who knows? But, thank you very much.
Good thing is it doesn't cost a thing.
Jim, can people buy these signs, and how much? Where do we
You
get?
can go to our website. I'll volunteer, me, my family, and you can send me an email, and I can get you a sign. We have some money left over from this year, and we can buy some more signs. We get them from Safety, with a Safety Light or whatever in Modesto. And I remember the first year we did this at the City of Angels. It was Rourke Weber who was sitting he's the city engineer at the time or whatever. And he stood in the audience and he says, why don't we get some signs? They could be, road signs. I said, oh my God, Rourke, that's a cool idea. He goes, well, I don't know how to get them. So Rourke Weber and his engineering company bought the first 3 signs, and we put them in Angels Camp at the school and then to the city. I'll just throw this down right now for Supervisors. I would like to see these signs at every entrance to the county. We bought a bunch of signs, and they're living somewhere, and we can get more. But we need you to decide that's a good idea. We have one at the City of Angels. So I don't know if it's going to happen or not, but I still the page. If you want more signs, go to the website. I'll get it for you.
I'd actually like to see one outside that door.
This is for you to put outside the door. Okay. Thank you very much.
So I don't look
So moved. So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Ponte, second by,
I second the motion.
second by Supervisor Free. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you
for starting a really good trend.
Well, thank you for making it real and keeping it alive. So, okay, here's some ribbons, Debbie.
Thank you, Jim.
Debbie's been super helpful. And then here's the rest of the ribbons and all the ribbons. And if you need more, you know how to find them. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Jim.
Okay, so that's a good way to start, huh? I hope the smiles can last the whole day here. That'd be really great. So now we'll go with public comments. And any item of interest to the public that is within subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the regular agenda. If the public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued at the conclusion of the consent agenda in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of the comments to be heard. So today, public comments is 3 minutes.
Hello, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm Ann Heisenbuttel. I'm a member of the Calaveras forestry team that helped put together the grants that you're going to consider. So I apologize for saying this before the agenda item comes up, but I just want to say thank you for putting it on the agenda.
That was a good move there.
Good morning. I'm Brad White. Came to the county in '78, so a few of you up there, I've changed a lot. What I'm up here for is medical marijuana.
That's on the agenda.
It is on the agenda.
We'll have to wait till that agenda item comes up, and then we'll have a public comment period during that.
Oh, at the time?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You have plenty of time to speak. Thank you.
I'm Peter Reyes from General Inn, and I just want to compliment you folks. You got a 380-page agenda, and I want to compliment you that hopefully you're all prepared and knowledgeable and all the little minor details that's coming up today. I want to thank you for all the work that she had to put in to prepare for this meeting. Thank you.
Good morning, Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. I'm going to try to keep a smile on my face. Limited to 3 minutes. I will not continue my rag about you for the first meeting of the year. Instead, I want to talk to you about home care. I recently completed a newsletter that I presented to my advisory committee, and they suggested I not include a paragraph in the newsletter that was heartfelt from me. And as I reread it, I felt maybe it wasn't directed towards consumers and providers of home care. In fact, I think it was directed towards the Board of Supervisors, the governing board of IHSS. And I'd like to read that paragraph because it won't be in a newsletter. We're talking about the advisory committee. Last year, county officials toyed with eliminating the committee because of overall ineffectiveness and lack of productivity. You folks were going to eliminate the advisory committee, and I think that would be a mistake. The committee had failed to accomplish any of its mandates and had often been unable to achieve a quorum in order to conduct regular business. Misunderstandings within the IHSS program rendered the committee useless and impotent. Little was accomplished over the past 12 years. Taxpayer dollars targeted for the committee were often improperly used to supplant other programs. For years, applicants for membership on the IHSS Advisory Committee were turned away, and their applications were never submitted to the governing board. You folks didn't see the people that wanted to apply for the committee. This hindered the ability of the committee to function properly. And what I handed you out is a resolution that you all, not you all, but your committee, your board, approved several years ago. And I would like to draw your attention to page 3, the highlighted area. I would appreciate if you all had a chance to read this, the entire thing, but the bottom line here was that applications that were not recommended were never forwarded to the board as the decision-making body. That kept us from being able to function. That year we had 4 meetings canceled because of a lack of quorum, and we were not able to conduct business. This year we have a new board, and we hope to continue the progress and success that we think you're entitled to. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jennifer Garrellis, 4-H Program Representative for University of California Cooperative Extension. Just wanted to give you an update on things that are going on in our program. Currently, we have 250 exactly youth 4-H members, with more coming in. So our numbers are up from last year, which is really a good thing. We have currently 86 4-H volunteer leaders also, which again is a number that's been raised from last year. We're trying to get a shooting sports program going in the county, and it looks like I've got 3 people that are willing to take that role on, so this is very good news for us. We've got 3 4-H events coming up on February 28th, Sub-Regional Presentation Day. I believe all of you might have received invitations to that, the Board of Supervisors. We're going to try to start a Lego build-up project. Actually, 3 of our clubs have started Lego projects within the county, and But we want to open this up to the community and have it where any child in the community can come to this event. We've got the fairgrounds, the old junior exhibits building for that event, so that should be fun. Hoping that it's going to be an interesting day. And then our Home Arts Expo is going to be on April 10th. So just kind of an update on what's going on in 4-H. Any questions?
No, thank you for your involvement. You do a good job.
Thank you
Very much.
All right. Have a good
Thanks
day,
for
guys.
sending out the newsletters, too.
Oh, sure.
Appreciate that.
Certainly. All right. Thanks.
Thank you, Dan.
Any other public comments?
Joe Kelly from the unrepresented area of District 1. Oh, pardon me. I'm not from the unrepresented area of District 1. That's changed. I'm from the abandoned area of District 1. Today I'd like to talk to you about the concept of the vision statement and guiding principles that were passed by the Planning Commission and approved by you folks. Property rights under the guiding principles. The general plan will protect the rights of property owners. County government will respect and protect the property rights of people in their efforts to maintain or develop productive services. Apparently you folks have responsibility and authority since you approved it. So when do we get to find out how you're going to enforce it? That's the thing that's lacking in this document. Supposedly it's supposed to come on down the line with the general plan, but if it's as bad as everything else has been in this county regarding documents, it won't be there either. So I suggest you folks in the future consider it. When you do it, bring anything up that might have responsibility, authority, add that third thing, enforcement, because that's what also you have. And then as a document that guides the county's future and exerts great influence on the lives of its citizens, the general plan shall be written in a style that is understandable to the public. If maybe you make your regulations a little more understandable and give us the relativity to any issue that's going on so we can follow it without having to be legal experts and go to the law library or hire an attorney to find out what it's all about, it would be much appreciated. Anyway, thank you.
Any other public comments?
Hello, my name is Susanna Crow. I'm a member of the IHSS committee and have been for the last 8 years. I want to make it clear that what Bonnie Newman said is her own personal opinion. It caused a great upset in the committee yesterday with members saying it had no business being in a newsletter as a private opinion that is not shared by the whole committee. She does not represent our committee. Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comments?
Well, I'd like to address what was just said. I don't have time to do that today. Today, Marty Crane, Valley Springs. Today, we have a fractured and fairly dysfunctional Board of Supervisors, which in my opinion does not reflect effective leadership. Effective leadership would ensure that all members of the board are included in healthy debates on matters that come before the entire board, with the knowledge that their individual input is truly valued, respected, and honored, and that the outcomes are not predetermined. Effective leadership, in the interest of succession planning, and especially through a major disaster recovery, requires that each and every contact made and relationship developed be fully and enthusiastically shared with the rest of the board members, all members. What our current board chair or any other board members have done with respect to the Butte Fire recovery is, of course, much appreciated and can certainly continue without that representative being the current board chair. Effective leadership does not require, nor is it healthy, for contacts and relationships to be enjoyed by only one member of the board. Our chairperson, just like the other 4 supervisors, and the public, of course, has only been involved with this current fire disaster for the past 3 to 4 months, and therefore is certainly not the one and only representative with the ability to lead us to a successful recovery. In reality, it is our highly skilled and dedicated department heads and their staff, and now our coordinated community efforts that have done and continue to do the lion's share of leading us through this disaster and subsequent recovery. Chair Edson pointed out in these chambers that he has essentially been otherwise involved or distracted for the past 3 months with the Butte fire recovery. Has the chair really been able to effectively tend to all the other tasks that are time-consuming and important enough to warrant an increased annual salary? Last year, Chair Edson also pointed out that the board member running for re-election would be too busy or distracted to hold the position of chair. Chair Edson is now running a campaign for re-election, and suddenly that rationale is no longer valid. Effective representative governance can only be achieved when the focus is on the people and not mired in egos and personal agendas. What we witnessed at the first Board of Supervisors meeting of 2016 is the culmination of many caution flags over the past couple of years. This is so disheartening. I remind you again that out there in your individual districts, you have no authority. What you have is influence with and through this board, the entire board. Supervisor Edson, I request once again that you rise up and be the leader you still want to be. Pass the chair baton to Supervisor Wright, and let's get on with the business of the people. To the residents of Calaveras County, please find a way to go online to the county website or the Calaveras Community Action Project website, and watch the first Board of Supervisor meeting on January 5, 2016, from beginning to end. Then let's talk about process, professionalism, respect, representation, and of course, the Brown Act. Thank you.
Okay, any other public comments?
Good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is George Fry. First of all, I'd like to make a correction from the last board meeting I was at. I realized after I sat down that I didn't say correctly what I had intended to say. It was not me that was making the statement regarding the lesser of two evils of the two individuals that have signed up to run in District 1. I was at a funeral with the American Legion Honor Guard, which I am a part of, and it was a comrade who had been in our American Legion from a month after the initiation of the American Legion Post 102 in Valley Springs. And many people there were saying, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Who is the lesser of two evils? So I shared it with the board, but it wasn't my statement. It was people in the community of Valley Springs. So I wanted to make that correction today. The reason why I'm here today, and what's kind of ironic about it, is I thought about, after the last board meeting, I probably served on the Calaveras County Office of Education as a board trustee, and at the time, our superintendent, who is currently the superintendent, developed a program along with our board members called Choose Civility. So I brought a laminated thing that lists all the things about civility. I would like to see the kindness zone put up on that back wall, and I'd like to see this put next to it. I have the people that the organizations that supported this funding of this is are on the back. Black Oak Casino Resort, the Lions Club at Lake Tulloch, AT&T, Calaveras Title Company, Evans Pass Accounting, Tiger Foundation, Pinnacle Physical Therapy, and the hospice. So I would like to make sure that each one of you get this and you refer to it often. It's the same thing that Mr. Bergantz was talking about with the kindness thing. We need to think about that on a daily basis. I think that when we wake up in the morning, we need to think about kindness, and we need to think about choosing civility, and it's all listed there. Thank you very much.
All right, any other public comments? All right, seeing none, we'll go to the first item on our agenda.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
can I make sure that we have folks in the lobby be able to hear our conversation? Is there a way to...
Can you hear us, Kevin?
Can you hear back out there?
Public access television and put microphones or speakers out there, so in the anticipation of an overflow crowd. So hopefully everything's coming through loud and clear.
Thank you very much. See you now.
Okay. Thanks, Mike. All right.
Good morning.
Okay.
Brian Moss, Assistant County Administrative Officer, to address the first item, which is authorizing the Chair of the Board of Supervisors to execute 2 letters to the Calaveras, the County Office of Emergency Services, Calaveras, Grant Programs Manager, to identify the source and amount of matching fund requirements for application of 2 different grants. One is the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA. And the first grant is the Fire Management Assistance Grant, or what is called the FMAG, with a match of $147,184.86. What I'd like to say about that real quickly is that CalAM, who spoke briefly this morning, thank you for being here, have already covered those hours in kind match. So that match is already made. That grant, which is called the FMAG again, is $441,000. The second grant is called the HMGP, or Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, and has a local match of $1 million. Now, this is a $3 million grant. At this juncture, what we would be looking at for matches on this would be donations of in-kind labor, direct labor from grant recipients, direct labor donation from community or religious organizations, etc. The other key thing to remember about the HMGP grant is that this is a grant that we do not have to accept the full $3 million and therefore come up with a full $1 million match. We also have three years to meet the match. So the most important thing about this is, as we move along and we have in-kind donations and we have hours, we can reschedule rather consistently as to how much we're going to actually request of the entire pot of $3 million. So what I'm trying to state is we're not putting the county in a situation where we are asking the board to come up with $1 million for this grant as the match. So this is one that has to be monitored very closely, and we'll be watching it very closely.
And if I could add a few things. While we've been aware of the grants and the availability of these grants, it didn't come to our attention until yesterday morning, and we know that CalAM and Public Works has been working on this and moving this forward. But what we found out yesterday morning was the deadline that we had to have these letters to CalOES, the grant manager, by January 31st. We are in a priority status for the HMGP grant. That priority status goes away if they do not receive these letters. And as Ms. Moss explained, and I think the board knows how fiscally conservative I am, this match can be made over a 3-year process. The grant is a 3-year process to provide watershed restoration and hazard mitigation. This and the FMAG grant are one of the few grants available to our county. But if we do not submit this letter by the 31st, then we no longer have priority status for the HMGP grant, it will be open to any county in California, and namely, would be going up against like San Diego, LA, other counties. And as again, Mr. Moss stated, that we only have to come up with a prorated match of the funds we actually use. So we will be carefully monitoring this program over the course to make sure that we have those in-kind funds or donations or whatever it takes to, or the county hours spent to make sure the match can be absorbed by the county and it won't impact us fiscally.
We also have representatives, as Ms. Ryan already stated, from both Calaveras and FEMA here today as well, if you have any questions of them.
Who's keeping track and validating the in-kind contributions? Who is keeping track and validating the in-kind contributions?
We will be working with Public Works, and our office will ensure, as well as the auditor, and I'm sure you know that the auditor crosses all her T's and dots her I's to make sure that what we're doing is correct and within it. So I think it will be a joint effort between our auditor's office, our grant management, and the administrative office.
Well, I'm thankful that she is crossing her T's and dotting her I's, and I appreciate that. That we have 3 years to accumulate these in-kind.
We do. We have 3 years to work on this program, to do the work, and to provide the in-kind and donated hours match. And I believe copies of this agenda item are on the podium for any member of the public that would like to see them.
Thank you. Mr. Chair. So at this time, we are looking at applying for the full grant amount.
We're applying for both grants.
Both grants.
That is correct. So once again, you're applying for the Fire Management Assistance Grant, or the FMAG. The match has already been met through CalAM and their labor. And so that one's covered. That is the $441,000. That's in addition to the $147,184 that they've already met. So that's a pretty significant grant, obviously, and we've already met our obligation there, thanks to CalAM. And then the next one, of course, that we need to be monitoring for the next 3 years is the HMGP grant, and that is the one, again, that fortunately for us, we don't have to take the full amount. We can move along as we find our in-kind contributions. That allows us to move forward and ask for additional monies.
But we apply for the full $3 million at the outset, and then there's no penalty if we do not use the full $3 million.
And that's very like having a line of credit.
It's kind of like having a line of credit that you only want to use to make sure that you can have the money to
pay it back,
or in this case, match the grant.
Correct.
And primarily for watershed management.
Pardon me?
In the multi-million-dollar one is primarily for watershed management.
Yes, actually, Jeff Govitz is here today to talk a little bit about that if you are interested in the activities. But yes, that is certainly part of watershed management. It's also to address everything from landslides, free flows, the post-action on public and private properties due to fire.
And the FMA grant is mainly in the Mapalme River watershed canyon, while the HDMP is in the Calaveras River watershed. But it is for hazard mitigation and watershed restoration.
Absolutely.
Which affects our watershed on the, for instance, Calaveras River, which goes into the from Hogan Lake. So we have, Hogan Lake's looking like a chocolate surprise right now, and we have an issue with a lot of private landowners that are having issues around their managing their lands, and this could help some of that. So it could then it's much needed for for managing our watershed.
And Supervisor Edson brings up a very good point. I was at a meeting at the state the other day and talking about the fact that everybody in this room is aware is that Calaveras County is a source county for water and watershed management. So again, on the McCollum, of course, most of that water goes to the East Bay, the Pearl Dam or New Hogan. That water is for CCWD and Stockton East, as well as some agriculture. And then, of course, fortunately, what was not touched is the Stanislaus River Canyon, but it again, is a significant source for what is called the Central Valley Project, for the CVP, and that also is a federal facility.
Are we looking for board guidance or a motion to
We
send
have
these
to
letters?
accept. We have to accept.
We need board action to approve the board chair, give the chair authorization to sign the letters of intent, if you would. And part of that motion should also include the fact that this is an emergency item due to the fact that we did not have this information prior to the posting of the agenda and the timeline the timeline that we need to meet in order to be eligible for the grants.
So, the particulars of these grants, we know about the FMAG one, but the other one was unclear. And so when went up to Mount Ranch the other night at the big meeting they had up there, and there was a gentleman from the Department of Interior.
That is correct.
And so he's a big guy. And so I walked by him and he snagged me. Pretty easy for him, actually. He's bigger than me. So I sat down with him and he explained it very clearly to me, the value of this and how basically it was tailored for this event, which is really, I think, really good for us. And I appreciate him pulling me off to the side like that because then I went and got Brian, and I said, hey, Brian, sit down with this guy. And so Brian understood it way better than I did, actually, and I'm glad that he was able to bring it to this point here. So thank you.
That's great. Can we make a motion and approve?
No, we need public comments.
I do have one question. Mr. Moss, I noticed one of the participating agencies is the Natural Resources Conservation Service. That's a government organization on the federal level. And that's listed on the...
Yes, it's listed on the letter. That's correct.
Does this grant have any involvement with the recent news release that I was made aware of this morning, addressing the mortality tree problems we have in Northern California?
No. No, this is separate. The tree mortality issue is the actual local state of emergency that the board reapproves every couple of weeks, along with the emergency of the ongoing issue with the Butte Fire and recovery. So that actually is a different issue altogether, but you have already taken action on that as well, and as you are aware, Supervisor Oliveira, you're one of the representatives on the tree mortality. So this is a separate issue.
Okay. Just want to make that.
Which I think is actually in our favor.
Okay.
All right, so can we have public comments, please, on this?
In this morning's Stockton Record, there was an article outlining the costs of the Butte and Lake fires. And they're estimating insured losses at $1 billion. Uninsured losses also at $1 billion. For Calaveras County, they've estimated $300 million in insured losses. And for Calaveras County, $500 million in uninsured losses. I think any attempt to recoup any money in any way is desperately needed. They're saying for Calaveras County there were 700 buildings lost. And I'm not sure if this is money that's being talked about is directed towards that kind of recovery. But I would encourage any way to get supplemental monies into our county would absolutely be more than welcome and necessary at this time. So I definitely would encourage you all to go for it.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Ann Heisenbuttle again from the Cal-Am team. I just wanted to point out two things. One, it's because these grants are for an emergency effort, and that the review of the grants by FEMA and Cal OES was done under very expedited procedures. That's why the deadline for approval is so short. I worked in Washington, D.C. for 20 years, working with a lot of state and federal agencies. And I've never said this before, but the people from FEMA and Cal OES that we worked with over the last 2 months are the best agency people I've ever worked with. They were professional, and they were efficient, and they were helpful, and it's because of them that we were able to bring the grants to you. The other thing I wanted to mention is that the in-kind match for the FMAG grant was not only met by Cal-Am, but also by work that East Bay Mud has been doing to help us get this all pulled together. So I want to acknowledge that. And thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other comments?
Good morning, Rosemary Wilson from McCullum Hill. I was just wondering that the monies that have been the expenditures that have been incurred with the Butte fire, if they are not offset by grants and other such, is the county considering, or are they able to consider legal action against the people who allegedly caused the fire?
That question is technically off topic for this item, and I, as counsel, would not recommend that the board disclose any potential action, whether we do or not. Correct.
And they haven't yet determined the cause. There's been no determination of the cause of the fire yet.
So
that's why I said alleged, and I didn't mention the obvious elephant in the room.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other public comments, please?
Joe Kelly, is there a percentage administration fee tied to this, grant monies for a department, or?
No, the time spent on the grant by county staff would be used as an in-kind match.
Part of the payback.
In-kind match.
Right.
So that's to be considered then what would normally be a administrative fee, that would be percentage administrative fee that would be charged on a grant?
It would be charged against the grant as the in-kind match, so that if hours were spent, a portion of that in-kind match, whatever it was, whether it ended up being the full $1 million or a portion thereof, depending on whether or not we accessed all $3 million of it, it would go to that match.
Very good, thank you.
All right, any other public comments?
I would like to just reiterate about the comments about FEMA and Cal OES. They've been absolutely outstanding in assisting us. And again, as of yesterday's Butte Fire Update incident meeting, bringing this to our attention, and the timeliness of this is absolutely invaluable to the county. And so I, again, would like to thank everybody involved, Cal-Am, East Bay Mud, but certainly FEMA and Cal OES as well.
And Charlie.
And, well, he's Cal OES.
Yeah. Well, he had us in that room for a while. So.
Yes, he did.
All right, so Any other public comments before we bring it back to the board? All right. Any more comments from the board?
Make a motion to approve?
Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Ponte. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
I have a second by Supervisor Wright. Before we take this poll, I would just like to ask Jeff or whoever's managing this thing to make sure that if they can at all possible, get Calaveras grown as involved as possible, because they have been there from day one, right from the start. So we'd appreciate that. Can I have a motion, or can I have a call for the vote, please? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None.
Thank you.
Okay, number 5.
At the first board meeting of the calendar year on January 5th, the board chose assignments of supervisors to serve on specific committees. Unfortunately, as we went back and updated everything, we realized that there were 3 committees that needed a second alternate appointed and 1 committee that needed a second board representative. The first one is the Calaveras Amador McCormick River Authority. The rep that we have is Supervisor Edson with the alternate of Supervisor Kearney. We do need another board rep for that committee.
Anybody want to take it?
This is the alternate position on the Calaveras Amador McCormick.
No, this is the additional representative position on...
So that's not...
It's the alternate.
It's the alternate? Oh, you have it blacked out. I'm sorry, Karen. I misunderstood your... That was the second alternate. Sorry.
Second alternate? Anybody interested?
I'll take second alternate position. Okay. We can fill that. So I understand we have 2 alternate positions for 1 board member position on that committee?
That would be correct.
Is that normal?
There are a few committees that have representatives or 2 representatives, and then they also have 2 alternates.
But this only has 1 representative and 2 alternates.
Yep. That's correct.
Go figure.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I'll take that position.
Okay. The next one is the Calaveras Council of Governments, JPA. The board reps are Supervisor Edson and Supervisor Kearney, with the alternate of Supervisor Oliver. There is a need for a second alternate for CCOG.
I'm not interested.
Okay. Any takers? Well, there's only 5 of us up here, so. Any takers?
Sorry, Susan.
There's a lot of gray noise.
Leave it open. Gonna have to, it looks like, I guess.
Okay, moving on, then there's the Macaulay River Watershed Ad Hoc Committee. The board rep is Supervisor Edson. There's an opening for a second board rep and for an alternate.
I'll volunteer for the second board representative position, if I can, being an alternate on the committee.
There is no alternate. The alternate on this committee is open. This is the Macaulay River Watershed Ad Hoc Committee.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and take the second position.
Okay.
Supervisor Edson.
And there's still an opening for an alternate.
I'm not interested.
All right. Let's leave it open. Okay, so we'll move on to, is there any more?
Not for the board.
Okay, now it's number 6, admin to appoint applicants to serve on various committees, commissions, advisory boards, and county service areas.
So the administrative office is bringing to the board for appointments of applicants for committees, commissions, advisory boards, and I'll just go through them real quickly. They are in your board packet. The Area 12 Agency on Aging, there is one vacancy for a term ending 12/31/17. The person applying is Susan Tomasich. The second is the Commission on Aging, one vacancy in District 5, ending 12/31/18. The only one applying is the incumbent, Doris Tuff. IHS Advisory Board, 3 vacancies for term ending 12/31/17. There are 3 applicants, Pam Melton, Paul Meir, who is the incumbent, and Diane Van Overloop. Mental Health Board, 4 vacancies for term ending 12/31/18. There are 4 applicants. All are incumbents. Bill Sidovich, Rita Maxwell, Rosemary Wilson, and Donald Chasen. And the Air Pollution Control Hearing Board, there's 1 vacancy for a term ending 12/31/18 with 1 applicant, Bill Claudino.
Okay. Any public comments on this? I'll make a motion to approve. All right. Motion by Supervisor Wright. Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
Second by Supervisor Kearney. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Short range transit, right? Number 7, short range transit. Public Works.
That was a short one.
It sounds pretty short. There she is. Yes. What do you need, like 5 minutes? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break. All right. Okay, so let's get back to our agenda, please. Before we move on, I'd like to make an announcement that, as I mentioned earlier, we have a closed session item that we're going to have to do at lunchtime. And so we're going to break at 12 o'clock for that. I just want to let you know that. Where we are on the agenda, that's what we're going to do. So I just want to inform you of that before we move forward, just so it's clear in everybody's mind, okay? Thank you. Okay, Mr. Krovitz.
Thank you, Board. Today we're here to present a summary of the short-range transit plan, the update to what's been going on. I know you know that 2 weeks ago we presented you a annual report of where we are, or where we've been for the last year. First thing I want to do is introduce Kelly Zanheiser, our Public Works Business Administrator, and Deborah Mullen from Public Works, and Cynthia, raise your hand, are from Paratransit Services, who is the operator of the buses that we've been purchasing and deploying for transit. You now see the management staff of transit for El Dorado, Calaveras County. A short-range transit plan is a 5-year look at operations and ways to improve the operations and the efficiencies and the deployment to meet unmet transit needs for a given system. And this short-range transit plan, unfortunately, has been moving along in fits and starts for the last 2 years. There's been a lot of change in the last 2 years to how transit has been managed and operated. As you know, it came under full-time staff supervision about 1.5 years ago. Prior to that, it was run by various different groups and various different consultants that were neither full-time nor citizens of the county, which I think makes a huge difference in terms of how transit is deployed.
I believe there have been some great improvements, and there's some serious challenges that we're facing in the future to transit. But we'll get into those in a little bit more. The bottom line, what we're here today is to present an overview of the recommendations in the short-range transit plan that we as staff would be very helpful to the improvement of our transit system for the next 5 years. And we're also asking the board, who has jurisdiction for the policy decisions under which we are going to operate, to make a recommendation to the COG board for support of the recommendations of the Public Works Department related to the short-range transit plan. And that will help us to move forward and operate under the guidelines that make the most sense for us to operate under, and for the measurement criteria that also makes sense for us to meet. We'll get into some of these a little bit more as we go in. So, again, short-range transit plan guides the development of Calaveras Transit over the next 5 years. It establishes goals and objectives for transit service and infrastructure investments, which I believe we want to hear from the board if they support the ones that we believe make the most amount of sense. And you'll notice at the bottom of that packet, it says the board decides how transit is managed. So we're looking for management support, management guidance. Next.
Is this my time?
No, I'll take care of this one. Next slide. Okay, so recommended mission statement. As you recall, we had a joint session last spring with City of Angels Camp and the board, where we received input on the mission statement. After that, this is the mission statement that we've put together to provide safe and cost-effective public transportation services throughout Calaveras County to serve the mobility needs of residents and visitors who need public transportation. Sound like a good mission statement? Yes. Moving on. Deborah, go ahead.
Right. So the slide shows the service, the current service map for Calaveras Transit. Has 5 routes that serve most of the communities of Calaveras County and extends beyond its borders, a little bit into Amador County and Mahoney County. It operates Monday through Friday, except county holidays. And the county is the operator, but we contract out the day-to-day operations in terms of bus drivers and dispatchers. Paratransit Services has been that operator. This is the 5th year of that contract. Our service plan, the current service type is a deviated fixed route. The buses have a fixed schedule, but they will deviate up to 3/4 of a mile off the routes for ADA paratransit eligible people and persons over 65 and older. Also, starting last week was the Delta Gold Line, twice daily service, intercity service to Stockton. Everybody should try that service. The short-range transit plan proposes an array of different kinds of services and how those will interact with each other and what they will cost and how they should be run. Is a part of the 291-page short-range transit plan. I'm sure I'll look at, so we'll get into more description of those service types as we go on. The update proposes 3 categories of service alternatives, some that will involve service reductions or replacements. This might include elimination of routes and runs, reduced number of days in operations, provide general and checkpoint public dial ride services, volunteer driver services, a variety of other things. And just want to remind you, we're not here today to make decisions on what is the best of these options, and there are many. What we really want to talk about is who will be making those decisions, how will they be made. Will the board continue as the operator, the county be the operator Calaveras Transit, or will it be transferred to a new agency, the Calaveras Transit Agency, which essentially is the Council of Governments, the same council, the same staff. So for cost-neutral actions, might be to combine routes. These are changes that are neutral in terms of addition of service hours and service miles. You might add midday routes on the routes for more consistency on Route 1, which is the route that goes from Valley Springs to Angels Camp. Service expansion is going to cost more money, but maybe if the ridership is there for these things, that might be what we want to do. It might increase service to Columbia College, have buses more frequently along the spine route from Valley Springs to Angels. Manage dial-a-ride within the city limits of the City of Angels Camp. Might be Saturday service or further route extensions.
Excuse me, Deborah, could you also put on there to make sure that Vallecito is on your radar because
Vallecito for the new
Columbia extension? Yeah.
And like I said, these are the specifics of route changes is something that really warrants much further study and discussion.
Right.
So the recommended service plan in the SRTP includes 7 levels of changes that are out there. And the main one that we're looking at is a consolidation of the spine route. And what that is taking Route 1, which goes from Valley Springs to Angels Camp, and combining that with the leg of Route 4 that goes from Angels Camp to Columbia College, thereby creating one large spine. And everything else is going to feed off of that spine. So they propose many options in the document. Of those options, a new terminology you'll hear is flex route feeder. And so those would provide service to the Route 1 from Arnold, Rancho Calaveras, and Sutter Creek. And that would be 5 days per week, every 3 hours, from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. It's one of the options. Additionally, they're talking about a general public dial-a-ride 5 days a week. That's specific to Angels Camp, and that would serve a couple of different purposes. It would enable the spine to the buses that ride along the spine to just do their fixed route, and they would supplement that service with a deviated fixed route that we currently have on our every single route that we currently run. So if you had a person who needed that dial-a-ride service, they would call a day in advance and reserve a spot for the next day. And that's the way, essentially, the dial-a-ride would work. Number 4, they talk about the checkpoint dial-a-ride, which would be for the low-demand areas, and they specifically cite Mountain Ranch, West Point, and Copperopolis for those types of services.
Can I also comment on that? So I'm thinking since there's fire, that might change for those areas.
Right, and we understand that. We're just showing you what's been presented in the document. As we know, many things have changed since this document was they began the original draft. So we're just going to look at every single option and figure out what's going to work best and what's fiscally feasible through this process. So the recommendation was to go down to 2 days, but we can look at it. Number 5, intercity service, which Deborah mentioned began last week or week before last. Tourism fixed route, they're recommending that we look at a partnership with the tourism industry and find ways to get people who are coming to visit their county and get them around the county in a consistent way. For example, maybe a wine tour on Saturdays going from Angels Camp up to Murphy's. That's one of the options that's been run out there. So implement that. And then the last one was provide supplementary volunteer driver mileage reimbursement or taxi vouchers. And they mentioned that it wasn't included as part of the financial plan. But it is something to look at as a possible solution to some of our problems. Yes, sir.
On the number 4 there, 2 days a week, would that be any service or would that be just the dial-a-ride the other 5 days, or what does that mean?
So for the low demand areas, They're talking about just 2 days a week, and it's alternating days. It's like a Wednesday and Friday for one location.
For what reason?
Cost.
But I mean, where did you pull the 2 days out of?
We didn't pull the 2 days.
These are the recommendations in the short-range transit plan.
But who made that recommendation?
The consultant who put it together.
And how did he get it, or she?
Well, they are a consultant that have a lot of experience with transit systems. They've looked at, theoretically,
data.
Similar transit systems adjacent and near us, and said that this is one way of providing a service to a given area that has a very low ridership, but it costs less than sending a fixed route bus or van to that area on a daily basis.
Yeah, but I mean, just to be clear, you're offering a dial ride just 2 days a week, period.
This is the
recommendation is from.
This recommendation says that.
Consultant out there.
So, for example,
theoretically had some experience somewhere, and we don't know anything of where they came up with that or any of these recommendations. I mean, that seems just weird to me. And so, anything that pops out at me like that, I go, well, how did they come up with that? And why 2 days a week?
Well, we've asked ourselves similar questions. And so, at this point, what we're trying to do is present what some of the recommendations are for consideration. We also have recommendations on how we think we should be moving ahead. So again, this is a plan. It has recommendations for ways to, A, both expand and reduce service to meet the available funds and, shall we say, equipment. Now, there are other things outside of this plan that will also affect the operation of transit within the county. So, again, we haven't implemented, there's some things, and we'll show you further in the presentation, Supervisor Wright, of what we have implemented, but this is not necessarily to say that these are being implemented. These are merely the recommendations under the short-range transit plan for implementation. Is that clear?
No.
So let me see if I can add just a little bit, because I sat on COG board. So I did sit on COG board. So this consultant has been working for the last couple of years on a number of things and concentrated here on transit. So this is based on other small rural transit in California, data from what we have done in the past. And so it's only a recommendation. This is not...
Did you ask him? I mean...
Yeah. I mean, we'd like to see... Right. Well, what 2 days do you pick, you know?
Why 2 days?
Right.
Why not 1 day?
Right.
Why not 3 days? Why not no days?
Right. This is why it's here. This is why it's here. If this is what the recommendation is, this is why it's here for this board to decide. This report, we're seeing a repeat of it. To this board.
Were the consultants around?
No. And what's happened is that it came in, the first version came in 9 months ago, or was it longer? Actually, we had an initial report that was about a year and a half ago. We've made comments, and City of Angels makes comments, Public Works makes comments, representatives of the COG board make comments. Then we get the next version, we make comments, we get the next version. And so we are now at the point where we've had, I think, 3 to 4 versions that we've commented on each time. And in the interest of us being able to operate like a true transit agency that has an adopted short-range transit plan to guide operations for a 5-year period, we must move this forward for adoption.
Right, but I'm not going to vote for that unless I have some...
Correct.
Some more information.
Correct. And we're not asking, that's not something that we put up on the table at this point.
Okay, so the recommended service plan, that title up on that slide, does not mean that you're recommending that action.
No.
You're not. We're just reporting what was in the report.
And they called it in the report recommended.
And our understanding of the
so it's not your recommended service plan, it is the consultant's.
It's a short-range transit plan, recommended plan.
By the consultants.
Yeah.
Got it.
Not by you guys.
No.
You're not suggesting we do this?
No.
Okay.
Well, some of those things, but...
And you'll get to that later.
Get to that later. Now are you clear?
No, but go ahead.
Thank you, Supervisor Ponte and Wright.
So so yeah, these recommendations, to be clear, are all the service changes are subject to Board of Supervisors approval as long as the structure remains within the county. So the recommendations, and to a great extent, a lot of them, and as we're going into now, the performance standards and goals, they're based on sometimes outdated data and don't reflect where we are today. Like Jeff said, it's been taking a long time, so we tend to be a little bit of a step ahead of them, but brings us back to. So a big part of the short-range transit plan is to set forth performance standards and goals. And the four listed on this slide are pretty standard that we need to meet levels to assure service effectiveness, service efficiency, service quality, and have safe and accessible service. So to meet those goals, there's there's performance metrics within the short-range transit. It's our request that the board give us direction to meet further with the Council of Governments and the City of Angels to refine its metrics. In some instances, we're not certain that they are reasonable, feasible, achievable goals suitable for our agency. For the passengers per vehicle service hour, it puts out a minimum and a target goal for each one. So system-wide, it puts out six passengers per vehicle service hour with a target of reaching 9 passengers. In this last year, we had 7, so we met the minimum standards in that one. Might be all right, but the others, the inter-city service, we've just started. We don't have any data, and none of the other ones we really have data, and we're not certain that we have supporting information for those. On the inter-city service, the target is 7 passengers per vehicle service hour, but the trip itself takes 2 hours. So that means to meet the target, you would have to have 14 passengers, essentially a full bus all the time, every trip. And hello.
So where did those numbers come from?
They came from the consultants,
and they are
various with peer agencies that may or may not be agencies like ours to a great enough extent.
So the target and the minimum is, those are coming from the consultant's playbook?
Yes.
Somewhere?
Yes. Yeah. And theoretically, it's based on peer agencies that operate similarly. Okay?
But they did use our historical data also.
Yes, but yes, that's agreed. But the system has continued to expand. The operations have continued to change and modify. And many other things have changed since this was started. And so when this was started, it was using data because we didn't have current operational data. Where Public Works has actually been operating with in-house staff for the last year and a half, the short-range transit plan started 2 years ago. And so the data where the short-range transit plan started was based upon what the operations was prior to them coming on board. So we do have a lot of change data that has necessarily meant that some of these targets either make no sense or may not be achievable. And for example, since we had no regional fixed route or intercity fixed route established, very difficult for us to be able to know what would be a reasonable minimum target goal or a minimum goal or a target goal. Right. So.
Okay. And then if we don't meet these targets, we don't meet the goals, according to the short-range transit plan, the annual report will suggest mitigating measures such as marketing strategies, eliminating unproductive route segments, changing the fixed route to a demand response service, or reducing the number of days per week that service operates. So it does give us the notion of being a living document, living guidance that to keep on making changes and adjusting to the situation and continue to bring effective transportation services. Service effectiveness measured by ridership. The recommended standard is 75. The minimum 75,000 and the target 100,000. This is very optimistic, given that we had only 57,000 last fiscal year, which was down from 68,000 the previous year. So we have things we can do to try to increase ridership. We will do those things. But here too, we want to have a realistic, achievable goal. So that might be one that we want to change as we work to work with our partners on that. Service efficiency is to bring the service in a financially sustainable mode, given our federal available funding, state and federal funding. These are measured by operating cost per vehicle service hour, operating cost per passenger, subsidy per passenger, and fare box recovery ratio. The operating cost per vehicle service hour with a minimum standard of $89 and a target of $100. We're so proud we came very close to meeting that. Last fiscal year, we increased our service efficiency and delivered at $101.65 per vehicle service hour. So, we know that 100 is achievable. Don't know about 89. That remains to be seen. Operating cost per passenger. The goal system-wide there, too, we don't have data for the other kinds of routes. So system-wide, with a minimum of $14 per passenger trip. Last year, we delivered at $17.70 per passenger trip. The year before it was $15.85. These high costs are due to low ridership. Okay, service efficiency, subsidy. Subsidies can be high on the system. The plan recommends a minimum of $13 per passenger trip with a target of $10.50 per passenger. Last year, our subsidy per passenger was $15.84. Moving forward, with increased ridership, that can be reduced too. The fare box recovery ratio, the Transportation Development Act requires that we use 10% fare box recovery, and that's operating costs divided by the revenue. This last year we did meet that goal. So there, the target was 12%. The consultant believes that the intercity service will help us to bring that up. I hope that is. Service quality, things on-time performance, vehicle headway, miles per road calls, and transit amenities policy. When do we build bus shelters? When do we have a stop? And we have already, those are the same as from the previous short-range transit plan. We've been using that as guidelines. On-time performance, our operator does typically bring 95% performance standards, and our passengers find to be a very reliable resource. Safe and accessible service. The Recommendations include expanding our span of service day instead of 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Extended further to 8 p.m. in the evening. And the miles between preventable accidents points out that that's not data we provide, but our operator does provide that to us, so we can include that in future performance reports. So, performance results from last year. These performance results that you see are the result of a ton of sweat and tears from your transit managers. I know I'm going to say that, but it's true. She's not only learned all of the functions of the transit manager position over the last year and a half, but she has excelled in completing many capital projects that were left languishing and were not done. Deborah continues to build strong relationships within the community. We all know that hard work will be recognized in the upcoming years. She builds marketing and other tools that will pay off in the future. We feel it's very important to continue with the momentum, allow the county to build on that momentum going forward. The year-end performance results tell us about our overall operations, what we do right, what we can do better in the future. If you look at our fare loss recovery ratio, we met the 10% minimum, and so we're optimistic that if ridership had remained at the higher level that it was in the prior year, we would have exceeded the 12% without a problem. So we're looking at why did the ridership drop, and moving forward, taking the steps to build the marketing, bringing up Deborah to do all that good work that needs to happen in order to let people know about our service. Cost per vehicle salary was at $101.65, and as Deborah mentioned, the short-range transit plan estimated that we would be at $127 per vehicle service hour in fiscal year 14-15. Obviously, we blew that goal out of the water, and in the prior year, 13-14, we were at $111.80, which so from 13-14 to 14-15, that was a 9% reduction. So pretty commendable. Our maintenance costs have gone down 36.5%, and that I believe is due to our mechanics and the equipment service center gaining experience and learning the ins and outs of our vehicles. And keep in mind, this is prior to receiving a lot of the new vehicles that last year we didn't get. We received one last fiscal year, so they were learning the old vehicles. So look forward to it continuing. Overall operating costs are down by 7.25%. And then the fixed ridership is down by 16.25%. Causes the operating cost per passenger to rise by 11.5%. So we feel that these statistics show what we've been able to do to reduce our overall operating and administrative costs. And if the growing ridership trends continue, we would have met that 12%. We would have exceeded the fare box goal. Many of the recommendations in the short-range transit plan and service options are based on outdated information. And we feel that looking at the current performance statistics will tell you what we are doing and are a better measurement of success that Calaveras Transit is experiencing.
Okay, so sorry to have hit you with facts and figures and details the way we did. But the big picture is that the short-range transit plan has three overarching recommendations for the structure of transit within El Dorado County. One option was for what is called the Transit First model. The Transit First model reflects the state funding agency's attitude towards transit today, which means that funding scenarios that fund roads and transit gets funded first. And in urban areas and high-density population areas, that's a reasonable model because there isn't room to build more roads. They tend to be very expensive on a per-mileage basis, yet you get much better use and much better efficiency out of encouraging transit. So under that transit first scenario, the suggestion in the short-range transit plan is to formulate a joint powers authority, which would then become the operator manager of the transit services. And the Joint Powers Authority was recommended to be a consortium among potentially COG new employees, potentially public works staff. We feel that this type of massive change in the management function of a transit service in a short-range transit plan is probably not appropriate unless it's been significantly vetted. It seems that this type of a change of an organizational structure would be much better handled by a long-range transit plan with a deployment investigation to know if it really is going to produce efficiencies in service, because that's the bottom line. Regardless of how it's managed, if you're not deploying service that are meeting the needs of the community, why reorg? So Public Works does not support that particular scenario. A secondary scenario that was presented, which is what was called budget trends, which mean look at your budgets for transit, and then your measurements against that is according to budget. So if you missed a budget item, then you've made a failure in terms of performance. If you've met a budget item, then you've been successful. We also don't believe that that's necessarily a guiding principle under which we want to operate. We believe that we should be much more flexible with the ability to modify. A budget, after all, is a budget. It is our best guess at the time. Within a given budget, we'd like the flexibility to do minor tweaks that would enable us to give a more efficient service. Therefore, the scenario that the county supports is what was entitled the county efficiency scenario. See it up there, which is we work within our budgets as anticipatory expenditures. We make improvements that are going to, that hope will give us improvements in performance standards and service delivery, and then have specific measurable methods of evaluating that performance. So the scenario requires that recommended strategies be fully implemented by Public Works. Some of those make no sense. There are some services that we will not be able to implement because A, they are either too expensive, or B, because we don't have a ridership that would make it affordable or successful under our current judgment criteria. And if we try a service or add a service that we don't meet measurement criteria on, then we now are forced to do subsequent actions to try to make it work better. The second recommendation, or the recommendations under this scenario, is that we replace the remaining fleet as soon as possible, because when the study started 2 years ago, we were at the end of the useful life of the fleet. Generally, you get about 5 years out of a vehicle in a transit service. Hire a fleet manager with experience with public transportation fleet. And the little green checks at the end of each of these bullet items indicate whether we have completed it. Green check means we've completed it. So yes, we are very nearly getting to the point where we've replaced the entire fleet. We have a few more buses to go. We have a couple in the yard that are ready to be deployed. Again, we received the large bus for the Stockton service, and that is in service right now. We have hired a fleet manager with experience with a public transportation fleet, and he is in place. The maintenance budget should include time for mechanics training. We have done that within our budget as of the budget that was approved last year or earlier in this year. Prior to the fire, everything I think about is before fire or after fire. I'm sorry. Developing maintenance plan goals, objectives, performance standards, and policies and procedures. That's in process. We are doing that. There are some, and we'll show you some of the details in a bit, what we've been doing. Develop more comprehensive maintenance inspection forms. We are working on that we've done. And development of the VMRS coding system, which is a standardized coding system for management information that allows us to return the management reports in a timely manner for our annual reports, as well as for the evaluation that COG performs before they're sent up to the various state funding agencies for them to agree and adopt to our methodology and our performance metrics. So, what are we asking for? Or maybe what I should ask before we get there is, do you have questions on what we've currently talked about?
How does the short-term plan that we saw reflect that last slide there, support and direction?
The Depending on the alternative we suggest, and that gets recommended, essentially guides our direction. If the board should think that the JPA, Joint Powers Authority, is a good method, then by the end of this fiscal year, we would begin transitioning for the handoff of operations, potentially maintenance, depending on how that is decided, off to a Joint Powers Authority. That so by January of 16, the operations of transit would be completely in the hands of the Joint Powers Authority, an independent authority. If we continue with what we call the budget, the budgetary alternative, Public Works feels like that would be a step backwards, meaning that we already looked at what we thought were the best ideas in the short-range transit plan and implemented them to improve efficiency, to improve public distribution of knowledge of the system, to try to improve efficiency of routes. Because, as you see, it's like trying to solve 100 simultaneous equations with 4 variables here. When we charge more, our fare box recovery goes down. When we run routes up into the mountains in the winter, our costs go up and the degradation to the vehicles accelerates. When we do long runs, say an intercity service that starts somewhere in San Andreas and goes to Stockton and back twice a day, that necessarily is a very expensive service because of the distances involved. And if we don't have enough people sitting on the bus, then the system itself is punished for not meeting minimum standards, and we need to take another look at, is that a viable service in today's environment? The 16 to 17% reduction in ridership that we experienced in the last year under the report, at the same time that we've improved our efficiencies and driven our vehicle service hour cost down, is a problem. If we're judged on a fare box recovery ratio that will be impossible to meet within the entire system, we've set ourselves up for a form of failure. So that's the reason why the 2 directions that Public Works is seeking from the board today is the support of the county efficiency model that essentially supports the county Public Works operating transit for the next 5 years, taking as many of the efficiency suggestions in the short-range transit plan as are feasible, and then working together with COG and City of Angels, because they are partners in this system, to develop measurable criteria that we can then bring to the board for adoption over the next 5 years, so that our measurement criteria balances with our operations. And hopefully our measurement criteria is flexible according to operations. I'll give you an example. 3 or 4 years ago, when we were running Copperopolis routes, we had a higher number of school-aged children riding transit buses. They have aged and gone out on their own off to college or whatever. They're no longer riding the buses. The number of young people riding buses out of Copper has gone down. So maybe we don't need as many buses running out of Copper as we did. The other thing is with the implementation of additional classes at Columbia College or the institution of the extension now in Vallecito, we may want to modify some routes to make transit to secondary education easier, matching that up. So I believe that for any transit system, especially one as small as ours, that has as great distances as we do, that are as challenged as we are in terms of funding to even produce roads that are trafficable by transit buses, it has to necessarily be a very, very flexible system. So that's why we're making the recommendation. These are the 2 recommendations that we're seeking.
So I want to go back to the slide where it talks about the 2 days a week in low demand areas, and that's the point that I'm not understanding. I remember we had discussion about doing a Dalla ride at the previous
presentation.
Right.
The joint presentation.
But I don't remember ever voting on and supporting eliminating service down in my area 2 days a week.
And
It hasn't happened.
it hasn't happened.
So I want to make sure that's out of there. I don't want to be recommending anything that is going to say 2 days a week unless I have a lot better, and the public has a lot better understanding of why it's in there and why that's the best recommendation. So, I would like to get that eliminated from any type of approval today.
Okay, well, we have two choices. We could add that to a list of recommendations, that option be taken off the table completely in the short-range transit plan, or you can provide direction that before any changes to services throughout the county are implemented by the operations group, it comes in front of the board.
That is the state. It does need to come before the board for approval. Any change in route like that would come before the board supervisors, as long as we keep the current structural and don't transfer.
Well, I would like to eliminate that option from any consideration today, going forward.
The short-range transit plan is up for approval by the Council of Governments at their February 4th meeting. So,
because that's just
our representatives on
not going to work.
the Council of Governments then can bring your concerns.
No, I'm saying I want to eliminate that from any that's not from happening, because that's not the way to help anybody. That doesn't make any sense to me. And so putting that in there without any background information, no data, no consultant here to support that. I just think all we do is we approve of everything here, but just cross that out, and then I'll be perfectly happy with it.
Well, we can certainly make that recommendation. The short-range transit plan is developed by the COG, as one would like to have a layer of separation between operator and evaluator, and we can certainly pass on your strong feelings.
No,
I don't know if we
go ahead and erase that right there, and then I'll be fine. Just that
we understand.
Just that 2 days a week, and if you just eliminate that one day, I'm happy with everything else you said.
Okay, and what I'm responding to you is we have reproduced the recommendations in the document. This is not our recommendation of what we're advocating in any way, shape, or form. To be able to remove that from the document, we can certainly try to do that in the next couple of weeks and as it goes in front of the COG board, and I certainly have no problem defending that position a week from tomorrow when this goes in front of them. But I don't know if we unilaterally have the ability to remove that item.
It seems like unilaterally somehow that got in there.
It's, again, a recommendation. It is not a...
Right, but by us it coming before our board, and we're basically signing off on this.
No, it's a recommendation, and the structure of our transit system...
If the recommendation continue down the line, the more likely it's actually going to be implemented. If we don't stop it now, that's what's going to happen. And then after that doesn't work, then there's going to be no bus service to those areas at all. And so the poorest people of the county are going to be left out in inability to access any public transit. And so we need to stop this right now.
I'm not sure if we here today, your staff, you can direct us to do that. I'm just not certain that we have the ability to cause that to be removed. The only thing that we have the ability to do is to guarantee to you that no 2-day-a-week checkpoint dial-a-ride service in low-demand areas will be implemented without full consideration of vote by the Board of Supervisors. You see what I'm saying?
I hear what you're saying. I disagree with it.
Okay.
I don't think this should be there in black and white. I don't think it should have gotten this far. And so I want to stop it now, because otherwise it's going to continue until it's implemented. And then you're going to be like, oh yeah, you voted for that. We reworded it so you didn't notice, and we stuck it somewhere where you didn't see it, and then it was implemented.
That's why we're bringing it forward, so that you can see what the recommendations are and what the COG will be adopting. And what the recommendation in the COG short-range transit plan is to move transit from the county's governance to an independent JPA. What will happen when that happens is your ability to make decisions down to the route level will be moved over to the JPA. So something like a 2-day dial-a-ride will not be within your authority to stop.
Well, I'm not recommending we move it to the JPA either.
What we're asking for today is your support to keep it at the county, to direct your representatives.
Right, I support that, but I don't support that. Why is that up there? Why are we
voting on this?
So may I?
But how did they get there?
May I?
We told the story of what the consultant reported.
Chair, may I make a suggestion? So, again, 1 to 2 year project and putting all of this together, and you see the recommendations from a consultant, lots of data, lots of public meetings, board meetings, SCOT meetings, etc. So, what I see, this was presented to COG with the recommendation that it go back to the respective boards, i.e. city and board, to hear this. So I would think that this is a study and that we can make our recommendations to our COG representatives that we want the 2-day-a-week and low-demand service taken out. I personally, why the extension to Columbia College? You know, I'd ask, why not the extension to the Veterans Medical Clinic? I mean, there are things to consider as we look at the growth here. So maybe instead of what's in parentheses, because that's the idea or suggestion or possibility, we ask for everything that's in a parenthesis to be taken out. And that way it leaves it very broad-based. There can be lots of consideration and discussion about whatever that might be. The extension past Columbia College. Maybe the City of Angels is 2 days a week. It's a weekend thing and not a 5-day-a-week thing. I mean, there's so much more to go into consideration to what's final. And ultimately, keep in mind, any kind of route change for transit comes back to this Board of Supervisors for the okay.
Yeah, well, I know, but you know how it works.
I know.
And so
possibly we take out the parentheses, and then it's very flexible to allow people to massage it one way or the other based on, you know, routes, financial feasibility, market demand, all sorts of things need to go into determining just how much of that can be done 1 day a week, every day a week, whatever.
So, Supervisor Wright, I understand your very valid and strong defense because you represent a very rural portion of the county that has a low demand. But
which is also debatable right now.
Right. But I would hate to, on the basis of a recommendation that may not fit a specific route in a specific location of the county, we necessarily remove the ability to consider that we might have, for example, a facility that opens up in Burson that would support recovery of some sort of a population.
I'm not saying anything like that. I'm saying is that parentheses and the other ones, if we want, be X'd from going forward, and then I'm fine. I mean, it's not much to ask for.
I mean, low demand is not only in Chris's district, but, you know, Coparopolis has a low demand.
Every district does.
Yeah, I mean, today this is what we're looking at. You know, 6 months from now, it may be a low demand in Rancho Calaveras.
So the way I understand this is a report that some consultant did that actually probably doesn't know our county worth beans.
No, he does.
And, well, obviously not all of it, because we've had some pretty significant changes in the past 4 or 5 months, and that's a huge player in the game. And so, but this is just report. We aren't accepting it. We aren't doing anything with it but listening to it.
But that's what we're...
So moving forward, what we want to do is make sure that we retain that the decision-making process that is involved in these transit routes. Because we let it loose, then that's where we're going to get in trouble. So in my mind, anyhow, we need to keep it here where we can keep an eye on it, and Deborah does a fantastic job of doing that, and we can make it more efficient for the needs of the people. It's going to change. It could change in 2 months or 3 months in District 2 because of the recovery that's going on there even. So personally, I feel that we need to. This is just for me. This is just somebody threw up some words on a piece of paper, and it went to COG, and it's coming to us, and we're reviewing it. But the real end result is giving us the ability to make sure that we retain the decision making on what routes can do what, and that's based on a lot of things.
We are looking at, I believe in the next 5 years, we're looking at decreasing funds to fund streets and roads, and we're also looking at decreasing funds to fund transit, although transit we'll be able to acquire grants more easily than we can for the maintenance and operation of our streets and roads. I looked at the governor's budget, was it last week, Kelly? A week and a half ago. We're looking at another $300,000 hit to the HUTA, the HUTA, which is basically a balancing of gas taxes. And so that represents to my entire budget, that's better than a 10% hit again, in addition to the 30% hit we took last year. So our streets and roads are going down. The local transportation funds that made up a portion of our streets and road maintenance is also going down because it is, by law, being more directed to transit. So, unfortunately for us in this county, where we have a lot of miles of roads that are, for the most part, fairly narrow, we have to balance the ability to run buses as well as support the roads on which they run. So that's really going to be the types of decisions that are going to be coming your way that are important for you to make. You still have control over this.
This here, you have the last slide. You have support the county efficiency model for Calaveras transit. So, what does and that's the only that is only that one slide right before that.
No,
the county efficiency model for Calaveras transit. What is that?
These are the recommendations that are part of the county efficiency model.
And so what is getting back to the rest of the slides on the goals and the other recommendations, we're not giving you any direction on that today?
This is just information. This is the document that's for the COG, and our bringing it to you for your consideration, just for your information so you're aware of it. And during this whole process where this was being compiled over the last 2 years, they always said, there are no other institutional options that would be more effective, more efficient than what the county's doing. But in the very last iteration of it, it said they recommended it be brought to a JPA because the county budget shows that the costs are going through the roof. But that was our budget, that was conservative, and our actuals came in right close on target. And I'm sure the Council of Governments will now support the county efficiency model as well, which is the county efficiency model is us doing what we're trying to do the best we can, and we think that we can do it best. So the report, we don't have, the board does not have the ability to approve this. This is not an action item before the board. It's for information. We wanted you to show your support and to direct your representatives on the Council of Governments to now forward when it does come, if that's an issue before the Council of Governments.
And when this comes up in front of COG, I can certainly present your objections to the parentheticals in the recommendations.
It's going to go to COG, and then it'll come back to us anyhow, right?
I don't think it does. I don't think it does come back to us.
It will come back to us if we have changes.
Changes in the transfer routes.
But And we're recommending that we bring back the performance metrics that we develop so that you have another look at those performance metrics under which we will be judged over the next 5 years as part of this, as part of the system.
But, Jeff, if I'm correct, what you're asking is for to agree with the staff's recommendation to use the county service method as opposed to going to a JPA, in which that way the board would maintain control over those matrices and routes.
That's correct.
Is that accurate?
That's very accurate.
Right now, I'm a little confused.
Okay. Sure. Sorry. We put too much data in front of you. I apologize for that.
You know, I have to say, looking at the report and hearing the reports, you know, I supported looking at a JPA model. I was concerned that sometimes I think transit gets buried in, you know, granted in the last couple of years under Deborah's leadership and Jeff coming on board, that there has been some good forward movements with the transit. But when I look at other models in our neighboring counties, I found that their transit system is by a different entity. It's not with the county, it's not with the city, it's not with COG. It is a JPA type organization. And when I look at transit, it's just not the buses that we see up and down the road. It's possibilities of the dial-a-ride development. We have Common Grounds that receive grants, and they have a service. We have the Volunteer Center that they have the private drivers for different scenarios. And just recently, you know, the mobility manager position was it was developed to kind of coordinate all these kinds of services. You know, so part of this report with looking at a JPA was being able to study that and decide pros and cons. And perhaps with the JPA, they are physically running the operations and the budgetary kinds of things with transit, but perhaps they subcontract with Public Works, who has taken care of fleet maintenance, and they've demonstrated the improvements in that area. Or perhaps, you know, they contract with the City of Angels with you know, the capital projects, or with the county with capital projects. So there was opportunities to look at who had the strengths in the member organizations to be able to do some of this work. So not that I don't support the efficiency of the Calaveras or this model for Calaveras, you know, county to do, but in fairness, I wanted to pursue that opportunity of the JPA and see if that was a better model overall for our transit. And I base that on what I've seen and learned in Tuolumne County and in Amador County.
All right. You guys finished? Have public comments?
Operation from General. Nice, really nice. But I also agree with Chris. And one thing that I noticed, not that many numbers were presented on the scale for the public to see. Looking at this thing, first of all, the last year is not audited. Couldn't get you audited, I believe. So the number is whoever wants to make up for whatever reason. Maybe they're 100% correct, but this last numbers for from 14-15 is not audited. These numbers go back, the numbers I have in my little book over here, from 2008-9 to 2013-14. Now I want you to bring something attention to this. It started out with 90,000 people using it, went down to 55, down to 60, 68, 65, and the last audited time you had 69,000 customers, riders. Now I don't know if it's one customer, kind of twice for back and forth, or always at the chief. Well, let's say it's all kosher over here. What I don't understand, the fair revenue of $101,000, the operating cost is $1,095,000. You could buy a brand new Camaro for that thing for every one of the folks who are using it almost. You're losing your bottom end of this, and it's not. I realize it's political. Yes, those folks need some help. I agree with that. What I don't see also, what it costs to administer this whole operation. How many people involved in this? We're all going to do a great administration. Do you have any, who paid for that consultant who came up with this? Do you folks have anything to do with it? I'm sure it was cut. That's fine. It's still taxpayers' money. And to produce a product like this, but I want to give credit to Public Works because they do realize there's options. I don't know how they're going to like it, but when you're dealing with a couple of $1 million losing proposition,
30 seconds.
there's got to be something. There's something called Uber. There's something called Lyft. And you can give those folks a proper credit, the ones who need it. The ones who need it, you can give them credit because those folks got to come down to court or shop, whatever. But this operation, that it costs you 10 times more, that's inefficient. You're not doing anybody a favor there, the ones who need it. You might have a nice, steady takers all over the place. But it's not helping the ones who need it, and it's not fair to your constituents. Maybe put food on a lot of administrators, but it's sure not doing what it's supposed to be. Thank you.
You know, Peter, I appreciate your comments. I'm Kathy Topol with Common Ground Senior Services and also a member of the SISTAC board. I appreciate your comments, but you know there's a whole lot more that goes into transit than dollars. And that's lives, and that's people that utilize it. So please keep that in mind. So as Deborah and Kelly and Jeff asked when we first came in this morning to do their presentation, they're asking you for further studies, further recommendations. They brought this to you today to say, this is going to be approved at the COG board next week or 2 weeks. And you weren't even aware of it. So that's what I feel they're asking for. There are many items in this report. I've read this report forwards and backwards. There are many items in this report that need to be eliminated. Chris, not just your 3 days a week or 2 days a week in West Point. For students, they're talking about dial-a-ride for students. Okay, so we give dial-a-ride to students for 2 days a week. What are they supposed to do the other 3? When we start comparing Calaveras County, I believe the report compared it to Modoc, Tuolumne, Lassen, and Amador. First of all, Modoc County has a population of 9,000 people. That's nowhere near what we are. We also don't compare to Amador or Tuolumne, who are in much better shape for shopping, work, activities. Please take the time to review what these people have done a wonderful job for and make your recommendations from there. Thank you.
I got the distinct feeling, and it is only a feeling, that Jeff was not necessarily in agreement with a lot of the slides that were entitled recommendations. And that could be because Jeff has come in, he's relatively new to the project, and when I heard that the consultant, that this document had gone backwards and forwards to the consultant 4 times, and we've come, and the county has presented a list of recommendations that the county themselves feel are not adequate, not appropriate for the county. I would think it's more a case of the consultant sort of what being that the county is being controlled quite a bit by the influence, rather, by the consultant, who seems to be benefiting, dare I say, hand over fist, if they've reviewed the document. And I realize it's a living, it must be a living document, but to have reviewed it for 4 times, and for the I would like to see the county take a bigger overall control in the direction of the document, as opposed to bringing the document to the Board of Supervisors with slides that say recommendations for transportation, and yet those recommendations for transportation are not the recommendations that are being proposed by that the county actually feel that need to happen. So I don't know if the county is control, or if this consultant is, or maybe no one is. And to try and make this a profitable business, I think is, as the previous speaker said, it's a lot more than, it is dollars and cents, but it's a lot more than that in terms of the quality of life. And there is a desperate need for people, including those in the burn area, to have some public transport, I think. Thank you.
David Annam, Planning Director for the City of Angels, and your partner in this endeavor. I think we have to take a look at a number of different things. I mean, we started this report 3 or 4 years ago. The county was in a different place at a different time. And so I think now that those ships have been righted, I mean, even the city was upset with some of the operations and some of the maintenance stuff that was going on before the study started happening. And we were raising questions of where our money was going, since we are a participant in this process and in this agency. And so, but over the course of time, I think there were some documents that had to be written, and I think there had to be that the stuff had to come out, and it did. And I think the county has done a terrific job in taking those recommendations and making something work out of something that wasn't working. I think they've done a good job. I mean, if you look at the vehicle service hours, I mean, it was up as high as $127 per vehicle service hour back in 2010, 2011. To drop it to $101, I mean, that's huge. And I think you've got a staff that cares about transit, and I think that cares about what happens to it in the future. And I think that the county efficiency model, I think, needs to stay in place. I do think that in terms of directing public works to collaborate with COG and City of Angels to refine the performance, I think that's necessary. And I think that that's something that, whenever you're comparing to other agencies, there's always going to be apples and oranges. There's going to be, well, our cities are more compact, well, ours are more far away. There's always going to be those things, and I think we definitely need to refine some of those things to make sure that it works for our county. So the city at this point is in support of the county efficiency model, at least from a staff perspective. We'll be meeting with our COG representatives here shortly and trying to move this thing forward. And I think the collaboration between the county, the COG, and the city over the last probably a year and a half with this has really brought forward what you're seeing in terms of improvements of the system. I think the oversight from the 2 other agencies to the 1 agency is a positive thing. I think anytime you ship it away and there's not a whole lot of oversight, then that's when bad things happen. So we're hoping that you support the Public Works Director's recommendations, and we look forward to working with COG and the county to make sure that the transit system works for the people of Calaveras County, as well as City of Angels can. So if you have any questions of me, I'd be happy to answer. I was here in 08 and 09. It was a mess. Things started happening and just some, different things. And I think now they've righted that ship. So I think under Jeff's leadership, and Deborah and Kelly, they've done a good job. And I think that's, and I don't know, pat ourselves and pat on the back for being watchdogs and making sure that some of these things are getting done and moving forward. So unless you have any questions for me, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Marty Crane. I also sit on the SISTAC committee, and I totally agree with what Kathy shared and what Dave just shared. But I also wanted to say that I appreciate, Debbie, you pushing to have this study, because how can you choose from scenario A and scenario B, or option A and option B, if you don't know what option B is? So now we know, times have changed, things have happened, and I feel strongly that we should keep it with the county. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Hello, Dustin Peterson, resident of Calaveras County. I have a family of 5. I grew up over in Tuolumne County for most of my life, and I spent some time taking the transit. I took it to school, I then took it to college, I then took it to jobs. Over there, I don't remember much about the process, I just remember how easy it was. And my children are now teenagers, and we got burnt out in the Butte fire, we lost some vehicles, and now all of a sudden we're looking at using the transit quite a bit. My children have already used it a couple of times to go from San Andreas to Angels Camp. What we immediately noticed is the complication of the schedule. So I heard nothing that talked about making the schedule more easier and more interactive. Both of my children, they both have really good grades in school and everything. Both of them expressed their concern with not being able to immediately just pull up a schedule and find it. They both had to look on the computer, look on their phones, and then finally make a phone call. They finally called and said, hey, is this really the schedule? Do I have this right? And so I think that's a little bit overcomplicated. It should be really user-friendly. That would encourage ridership. Another thing I didn't see is any encouragement into more ridership. We talk about ridership being, what funds it and how low it is, but there doesn't seem to be anything encouraging more ridership in this county. I don't see signs very often that say, ride your local transit. Anything that encourages people to ride the transit, especially young people. I think that's important. And the Veterans Clinic, I heard mentioned to stop at the Veterans Clinic, and I think that would be extremely important. My dad's a 72-year-old senior citizen and a veteran with skin cancer, and he's having a hard time driving nowadays, and that would be a great service, is to provide that to the Veterans Clinic. And on the new vehicles, I didn't hear anything about the new vehicles being fuel efficient at all. We talked about these long routes and how cost effective that is, and this new fleet coming in. Well, is this new fleet just a bunch of V8 gassers, V10 gassers, or are we looking at more fuel efficient models for the future? That was all. Thank you.
Very good, thanks.
Good morning. My name is Robert Shepard. I've been a resident up here since 1987. And in that time, communications has completely changed up here. I remember when this was a wired-only community. And my question is, has the Board of Supervisors even asked the population since the fire what their needs are? Because we've lost a lot of people. They lived in sometimes not permanent housing. They lived in non-permitted housing. We had houses up here that were close to 150 years old that got lost in the cracks, but they had people in them. What are the needs now? Our population, young population that need jobs, where are they going to go for those jobs? We're going to try to keep them in the county, I hope. I hope the recovery is looking at bringing business back. But when you have a county like ours, which is on the news twice a day, and how badly we are hurt, I mean, it's not going to bring businesses up here. We've got to do that ourselves. Where are those businesses going to go, and how are the people who are going to work in those businesses get there? Is there any way to take a survey among the population of Calaveras County? With the internet being what it is, I can't believe they can't be reached. Everyone, even I, have an iPhone. I mean, someone has got to think about this. The population is not what it was before the fire. And it's definitely not going to improve until our stories that get out to the general state improve. And I could probably take a survey here on how many people have watched News 3 and how often they've heard in the last week how badly we're doing. And the one house that's getting rebuilt instead of reinvigorating business up here. That's all. I think we can take a survey and actually ask the people who are going to take the bus what they want and need to get to jobs, shopping, and it'd be nice to get some recreation. So thank you very much.
George Fry. I'm going to talk about veterans again. Is that any surprise? I've been talking about it for years. We're fortunate enough to have the Volunteer Center take veterans to locations. We're fortunate enough to have Common Ground take veterans to their appointments. I would look forward to the day, and they're taking them out of county. I look forward to the day that we can provide veterans services over to Amador County, where they can connect with the bus there that goes to Mather, the old Mather Air Force Base. I do a lot of volunteer driving in the past for the Volunteer Center and currently for the Common Ground Services, and I think we just can't leave the veterans out. I'm a Vietnam-era veteran, and as time has gone on, more and more Vietnam-era veterans are having problems, medical problems, and what have you. In many cases, they're not able to make it here to town. They need somebody to bring them into town to get to see about VA benefits or get to a doctor's appointments and what have you. So I guess part of what I'm saying is that I've seen a vast improvement in what's going on with the transit. I really feel for you, Chris, in your district, for many of the kinds of things that aren't being really provided there for those people. You know, I think collectively we all live in this county, and that we all need to huddle up together and help those people that are less fortunate than we are. So, and I understand that this is only a recommendation. I go to the COG from time to time to see what's going on. I'm certainly going to be there on the 4th of February, and I would encourage you to come too. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Al Segala, Calaveras County Taxpayer Association, and I understand your comments, Chris, and I think what you're saying is, would 2 days a week be adequate to handle the needs in the rural areas, and particularly your district? And of course, that's a good question. And also, previous speakers said that, gee whiz, they ought to do a survey and find out what the needs are before allocating anything. And that makes sense too. And if this were a private organization, they better do a study, or they're going to go bankrupt. If a private organization would not allow any operation without knowing in advance what the customer support would be. That's the difference between government and private. COG with some beautiful people working for it, and they're trying to do a great job. But let's look at the reality of this thing. 90% subsidy? What's wrong with that picture? Where's that money coming from? It's coming from the taxpayer. Oh, if the county were to do a 90% subsidy for local transportation, how long would you stay in office as a supervisor? Not very long. Because it'll come home what's happening. You're robbing Peter to pay Paul. In this case, 9 Peters to 1 Paul. I'm not sure those numbers will work out exactly, but you see that a fundamental problem with this. There are solutions, and the solutions are occurring naturally. One of them is a private organization, I think it's called Uber, that is not mentioned in the COG because it's not under any government control whatsoever. It doesn't require politicians. They totally are supported by the needs of the community, no more, no less. And the people they're trying to help other people, and they make money at it. It's a wonderful thing. It's part of American free enterprise. There's an organization called the Cato Institute, C-A-T-O, Cato Institute. They did a policy analysis on fixing transit.
30 seconds.
The case of privatization. If you Google Cato fixing transit, you'll see an excellent report that talks about some ideas that some communities are doing to solve this problem outside of the government framework. COG is not about privatization. COG is about government solutions, and that means taxes. To ask COG to consider private solutions would be like trying to teach a coon quit sucking eggs. It won't happen. Their whole structure is based on government control and government solutions. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Just want to say I've heard Uber mentioned twice already, and Uber is extensively more expensive than local transit.
Tony Dotson from Valley Springs. And people have a choice to live where they want to live. And I'm all for that. I think that's great. But their choices shouldn't obligate me to provide them with transportation. That's just not fair. The money for charity programs like this is a charity program basically, comes out of my budget for charities for other things that I see as more valuable than this. And it takes away my choice to give my charity money to where I want to do it. And that's not right. That's not for you to decide where I put my money for charity. The only way that government gets their money is they use the threat of violence against peaceful people to extract money from them. And then they put it toward the programs that they see fit. But as a charity, I should have the right to choose which charity I support. And this would not be one of them at all. I don't see this as a well-run program. It just doesn't make sense the way it's running and how it's not making money. And it's not the government's role to provide people with transportation. People are responsible for their own transportation. I had to figure out my own transportation, and everybody else does too. And just because they've made decisions in their life to do a certain lifestyle doesn't obligate me to provide them with transportation. Thank you.
Okay, any other public comments? All right, bring it back to the board, please.
Just have a comment in general. So I would just like to also mention that what we saw here today
is a summary of the entire plan that's in our board packets and available to the community, which goes into a lot of more specific data, as it was mentioned in one of the public comments. In addition to that, I would ask the board to look at page 35, where it notes on there that April 28th we had a joint meeting with the Board of Supervisors in the City of Angels in this room to hear specifically this plan, and gave input into the goals, objectives, and measurements which are incorporated into this plan and part of the slide presentation today. And then I'd like you to direct to page 40, which talks about institutional options, which lists a variety of things to take a look at how to improve or possibly improve the transit system overall. And there's about 10 different options there. So it's just not only the county plan, it's not what I talked about in regards to an independent JPA. There's a number of options there. So as we have representation go forward to the COG board, I would ask that you look at those things as you will be making the final approval to accept this particular plan and provide some direction at that point.
Okay. Any other board comments?
A couple comments came up more than once, and I do want to say that there shouldn't be any veterans that do not have a way to get to an appointment. Common Grounds has a grant, and they have a vehicle, and if anything, they're trying to expand that service, not make less of it. So I do not believe, I'm very concerned about the veterans and their issues also. I am aware of it. I do pay close attention to it. And I know that there are ways to get them to their appointments. So if anyone feels they have someone who has served and they can't get to an appointment, please sound off about that, because that can be arranged. And also, there were some comments about trying to make it more efficient. I know the transit manager has been doing her best to look at all avenues. In the last year, when vehicles were replaced, they were done so with smaller vehicles. There's a lot of work to be done here. There's no question about it. But at least it's being worked on and it's being looked at. And maybe before it was not, as our Public Works Director from Angels Camp said, what you have before you now is not nearly what was there before. Thanks.
Any comments there, Mike?
Yeah, a couple of quick notes. I got a little concern logistically. I think the board received this packet at 6 o'clock Friday night, and there's 50+ pages besides all the other agenda items. So I had a little clouded view of what was going to be presented. I welcome that. I still am concerned that this is a short-term transit study provided by a consultant at the direction of COG. Is that correct?
That was heard here on April 28th with the joint meeting between the board and the City of Angels.
Okay. And these are just suggestions of that report. I understand that. Question I have, does Public Works have an alternative to some of the issues raised in this? I know we're looking at supporting the county efficiency model. And I have a problem with a couple of comments made. Maybe you can help me on this. There's apparently a proposal to have COG take over the operation of transit. Was that the intent of that statement?
Yeah, that was one of the recommendations of the last version of this report.
So, and what?
The COG being the JPA.
Okay, JPA.
You know how the board convenes as the Air
Resources
Control Board. Would
Okay.
be the same thing. The COG would adjourn and then reconvene as the Calaveras Transit Agency. So it would be the very same members as the COG, and then the COG staff doing the grant management and contract management work as public works staff currently.
So what role would the county play in that particular scenario?
Well, it's unclear, because in terms of a JPA have been established, but as far as I know, no role at all.
Well, we'd have our.
You'd be on the COG board.
Yeah.
Or be on the COG board,
Yeah.
part of that board committee.
And the 3 public members.
And if that scenario does come to be, would the board still retain the ability to determine route changes and things of that sort, or they would have no input at all on that?
That JPA would have that authority.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Okay.
So we're on the changes for the routes that will come back to us before that's finalized.
Well, that is if we choose the county efficiency model.
Right.
That's what we're talking about. So, what do you think of that there, Chris? You guys? I'm thinking that I choose the county efficiency model personally. I think in the past, I was in COG 3 years ago, and there was the transit was in a terrible position, and Deborah come along with staff and took it on, and you can definitely tell that she was into it, which is what it takes. It takes to be into your job and really care about what you're doing in order for you to do the best possible job. And she's, in my opinion, has done a fantastic job. And so I feel that we aren't going to get any, at this point anyhow, we're not going to get anything better and more efficient than what she's doing and what her direction is. So I choose to support the public works efficiency model. Have a lot of confidence in her. Do we have to poll the board or vote on it? Is it an action item?
Are you asking for actual action or just direction?
You want direction? All right. So how many of the board choose to support public works efficiency?
I do have one more quick question. Looking at the slide on the board up there, I understand the first issue there. Second issue, does that go hand in hand with that issue? Direct Public Works to collaborate with COG and City of Angels to refine performance metrics. That's all a package thing we're looking at, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're partners.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So can I poll the board, please?
I support the efficiency model.
Okay.
I support the efficiency model.
Deborah?
I don't support it. I support the institutional options on page 40 and having COG take a look at those various options.
Okay. I support the efficiency model. Doesn't even matter what I say.
Especially if you bring that across the...
I won't forget what you said.
Okay.
I promise you.
I'll go with it.
I promise you.
So you have your direction. Thank you very much for your...
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for your time. For your patience. Actually, I think you guys should give Deborah a bigger applause for that because Thank you.
Thank you.
Deborah? I think you should probably...
I am.
Thank you, Deborah. All right. Okay. All right. So, I don't know how. That's right. Okay, so could we get to agenda number 8, item number 8, please, Assessor?
Mr. Chair, honorable members of the board, Leslie Davis, County Assessor.
I'm here today asking you to adopt the resolution requiring that assessor staff who make change in ownership and exemption decisions be certified by the State Board of Equalization. This is a new law passed by the legislature last year. We did make 2 attempts at it. The governor vetoed it the first time and signed it the second time. Requires a resolution by the board on recommendation of the assessor. By way of very short history for you, before 1978, when Prop 13 passed, clerks in the assessor's office were just that. They were clerks. They were people who answered the phone and directed calls to someone. They pulled files. They put files back. But when Prop 13 passed, it required that there be a staff who could analyze change in ownership documents, who could analyze exemption documents, and who could make very complicated decisions based on what have come to be a lot of court cases, a lot of complicated laws that have been promulgated, both by the legislature and again by the courts. This request is to acknowledge essentially that detailed analysis that these folks do and to require them to be certified to make those decisions. I will tell you that I'm the initial author of this legislation and got the California assessors to move it forward to where the legislature finally approved it. I will tell you I am also on the committee of assessors working to develop the certification exam. So over the last couple of years, I've had an opportunity to talk to staff up and down the state about their concerns with certification. And to a person, their concern has been, what if I don't pass the test? I'm prepared to stand here today and tell you I don't think that's going to be a problem in our office. My staff is absolutely brilliant. They know what they're doing, and I don't see any problem with them passing the test. However, I have talked about it with the director of HR. I know she has a couple of questions. I will tell you that if they don't pass the exam within the 4 years that the grandfathered employees would have, that the assignment that they would have would not be to make a change in ownership decision or to make a decision about exemptions. I think it's important for all of you to understand exactly how much money is involved on the assessment roll with these decisions. Exemption staff in one exemption on our roll have taken $25 million off the assessment roll. My change in ownership staff with their decisions make the decision about whether or not something is a reappraisable event and push that work forward to the appraisers. I believe they should be certified at the same level that the appraisers are, and I'm recommending this to you. Do you have any questions? I'm trying to get under your noon deadline, Mr. Chair.
How many will have to be trained?
They're trained now. What we'll have to do is a little bit of pre-test review for them. But there would be 5 of my current staff members who would have to take the test. The balance of my staff is already certified as an appraiser for property tax purposes. Appraisers are excluded from this requirement because in larger counties throughout the state, they have the budget and the ability to assign appraisers to make these decisions. In smaller counties throughout the state, and in our case, our assessment technicians are the ones who make these decisions.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Question. Is this like a state exam then, Leslie?
Yes. This will be a state exam promulgated by the State Board of Equalization. At this point, for appraiser exams, the state also proctors those tests. Mm-hmm. But we think that possibly as part of the initial implementation, the state will allow proctoring perhaps by the HR department so that it can be done on site and not have to travel to Sacramento.
That was my other question. So currently they would have to travel to Sacramento until we had something
to take the test.
To take the test.
However, most of the, I will tell you, most of the educational opportunities that we provide through the California Assessors Association, they're now provided by WebEx. So my staff logs in my office, and they sit through a 3 to 7 hour training class on various issues relating to this. In fact, we have one tomorrow morning on exemptions. Or went Thursday morning, and by the way, my office is closed Thursday morning because everybody is going to be involved.
And what's the cost to the employee? Or
there is no cost to the employee. There's no cost to the county. The legislation, the way I wrote it, was that the state could not charge for this certification. So the state is doing this as part of their general fund mandate.
Who backed your bill?
Pardon?
Who supported your bill, sponsored your bill?
I don't remember who the second one was, so,
What, did our local guys?
no. They voted for it.
Well, that's good.
But essentially what happens when we author something like this, the first thing we do is go to the California assessors and say, hey, can you put this on your legislative platform? They agreed to do that 2 years ago. Then we ask our consultants to find an author to move it forward through the legislature. So
well, congratulations.
we were finally successful. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And you may actually have the honor of being the first county to pass this. You might guess I was moving this so that we could also do that. Other questions?
One question. Ms. Davis, with this regulation coming into effect, any future hires in these positions will have to be certified to apply for that position, or is there a training period to get them certified?
There's a training period. It's the same as supervisors.
Okay.
Any new employees would have 1 year from the date we get them. They call it a temporary certification. So I would file paperwork with the State Board of Equalization saying, I have new staff and I'm giving them this assignment. They'd assign them temporary certification and they'd have 12 months to get through the training and get through the test. I can tell you internally, we have more than adequate training to cover the kinds of questions that are being put on the exam.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Not for me.
Respectfully request that you adopt this motion so that we can move forward with what I think is a fairly important way to recognize the staff and what they do. Thank you.
Any public comments?
There's no effect on profitability whatsoever at all.
Come up to the podium, Mike.
This does not impact any other state law.
Thank you.
Council Gallant, Taxpayer Association. I want to remind the board that this is Kindness to Taxpayer Week, and now I just invented that, so hopefully...
Where's your sign?
No sign. We concur with the assessor, and we urge you to approve that item.
Joe Kelly, I support the assessor's request. Please pass it. Thank you.
Well, somebody takes a lot of money from me. She's getting a lot of likes, you know.
I think what's interesting is she has led provided leadership in the state to promote this, and I think that needs to be noted also. Kudos and recognition for having such an astute employee in the county. Thank you.
So, Judy?
Judy Hawkins, Human Resources Director.
So my question is how does it affect current employees?
Well, like Leslie stated, the current employees do have 4 years to get their certification. We will need to meet and confer with the union and lay out the guidelines as well as rewrite the job descriptions. And then we will have 4 years, and if anyone is unable to pass the certification, they will not be able to do the ownership changes and the exemptions. And if the union has any questions or problems with that, like I said, we have 4 years to meet and confer with them. Nobody would lose their job with these changes. It may be just a change in some of the job duties.
After the 4 years.
After the 4 years. But we would do everything possible to make sure that everyone is properly certified. And this also provides a service to the county, making sure everybody is properly trained.
Yeah. Okay, great.
Any other questions?
No, that was my only concern.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Any comments from the board?
Move to approve.
Have a second?
Okay, so we have a motion by Supervisor Kearney and a second by Supervisor Ponte. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, Leslie.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to break for until 1 o'clock. We're going to go ahead and start. I'd just like to report we were in closed session through lunch, and there's reporting out no action taken. And we can move on to item number...
Excuse me, Chair. I'd like the record to indicate that I was not present during that closed session.
Okay. So Debbie Ponte was not in the closed session. Sure. Closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. Two cases, Dennis Ponte versus County of Calaveras at Calaveras County Superior Court, case number 12CV38597. County of Calaveras versus Ross Thornton in El Dorado Superior Court, case number SC201-50086, and County Council Board action. So no action taken. Thank you, sir. Okay. Regular agenda, number 6. Nope. Number 9. Number 9. Health and Human Services Agency are going to receive a presentation and conduct a study session to provide direction to staff in the effort to determine the type of emergency shelter that would best serve Calaveras County.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Mr. Winky, Director of Calaveras Health and Human Services. Today we are asking you for a study session as well as your guidance in determining the type of emergency shelter that would best suit Calaveras County, as you heard from this morning, and certainly through all of the meetings that you've had to date since September 9th. The Butte fire has produced the largest group of homeless and displaced population in Calaveras County's recent history. Calaveras County is part of a continuum of care that is a regional group that works on the issue of homelessness and rapid rehousing for those who have been displaced due to fire, natural disaster causes, unemployment, medical issues, including physical and mental disabilities, incarceration, and substance abuse. There is a homeless count coming up for Calaveras County on January 27th to capture the information to assist the continuum of care in applying for funds for recovery and long-term solutions for our population as well as the other counties that are in the continuum. We are asking consideration of a permanent emergency shelter to be considered in your deliberations. Residents would know where it is. One of the things that we've heard an awful lot, and in particular Supervisor Edson, I'm sure, and Supervisor Wright heard this a great deal as well as Supervisor Ponte. People kept saying over and over again, you know, where should we go? Where should we go? Where should we go during the fire? That issue still occurs even when there isn't a fire because people want to know about when somebody gets displaced, where are they? That was the first question out of almost every State Department's mouth that I got during the fire when they started making calls on a daily basis to us. It also could be used for the issue of warming and cooling issues that we've had where there's been rain, cold weather, etc. Not having those on one location on a permanent basis has really continued to prove to be an issue. We are presently utilizing and probably overstaying by quite a few years now our neighbors, Amador and Tuolumne, who we use some of their shelters. There's problems and issues with that. It takes not only the Health and Human Service staff out of the county to transport people when they have a need like that, but it also does the same for law enforcement. And you all know that there's very few deputies available at any one given time on the streets. The other thing is we haven't even taken into consideration the strain on our fellow counties that are our neighbors. And, you know, they have created these shelters for their own residents. They've been very gracious, but as their population grows, there's less vacancies for, shall we say, Calaveras County residents. We presently do have one shelter. It's a domestic violence shelter that's run by the Resource Connection. It serves primarily women and children, and they do a fantastic job. But as you know, that's not the majority of the population either when you look at it holistically. So we're looking for your direction because we really would like a stable location that we could use for year-round for the kinds of issues that I just talked about. Now, last week, the County Assistant Administrator Brian Moss and I attended a meeting with FEMA, and it was all with the state departments. And the main emphasis of this was to look at, long after when FEMA's gone, which is 1 year from the date of the fire, for them to help both Lake County and Calaveras County with all the various state departments in our recovery, because it will go way beyond the September 9th, 2016 date. One of the things that we did hear during this meeting was that Calaveras and Lake would receive priority from the Home and Community Development State Department for funding for CDBG this year. This would allow us the opportunity, if you so desire, to include in, for the first time, some funding for a shelter in the amount of $900,000. Because every government entity can actually apply for up to $2 million. So, and that, it's not in your write-up because it came just last week, and I just wanted to let you know. Now I'd like to introduce the chair of our Continuum of Care, Beetle Barber, and she has been the chair and probably one of the mainstays in the Continuum who can give you some of the history as well as some current information. Beetle?
Thank you. I'm Beetle Barber. I work for the Amador-Tuolumne Community Action Agency, and I have been associated with the Central Sierra Continuum of Care for a good long time. I appreciate very much that you would invite me here today to begin this discussion. This is not the first invitation that I have received from Calaveras County. We were invited to come over here, the Community Action Agency, in 2001 by what was then called the Human Resources Council, Executive Director Len Reed, to talk about whether Calaveras County wanted to open an emergency shelter. So we seem to be coming full circle. The Human Resources Council invited us back in 2003 because they had a great idea to form a regional group that would do planning and collect data around homelessness. And we have been meeting ever since. The third Tuesday of every month, we meet in your Sequoia conference room for an hour and a half to 2 hours. It is a very well-attended group. At any given Tuesday, we have 30 to 40 people in the room. Amador, Calaveras, and Tuolumne counties are all represented, and about a year ago, Mariposa County elected to join us. The important thing about a continuum of care is that you do receive guidance from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and let me tell you, that's a double-edged sword. HUD giveth and HUD taketh away. But what they emphasize is that anything like this is a local planning process. And so they invite us, Calaveras invited us to join in that local planning process. And I want to assure you that we are in no way here to give you any kind of advice today because it is a local planning process. It's a local decision. Having said that, I want to talk specifically about the way we do our emergency shelter. The way you do an emergency shelter will be entirely up to you. We gave you the financials on running the emergency shelter for a year. And so what I have brought today, which I failed to put in your packet, but I'll pass around, is the numbers of people who stayed at the emergency shelter during that same time period. One of the things that we learned from HUD and from working together is to quantify the problem, to figure out exactly how many people are homeless at any given time. And that's why we do the annual point-in-time count. That will start tomorrow at noon. It runs for 24 hours until noon on Thursday as well. We try to get to as many locations where we believe homeless will be gathered as we possibly can. That will be a challenge this year in Calaveras County. And so we have enlisted the help of a number of volunteers, including the people in our continuum of care, including social services, behavioral health, probation department, behavioral health. We want to bring as many people to the table and have them go out and count so we have some idea. We don't rely on just that 1 year count. Throughout the year, we do what is known as a homeless assessment report, and we count a Wednesday night in April, in June, in September, and in December to come up with a balanced idea. And if you take a look at the handout that I just gave you, I'm sorry I don't have one for everyone in the room, you will see that during that year, from the fiscal year of July 1st of 2014 through June the 30th of 2015, we served 123 people in our emergency shelter in Jackson in Amador County. 95 adults and 28 children. If you look at the bottom of this report, the average and median length of participation in days, you can see in the last column that median length is about 38 days. There's some HUD stuff on here that I don't think you really want me to waste your time explaining. They divide people into leavers and stayers and kind of messes with the statistics. But the median length is 38 days. If we look at our bottom line, how much it cost us to run that shelter, it's about $120,000 to run it for a full year. It is all fully funded. We have a donations account that usually runs about $10,000 a year, but the entire rest of it is done through federal and state funding. With 123 people there, and all of them staying 38, which obviously they don't, but let's just take a median there. That's about 4,674 bed nights. And if you divide that into the bottom line, it costs us about $25 a night to have somebody stay at our shelter. Nowhere else will you find a price that's that low. It is really true. I mean, even if you talk to your jail commander, it's very expensive to keep people incarcerated. We are offering an alternative to incarceration, and we are offering many, many support services to go along with that. So a couple other things I just wanted to bring to your attention. I want to assure you that Calaveras County does have services for homeless. As a part of our continuum, you have a rental assistance program called Rapid Rehousing, which is specifically for people who are literally homeless to get them back into housing again. That is run by the Resource Connection. You also have a CalWorks housing support program, again, for families with children who are literally homeless. So you are doing things for homeless as we speak. You have ongoing programs. What you're considering today is whether to enhance that with having an emergency shelter. I can give you many good reasons why our emergency shelters are important to the communities that we're serving right now. We sent you one letter from our chief of police in Sonora, which we're particularly proud of because law enforcement we really need their support to keep our shelters going. And he was happy to write that letter. I don't know if it made it into your packets or not, but we have a copy of it for you. And in Amador County, the probation department provided a letter of support for our shelter there. They are not at all the agencies who receive support and give support to our shelters. Again, it's probation department, but behavioral health, child welfare services. Child welfare services works, they collaborate with our shelters frequently to stabilize a family so that the family can move towards a family reunification plan. And the court systems, drug dependency court, all those kinds of programs that are intended to help a family, a household, an individual move forward, they benefit from that one place in Tuolumne County and that one place in Amador County where they can find their clients, where they can continue to work with their clients. So a couple of other things I wanted to say. I've been doing this since January the 3rd of 2000. And in the time I have been basically running shelters that are funded through government support, government financial support, I have seen a number of nonprofits and faith-based groups attempt to do this. And I am sorry to say, I think that this may be a place that government has an important role to play. I see nonprofits give up. I see faith-based groups give up. We had one give up just last week in Tuolumne County. They have the best feeling for it, the greatest amount of compassion, and they really know what they want to do. And it is very, very difficult. It's very difficult to keep that service going without the influence and support of government. And the last thing I told Mary that I would talk a little bit about money, because I know that's very important. The State Department of Housing and Community Development, like HUD, giveth and taketh away. However, we have been, over the years, very successful in applying for, they used to call it a Federal Emergency Shelter Grant. It's now called an Emergency Solutions Grant. Part of that is for rapid rehousing, and part of that is sort of the nuts and bolts of running our shelter, our operations costs. I have no doubt that we will continue to apply for that money and that they will provide. We have great capacity, and we've been doing this for years, so they trust us. We've also, as Mary was talking about, the Community Development Block Grant, we've been able to sort of turn around the intent of their funding and get them to focus on homelessness as an issue across the state of California. And so as we go forward, we feel assured that our shelters will remain solvent and we'll be able to keep providing the services that we are. I'd like to offer that assurance to you also. I'm here for any questions. Our former shelter coordinator, Denise Cloward, is in the audience today, and I asked her if she would speak a little bit about what an average day is like in our shelter. I do want to tell you that we don't have a sampler on the wall that says "Home Sweet Home." It says, "Don't get comfortable." A shelter is basically like an emergency room. It is a triage that you use to help people keep moving forward.
On that note, I do thank you for the information and your work. Do you have a quick question on do you have numbers, and maybe you've already supplied them on people going from the homeless shelter to having homes?
I didn't bring it with me, and I do have it. One of the most important things that we got from the Central Sierra Continuum of Care is a homeless management information system, and the report that you have there is actually 21 pages long, and I would be happy to email that to you.
Yeah, that's what I'm really curious about.
Right.
Because I think that most of us would agree that, we don't want people in homeless shelters,
Right.
That's just like kind of a last-ditch effort to help people. We want to get them, help them get themselves back into homes.
Exactly. It is not a solution.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, are there good numbers on that, good data on that, or is it hard to collect? Or
Better numbers on rehousing than on finding employment. That has started to turn around a little bit. It was turning around. It's turned around pretty good in Tuolumne County, not as good in Amador County, and there is no shelter here, so we can't really judge how many people have been able to find employment. Yes, people do find housing, and I feel that I'd really rather show you the hard data than just anecdotal.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question too. Just in general, so one of the things I find is sometimes with the funding, it's very narrow scope, like it only can be used for this kind of purpose. So what you're describing today, is this a purpose of, like emergency? There's a power outage and this is shelter where people can go to, a cooling center, a warming center, lost their house due to fire. Is this kind of a catch-all kind of
emergency shelter housing, so there's no real strings attached about it's only used for warming.
That's a model that you can choose, and they do exist. You know, I go to workshops on the state level all the time, and there are a number of jurisdictions who only do a cold weather shelter, only do a hot weather shelter, or extreme weather. I think that's an opportunity that is likely to come your way. You probably know that Tuolumne County was recently awarded the National Disaster Resiliency through that competition, and that's one of the things they put in, and I put that in your packet as well. You can think big.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Denise Cloward. I do work for the Amador-Tuolumne Community Action Agency. I had the pleasure of, about 4 years ago, starting at APCA and being the emergency shelter coordinator for about 4 years. So I was responsible for the on-site facility maintenance, structure, and direct case management and services for all the folks that were coming in and out of the shelter. A day in the life of the shelter. If you would picture in downtown, it's aesthetically correct. It's quite beautiful in Jackson and also in Tuolumne if you'd like to visit. A house full of about 20. Alarm goes off at 6:30 or 6:45. There are men, women, and children, and the dormitories are separated according to family units and for privacy, of course. The children that have school that morning have showered and used the bathroom facilities the night before, and the folks that have a job get to shower first. The chores are already divvied up on a list, and so the residents are maintaining the property, and of course our agency is receiving in-kind for those services. So maybe a congregation is going to bring by the breakfast for that day. There are churches in Amador County that do that for our shelter in Jackson, or somebody has on the chore list for that day to prepare the meal. So people are eating congregately together, and the kids are off to school, they've had a good meal, and they're not missing school. Maybe by 10 o'clock, public health stops by because there's a pregnant mom there or some younger children that need to be enrolled in the early Head Start program. So the public health nurse will stop by and work with that mom and those children. The coordinator is working very effectively with so many different services besides Health and Human Services and First Five. University of Cooperative Extension might be doing nutrition component classes on site. We have smart money, financial education, and budgeting counseling classes. These things are happening on a very consistent basis, and the residents are responsible to attend if they are not working. So they're out between 10 and 2, and it's like a fine-tuned machine just constantly moving, if you will, and the property is maintained, and we get a lot of single guys that have excellent skills and they want to give back. So maybe they're going to paint outside or they're going to redo something on the structure, and so that's amazing, and they love to give back. So the community supports it. Law enforcement obviously supports it. The public services are always coming by on site. I don't like to use the word deserve because that usually sometimes in people's minds takes out the client's responsibility to do something, but people do need a place to sleep and eat and get ready to start another day. We can't expect families and individuals to move on to their next step of mental health or health and wellness without their basic needs met. And everybody in this room understands that. And there's about 50 reasons I could give why people become homeless, and cancer and divorce and disasters, mental health, financial poverty. There's just so many reasons, and I know emergency shelter doesn't solve it. I wouldn't stand here and dedicate some time to deliver it if I didn't work the front lines and understand it now. I also live in Calaveras County, and I understand that it's missing in our county. I see it every day. And we are serving residents of Calaveras County, and we can show those numbers in both our shelters, as Beetle mentioned. And I always say this, it might sound a little cheesy, but I think that our county is as strong as our weakest link, and this is a weak link in our county, and we have to meet the basic needs of our most vulnerable citizens, and I think that shelter will provide that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Kathy Hull, and I'm the program manager for Calaveras Health and Human Services. And I just this morning ran an ad hoc report to see how many homeless we have on our rolls. Right now we have about over 9,000 cases, and out of those cases,
How many was that? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
we have over 9,000 cases of Medi-Cal, CalFresh, CalWorks.
Oh, okay.
Out of those cases, we have 364 that are homeless, that on their physical address, they have homeless. That is people that some people are couch surfing, staying with friends, some are on the street. It's a combination of different situations. But I just wanted to give out some actual figures to you of what we have there. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Mary?
So, as you heard from Denise, one of the issues is the ability in Amador and Tuolumne for their staff and all the service providers to work with people on an ongoing daily basis. We don't have that luxury because if somebody is in the other county, not only is there the transporting, but then there's transporting to the shelter at night, but there's also the back and forth kind of issues. We lose time, we lose valuable worker time, not only in health and human services, as I said, but also with law enforcement, probation, you name it, the whole array of human service providers in our county. And it continues to be an issue, especially now more than ever, strain. To me, and this is just me as the director, the issue is we have the opportunity now to receive some funding to resolve an issue and to look long range at resolving the issue of having a shelter or having some type of housing for people in those emergency situations. It is not just the Butte Fire, but the Butte Fire does bring us up to the ability to apply for funding over other counties. That's pretty rare if you've ever been involved in any state meeting. I mean, Calaveras is not ever mentioned in hardly anything. The larger communities have a tendency, because they have greater numbers, to receive funding. This year we have that opportunity to actually be at the top of this. And I'm sincerely hoping that you will consider that as a good possibility of resolving a long-term issue. And then if you have any questions, if not, I presume the public, there are members of the continuum here also of care, as well as many of our community service providers who we work with on a daily basis.
Any questions, guys? Okay, I'd like to hear some public comments. I'd like to hear public comments.
Thank you.
Okay, public comments.
I want to thank the ladies for what help they had given to us. I really appreciate it. But not to get too mushy and nice about it, I believe you were, and I was assured that we were ready any and all urgencies a few months back. 6, 7, 8 months ago, the discussion over here. And obviously we were not in many different phases, and hopefully we, as a Board of Supervisors, will eventually take a look at it, what it would take to be ready for an unthinkable. You folks' imagination, you will have no problem with it. But I'd also like to bring it to your attention for shelters, the needy. Do you folks know how many buildings, facilities the taxpayers own and what they're used for? Have you ever thought about it? I mean, it's nice election thing to, hey, you can have this house, this structure, and have a clubhouse there. That's great, okay? Those folks will give you the votes. And basically it's next to nothing, okay? Let's get real. Okay, I'm sure it's for a good cause. But is there any reason you could not say, hey, you can have this deal for a good cause and so on, but if the manure hits the fan, this is going to be turned into an emergency shelter instead of having people laying out in the dirt and plastic in the middle of the night? You know who was ready to take care of things? Yes. The neighbors. They were the help. They will respond to the emergency right then and there. And I don't care if it was faith-based organization or just neighbors in different county. That night, that day, they were all here. And putting it bluntly, folks, it wasn't your administration who was out there, in my neighborhood anyway. They were not there. From Modesto to Contra Costa County, people came up right then and there. And you know who else helped? And shame on you, the people that you totally ignored as thanking. I mean, firefighters, the local firefighters who were out there that day, that hour, in a couple of minutes to help the neighbors. They were not recognized as yet. The CHP, the sheriff department, the neighbors, I believe sooner or later, folks, they need to be thanked and recognized. They just did it, not because there were jobs, because they cared. And it really showed what great people we have in this county. They were there and helped give shelter and help. The first responders, folks, is someplace along the line. All the chest beating I've been hearing for the past couple of months, righteously or not, this body failed to recognize and give them the proper kudos that they deserve. And so I want you to realize that the taxpayers, the property taxpayers, local money, and it not just includes you, did you ever had an account for how many buildings, shelters, the property taxpayers own in this county? Did you ever were aware of it? How many structures sitting empty from different, let's say, countywide organizations that you pay?
Okay, beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you. I can give you a hint, but I don't want to get political.
Right.
Hi, I'm Debbie Calco with American Red Cross. Listening to Continuum of Care, I was part of the Continuum of Care in Stanislaus County and helping with that with the CDBG grants and things like that. As me personally knowing, doing Red Cross and the shelters that we opened after the Butte fire, moving it from one location to the next at the last minute, we saw what that caused. It was not everybody was able to get notified to be able to come in. So having a set location that is one that's going to be there for your homeless count, which is here, they're not going anywhere, is really something I really beg that you consider doing, looking into. And the Continuum of Care is a fantastic group who've done a lot of research. I've been part of, like we say, in Stanislaus, where we actually would go out at 4 o'clock in the morning with breakfast to do the counts, to find those folks. So they have good data, and we've done the experience of seeing what happened after the Butte fire and trying to get folks in to which location. It's, okay, we're going to do it in Mountain Ranch today. We may be doing it in Railroad Flat tomorrow. But are we going to be able to outreach to all those folks who may need it, to where if you have a set location, this at least gives them an opportunity to, I know where I can go there.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Excuse me. Peter Maurer, Planning Director. Just wanted to point out in the housing element, which we just updated and adopted last May, there is an implementation measure that discusses the funding for emergency shelters. The county shall pursue funding for emergency shelter programs to be developed through interjurisdictional cooperation. This is exactly what we're talking about. The need for emergency housing for shelters existed prior to the Butte fire. It's been exacerbated by it, and I would fully support whatever we can do to at least addressed as one implementation measure. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments?
Public comments or?
Public comments?
Good afternoon. I'm Tanya Dowson from Valley Springs. And I just wanted to bring to your attention that some of the funding that's being sought after for this program is coming from HUD, is one of the potential grants they'll be seeking. And there's a new thing going on at the federal level with HUD grants that affirmatively furthering fair housing. It's called AFFH. Is now a legal requirement that federal agencies and federal grantees further the purpose of the Fair Housing Act. Communities that accept HUD grants will now have local planning overseen by the Department of Housing and Urban Development through the AFFH. Our local planning authority could be undermined by the federal enforcement of sustainable development smart growth cities. The AFFH requires agencies and communities that apply for HUD grants to detail income level, religion, color, race, familial status, disability, and national origin of every single person living in every neighborhood of the community. They will then determine the imbalances and, if necessary, force a massive shift of people into such neighborhoods to achieve the desired balance. Under AFFH, once a town takes HUD money, it effectively loses control not only over its housing, but schools, zoning, transportation, the environment, and business locations. We could get a glimpse of what happened, of what's to come, by taking a look at Dubuque, Iowa. Dubuque instituted its own low-income housing point system, granted preference to Dubuque residents, county residents, state residents, and out-of-state residents in that order. Although HUD's rules supposedly allow localities to craft their own housing priorities, Dubuque's point system was deemed unacceptable by HUD. HUD was able to declare Dubuque's low-income housing point system discriminatory, since the vast majority of Section 8 applicants from Chicago were African Americans. Dubuque's preference for citizens of its own city and state were deemed racist. The feds undertook a review of Dubuque's housing policy that effectively treated the city as part of Greater Chicago. HUD insisted that Dubuque would have to admit housing applicants in conformity with the demographics of the larger HUD-defined region. Having previously accepted HUD funding through the Housing Choice Voucher Section 8 program, as well as HUD's Community Development Block Grant System program, Dubuque was formally obligated to affirmatively further fair housing in whatever way HUD defined that obligation. Refusal to submit to HUD's dictates would have led to the withdrawal of federal funding or a lawsuit for supposed discrimination or both. So please do not accept HUD grants. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. I'd like to piggyback on Tony's comments. And what's particularly alarming about this AFFH regulations is that the silence about this. The federal government has taken over the land use planning process of local governments if you accept their money. That's your everybody's news. And of all people, the planning director should be informing you of this. The planning director should be sensitive to those things that the federal government does that affects your powers as a county, especially in land use control, land use designations. This is serious stuff. We'd recommend, in the interest of the taxpayers, that you instruct all government departments to be sensitive of anything coming from the federal government that will deprive you of your powers as Board of Supervisors and as a county. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Okay, any board comments? Sure. You're the presenter.
I forgot to say this. In our shelters and also in our point in time count, we always ask if people are from that county. And year after year after year, way up in the 90% of the people that stay at our shelters are actually from that county, or they're from Calaveras County, and we do get a few. I think we had 50 in the past year that were from Calaveras County, kind of evenly divided between each of ours. But when we do the point-in-time count, because we're trying to find out, are these native sons, or are they, coming here from Modesto or Stockton? And it appears that they're not. We're still up in the 90s as far as that is concerned. And the point they brought up about affirmatively furthering for housing, fair housing, they just couldn't make that harder to say. Our demographics at our shelters and our demographics during our point in time match the county's demographics. The only thing that we have found is an overmatch, sometimes Native Americans, and that really depends on if we have volunteers from the rancherias who come to participate in our point in time, because they'll get a higher count. But that's what affirmatively furthering fair housing is. It's making sure that your demographics for any particular service match the demographics of your county, and we're successful with that without trying all that hard.
All right, thank you. Any other public comments? George?
I have a question, Mr. Chair, for the young lady making the presentation. On your funding, how much are you relying on HUD funds?
On HUD?
Yes, ma'am.
HUD is the great-granddaddy of all funding for homeless and housing. They just are. I mean, they're in a million places. It's, you probably look at your county funding and you would find HUD in places that would really surprise you. In our case, they are all homeless funding. We don't get very much money from HUD directly. Actually, our continuum of care does, because we went after their planning process, and we're bringing in all four of our counties together about $400,000 a year for homeless services and housing. However, our shelters get money. It's known as federal pass-through. There's a state agency, the State Department of Housing and Community Development. They have a division called the Financial Assistance Division, and they have a subdivision of that called Homeless Services. That is HUD money, but it comes through the state.
And are you required, with those funds you're receiving through your feed down, are you required to participate in the point-in-time homeless census, the PIT program?
We are required, however, we would do it anyway. We did it in 2004 just because we believe that if you want to address a problem, you really should quantify it first. And so long before we received any money from HUD to do a point-in-time count, we did it anyway.
Yeah, and that's a program that you have to participate every other year, I understand, from our documentation?
Yes, we do. We started out just doing the odd years. So when you look in your packet and you see 09, 11, 13, 15, we're doing it this year, which is an even year because of the Butte fire, because we feel like it's a really important year to find out, to make sure that we have our data correct.
Thank you.
Right.
Okay, any other questions from the board? No? All right.
What do you need from us?
Yeah. What do we need?
So we're here today to ask the board to give us direction on the issue of what type of shelter would be appropriate for Calaveras County, given everything that you've heard. We will be doing the point in time on the 27th, and we'll have more information at that point too. But the main issue right now is to begin to get some direction, because if we were to look at applying for the $900,000, we have a lot of work to do in a very short amount of time because we will be applying for funding for the upcoming cycle, which is in a few months.
That's through CBDG?
It would be the Community Development Block Grant.
Right.
Yes.
So let me give you a little bit of my insight on this. So one of the things that I noticed through this disaster is that we were short on housing tremendously, and still are. Obviously, there's a bunch of houses missing from our county now. But when we were evacuating people, thank God for the folks that were taking people in, and for people like the Calaveras County Realtors Association of Realtors, and folks that were working with them. Because Kathy Topol was helping. Your groups were right there with them. Everybody's working really hard together to find every single vacant piece of property that we had, and it still wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. And so I know people that are still in the valley. I know people that are still living with friends. I know people that are hopping from one couch to another. And folks love helping people, but it kind of gets a little bit hard after a while. And so I see the need for some kind of shelter situation or something to be able to put us in a better position in a situation like this. I know that over the years, me being a business owner here, I have had numerous homeless people come in there. More lately in the past, before the fire, but more lately in the past 2 or 3 years. And so they'll roam around town, sleep under staircases, out in the park. They come in, they use facilities, private business facilities for bathroom and cleaning up and things like that. I think it's just a fact that we have to deal with. And so, but this fire, man, brought it out. And so, I'm not an expert on what we would need, but I can tell you we need something because, because it's a real situation. Now, I know people are afraid of inviting folks into the area because we have such great services. And quite frankly, where I see that most is if you have like a church or somebody like that they have free dinners or something like that. You'll see them you'll see an influx from that. And sometimes it creates a negative effect and sometimes it doesn't. It has in cases, and you go up and talk to the folks and they'll straighten it out. But reality is folks are looking for a place to go to be able to find something, some kind of help. If a person is homeless and they've also been affected by this fire, then we need to find a comfort zone where they were, at least, to get them back to that comfortable area in which they're willing to live. And if they want to move further on, great, we can maybe help them do that. It would be their choice, though, I got to tell you, because we don't force them to do anything. I guess you figured that one out, right?
I have no delusions on that one.
Yeah, you can't do that. So, and you can spend a lot of money and time trying to. But yeah, I see the need for this. I would love to work our way out of the situation by creating more jobs up here and more services or more things that we could do to help people out of that situation. I see this also as a potential for that, because where else, what's going to happen if you don't? And I can tell you what's happening right now, because we don't. So I see it all the time. I, come out in the morning, go to my restaurant, and there's a young man, 26 years old, sitting there, squatted up against the wall with no shoes on, and just sitting there waiting for a ride to the next place. So I feel there's a need. I don't know what the extent of it is. In this fire, I believe that I don't think we could build something that big, but I'm in favor of trying to go through the process to figure out what we need.
I support that. I believe there is a need. I was surprised to hear Kathy's number because I didn't think it was that high. But I do think there's a need for that emergency shelter. That can be the warming center, the cooling center, the emergency shelter. And so I'm all for, if it's a committee, a task force of sorts to help put this together with funding, I think that would be beneficial. I think the hardest part is going to find out where we put it in Calaveras County. We know people don't want to travel too far from their home base. So I think that will perhaps be the biggest challenge that we face. But I definitely think that we need something like this. And I know that when we have our cold streaks and our hot streaks, people are looking for places to go. And, we don't really have anything unless it's quite emergent, like Debbie said, through Red Cross and something temporary gets set up. We certainly saw that through the Butte fire, but I think we need something on an ongoing basis. So I'd be happy to help if it's a task force or whatever gets developed to pursue this funding.
I'd be interested in seeing more results from the other two counties and what it costs and what kind of positive what kind of progress they have with the folks that come there and where they go and what they do after that. So it'd be really neat to see that kind of data.
I agree that it's needed also. I chime in with other things, so I won't repeat what they've said. But this is not the first time I've heard that HUD grants come with a lot of strings attached. And I would encourage, for one thing, any grant that's accepted, the board has to do that, correct?
That's correct.
But the other thing is, I would encourage you to look for ways to get that support outside of HUD. Or at least, if it's going to be a federal grant, that it comes through a vehicle where we're not beholden to them. Because I have heard that they can take over your operation or force things onto you that we may not want to prescribe to. So please look for as many ways outside of that as you can, would be my request.
Okay.
I would concur with Supervisor Purdy. I do share some concerns about HUD funding. I have heard and done some research on that information, and I too have that concern. But nevertheless, you are correct. We do need this in our county. We have a homeless problem here. Being prior law enforcement, Sergeant DiBasilio could back us up. We have the need.
Yes, we do.
I would also say that, I see that you didn't hear where it looks like it's about $104,000. And you mentioned, I forget who it was, but there's an additional report than what was presented. This is like page 1 of a 21. Yes. I'd like to have that emailed as well for some additional information. Yeah. Thank you.
So, if you guys don't mind, I'd like to hear from Sergeant DiBasilio, since he's standing there.
We're putting you on the spot.
I know. That's the way it should be, right?
Yeah.
That's a pretty big spot.
Sergeant DiBasilio, Calaveras Sheriff's Office. Yes, we have a homeless problem. My main area of concern right now is Valley Springs area, and I can picture in my mind right now about 8 people that are homeless. They are staying in motorhomes here and there. They couch surf, as we call it, wherever they can find a place to stay. We've had transplants come up from San Joaquin County. San Joaquin County has a great habit of bringing their people into Wallace and dropping them off and leaving. We've had probably 4 of those in the past 6 months. A lot of those have been relocated back down to San Joaquin County. The fire actually brought up a lot of homeless folks because they knew that they could filter or get products and services for free, claiming that they were, victims of the fire. The Burson churches down there, as you well know, got hammered with that. They were stealing stuff. That's starting to obviously go away because we don't have those, churches aren't up and running with all the people from the community. But the homeless problem is still an issue. I know Arnold has probably 4 or 5 that I can think of off the top of my head. And with the snow and the cold weather, as Mr. Olivera knows, it's a problem up there. I think the young lady, or you guys were talking about where do you put it. That's a big concern, not only for the community itself, for law enforcement to know where they're going to be, because a lot of these people, unfortunately, that go into these shelters aren't outstanding citizens, and they take advantage. So trying to put it someplace that's, conducive to everybody is an issue. But yeah, there's definitely a problem. There's definitely a need. We've actually tried to use the Jackson shelter, but they're always full. We've had people here that we've offered to take over there to get them someplace, but they're full. They won't take anybody. How full are you guys over there? I mean, yeah, it's just hard. Yeah. So, and most of the folks that we have that I'm aware of in our community are single subjects, that female and male, both, that are homeless. So I don't know that there's a good solution. I'm not sitting on the board.
Yeah. So could you tell me about, because I know that, like at the apartments above my place there, that they seem to, they'll camp out there on the hillside?
On the hillside, yeah. There's homeless camps everywhere. There's homeless camps back behind Turner Park, and they camp wherever they can. It's just the bridge where the river runs underneath there is Highway 12 and Lower Lime Creek. There's a couple of guys camping underneath that bridge until the water got too high. So they camp wherever they can. I've caught them up in the Feds Park in Valley Springs. We catch them at the ballpark here in San Andreas. I mean, they're staying wherever they can. The old building, I draw a blank of what it's called now. Down there next to where the laundromat and stuff is on the south side of the highway. When those bushes and stuff, before the building started getting used.
So you're talking about where Common Ground is now? Common Ground?
No, right here in San Andreas.
Yeah.
No, not quite down that far. But anyhow, there was a building there that the bushes were so thick that you couldn't see in there. We go in there and be 5-6 people in there just sleeping in the bushes and stuff and on their patio. So they're here. There's a lot of them here. It's just a matter of where you're going to put them. And somebody mentioned that it's a big cost. That Captain Ballard, if he was here, could tell you what the cost is for these people that when they become intoxicated, they end up getting arrested and they end up in our jail. It's an issue. Don't know that there's a good solution for you folks. Right. But we do need something. We absolutely need something.
So we also find them in homes that are abandoned.
A lot of abandoned homes down the Valley Springs area. We found them in abandoned homes in Arnold. Public calls in. We can deal with it and get them out of there. It's trespassing. It is a misdemeanor charge. They spend the night in jail and then they're back out. And they do. They bounce from home to home. And again, that's an issue. We don't always know that they're in those homes either, because there's no power, right. And they go in and out in the evenings. So
really it's costing us anyhow.
It is. One way or another, it's going to cost the county money, whether it's in the cost of the deputy going down and dealing with them and not dealing with something else that's a priority, the cost of the jail, food in the jail, medical in the jail, there's a lot of cost to it. Mm-hmm. So overall, the county is going to pay for it one way or another.
Thank you. Thank you for your perspective. Do we need a motion? Do we need a motion on this? Or just a direction?
You did.
So we gave direction. Thank you, Mary, for bringing that forward. Thank you, ladies. Thank you very much. Mark, thank you. Are you part of that group right there? Oh, good, good. All right, thank you. Okay. So we have local hazard mitigation. Yeah. How long is that break going to be? Somebody has to cut it off today. Okay, number 10.
Brian's coming.
Double booking. No, it's not double booking. That's how long you get take on things. But I do think so. Don't you? Okay. So we're on we're on number 10. So, Brian?
Good afternoon. Brian Moss, Assistant County Administrative Officer. Item number 10 is being brought back to the board with something that the local hazard mitigation plan was approved by the board on November 10th. That started a 90-day clock for final comments to the existing plan. And before I go any further, I want to reiterate and reemphasize that the LHMP is a living document. It can be updated every 5 years. It can be updated every year if it's necessary. So,
do we have to wait a year, or can we just update it?
Pardon me?
Do we have to wait a year, or can
no? You can start doing the updates as we go along, from what I understand. So, with that said, this is a 5-year update that Cal OES recommends. And by adoption of the document, like the board did on November 10th, it allowed us as a county to access federal funds for the disaster, in this case, the Butte fire. Very quickly, as a summary for those who, just as a reminder, the LHMP is a planning document. It's designed to reduce or eliminate long-term risk to people and property from natural hazards. The plan is required pursuant to the Disaster Mitigation Act of 2000 in order for the county to be eligible to receive hazard mitigation funding from FEMA. So what you will find in your packet today are 3 different attachments. The first attachment, and this is all part of the original plan, is the LHMP projects that includes the City of Angels Camp. The second attachment is the LHMP not including the City of Angels Camp, i.e. the unincorporated part of the county. And then finally are the changes that have been made over the last 60-plus days since we brought this before the board in November. One of those changes addresses the Butte fire incident, conveniently enough. There's also quite a bit cited in there regarding debris removal for channels for drainage. We all know about the Cosgrove Creek issue. That's actually addressed in here as well. Identifying stormwater flooding projects, future development in flood zones, and maintenance programs. Again, a planning document, again, a document designed to assist the county and provide a roadmap so that when we do have a natural disaster, and hopefully we won't all be here for the next one, but if we do have another natural disaster, we actually have a roadmap to follow for how to address some issues and also how to fund those issues. So this again is being brought back to the board pursuant to board direction.
We already did.
You already adopted it.
Yeah, it's done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and it looks good. I mean,
may I get an approval on the changes?
Sure.
Minor they may be.
I know. Why don't we let the public speak on it first? Any public comments on this hazard mitigation plan?
Surprised not everybody is racing to be the first one to comment on this. I was reading through it just as I was sitting here. But I think some of it, well, for one thing, I dislike the fact that the county's plan on each page has a consultant's emblem on each page. So we're back wondering whether this is what the consultant said that we should have, or whether it is something that has actually come from the board. And I know it's not come from the board per se, because back 90-odd days you didn't have a chance to review it, but you approved it anyway in order to get to go ahead with the FEMA funding processes, as I understand it. If you read in there, and if you follow through with everything that's in the plan, my house, when I rebuild in Mountain Ranch, will be okay, because I will be replacing the trees. I think I have one tree that is showing sign of green, of the fir trees or the pine trees. But if you carry through with this plan, it would change the landscape, would it not, of the county if you go for a 30-foot clearance essentially without any trees? I'm referring in part to this checklist, which may not 100% be in the plan, but it's certainly sort of along those lines, because people that you're getting to implement the plans are the people that wrote it.
Are you referring to the clearance around the homes?
Yeah, I am.
Well, that's the kind of standard, more than 30 foot, actually, is, 100.
Yeah. So
So you're not going to really change the landscape, but hopefully you'll have a greater protection around homes. Because there's still all those acres, where there are no homes, that are going to be roughly the same.
But if you were in Arnold, or if you were, I suspect, in the center of even in the center of many of the towns that we've got, you will probably not be, and Debbie is smiling here, but you go up to Arnold, and you've not got 30-foot clearance around those houses. And the people that live in Arnold would not want there to be, I suspect, a 30-foot clearance and 100-foot.
Well, you don't have to cut all the trees down. You just want to cut the brush.
The brush, yeah.
But the large, mature trees are not going to be fire hazard, especially if you trim them.
They're not going to be a fire hazard.
They'll all burn, but they're not a fire hazard.
So is that the difference? Because if you implemented this,
it's
I mean, you can still
the brush. It's for the fuels, the ladder fuels on the ground. If CAL FIRE goes out to a place, there's everybody has foliage around their place and trees and stuff. If it's close to something that may be hazardous, they'll have you trim it up 6 feet, or they have their regulations on how to do that without taking all your beautiful landscape away.
And it's supposed to be countywide, so that's why I kind of chuckle, because
that's why I say it's supposed to
countywide.
be countywide. So let's not forget that it's the communities of Arnold and Murphys and Copper and all over. So let's not go making this lightly. And there is also the stipulation in here that houses should be retrofitted to be built out of fire-resistant materials. I mean, there's a lot in here that I'm not sure that the general public or even the board of supervisors realize the ramifications for this to be approved.
That would be new construction.
No, I don't know. It says retrofit.
Does
There
it?
are sections that say retrofit. I'm sorry, but that's what I read. So just a heads up, there's a lot more to it than clearing a bush or two.
Oh, yeah.
Gentlemen, basically I agree with that lady. And if you're going to push it, there's going to be pushback. That's human nature. But if you can give out information, that's what's available to minimize the fire damage or fire hazard, there might be more and better reception. Instead of a wood siding on a house, maybe you can tell them, hey, there's a fiber cement housing for the house. Instead of pretty-looking roof, shingles, yes, could be a metal roofing on a house. If you push that, there's going to be pushback. But if you said, hey, when they go get their documentation, hey, think about this metal roofing. Think about fiber cement housing. Sign still looks good. You can paint it look like wood and so on. So you wouldn't look, but the value of the house would go up, plus the safety would be increased. There are a lot of things that are out there that if you put it out and say, hey, take a look at it and show the benefits, that could potentially save a lot of them, at least some of the fire hazards and stuff. Thank you.
Allegany Taxpayer Association. We've said this before. There's an opportunity now, in the case of the fire, to explore what went on regarding the cause of the fire and what changes could be made to reduce chances of another fire in regards to cause and the suppression efforts. And it'd be good if somebody, perhaps with the county, could gather this information together. Now, the next stage, of course, is after fire suppression is, of course, the process of restoration, which is really the responsibility of the property owners and their insurance companies. But it's good to have the public, and especially volunteers, people to help other people to heal from the damage. And this, too, can be put in the form of this final report that perhaps Brian Moss or somebody else of his caliber can create and put together. There's not an urgency about this, but if the thought is put into it, we may not have a similar problem again because we found out what went wrong and what we need to do to prevent this from happening again. Thank you.
There we go. Would this be an example, Joe Kelly, of the abandoned area of District 1? Would this be an example of flooding or riverine flooding? Is it covered under this plan? A legally existing non-conforming use or structure may be expanded or enlarged upon approval of a conditional use permit pursuant to Chapter 17.82 and 17.90. I suggest you get a hold of SWRCB to be sure that they get a conditional use permit when they theoretically come in to fix this problem after 11 years. According to FEMA, this is their map, and this is their information of the firm and all that, certain health hazards are also common to flood events. While such problems are not often reported, 3 general types of health hazards accompany floods. The first comes from water itself. Floodwaters carrying anything that was on the ground, that was on the ground that the upstream runoff picked up, including dirt, oil, animal waste, and lawn, farm, and industrial chemicals. Pastures and areas where cattle and hogs were kept, or the waste are stored, can contribute to polluted waters to receiving streams. This last flood season, or this last flood events that I had on my property, I've taken pictures of it. I went out to examine what's been out there. Yeah, I have horse manure, I got cow manure, I got wood for fireplaces, I got a 6x6 5-foot log on the place. I have trash, I have everything. All because of the facility that causes this flooding. Now, I would think my reading of this would cause you folks to have the authority, the responsibility, and the enforcement. But I don't read anything of that enforcement side of it.
30 seconds.
And I'd like to know what you can do, when you're going to do it, and how you're going to do it. Otherwise, this document is a waste of time, a waste of the people's money. And I'm surprised that Nassau Creek is not on the schedule in here for flooding, because every agency, FEMA and the county agencies, all know about it, because I've been up here numerous times for years with these pictures and others. So, somebody answer the question. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Kelly, how many times have I been out to your place?
One where I invited you out, and the second time where you came out without my permission with Mr. Moss, and anytime Mr. Moss wants to come on my property, he's welcome.
Okay.
Did that answer that? What did you do? The right question to you would be, what did you do after you came out and witnessed all the pictures, witnessed the area? What did you do?
Started the process.
Pardon me?
Started the process. What can?
Started the process? Well, what's happened? What was the process? Explain that.
Well, that's going through whatever the process is that we have to go through to try to alleviate your problem. But, when you bought that property, you already had the problem, and you should have checked it out.
Well, you know what? When you have a realtor that doesn't tell you about it, sir, you do what you can.
Okay.
So,
thank you.
I now fully disclose it, and I have a loaner on it, so everything's cured that way. But let me just extend this just a little bit.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you.
Calaveras County, state of California, and the federal government does nothing
for the board.
Nothing.
Okay. Mr. Kelly, thank you.
Oh, you chair now?
Have a seat, Joe.
Thank you.
Well, I'll attempt to answer the first part of the question. It was stated about Foster Morrison being the consultant. That is correct. Foster Morrison met with the different agencies. That includes agencies within the county. That includes departments like CAL FIRE or agencies like CAL FIRE, et cetera. So when you see clearances, that kind of thing, yes, we all know that CAL FIRE requires a 100-foot clearance. It was absolutely correctly stated by the board. That doesn't mean cutting down everything around your residence. It's a matter of clearing really the what we call the second fuels into the minute fuels that go into the hourly fuels. We think about our own Butte fire that occurred here, but even a better example of that was the rim fire. Because it was a lot of heavy timber, and it was the second fuels were allowed to grow up several feet up into the trees. So that is parcel of why these recommendations are made. This plan does not mean that the county is going to go out and tell people that they must retrofit their homes with hardy plank or hardy panel, which is a concrete-based material, okay, fireproof material. That's not what this says. What this says is it's a recommendation. If I, as an example, build an addition onto my home, which I did, I didn't put the wood siding I had on my home, even though it matched, on the new part of the house. I put on hardy panel and I put on hardy plank. And that was for the purposes specifically for fire. Nobody told me I had to do it, but I did that for personal protection. So that's really what this is, a guide. It's a guide for the county. It's a guide for the public. It's a guide for the people to help us build a more resilient, better prepared space around ourselves and environment. So that's the intent of this. Again, this is not law. This does not tell and nor dictate that people shall take any one specific action. What it does do is if we have an issue, like we did with the Butte Fire, it allows us to actually identify issues like we experienced in the Butte Fire, and if that's in this plan, it allows us to access federal funds to help remediate the area.
Okay. So do we have any other comments from the board?
I believe it is on the website.
It is there. So with no further comments from the board or public, I'll make a motion to approve the changes to the local hazard mitigation plan.
Second the motion.
All right, so we have a motion by Supervisor Ponte, second by Supervisor Kearney. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you, Mr. Moss.
Thank you.
Chair, can we take a 5 to 10 minute break?
Are we ready for that? Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. All right.
Like a Jimi Hendrix song.
Sounds like the old days.
Okay, I think we're there.
Susan?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think I could open like that again. Anyway, this is the Butte Fire update. Very quickly, I wanted to share with the board, a couple of you, 3 of you actually, were there at different times last Friday. Thank you for attending the open house in Mountain Ranch. Very, very, very successful. Our PIO stated, gee, now they're asking when we're going to do another one. So we were very pleased with how that came off. Also, I would just like to let you know that recovery continues step by step, and we are making progress. Again, thanks to FEMA, thanks to Calaveras, and a real thanks to your county staff. Everybody's really stepped up and done a wonderful job. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to your department heads.
Before you bring the department heads up, I would like to update the board on 2 things. One is I received an email the end of last week from Jim Smith with Red Cross. If you recall, the Red Cross had offered to fund a physician to help us through the recovery. I got an email stating with a letter attached that they are, it's a notification to their staff to establish a PO for the county so that we can go ahead and begin recruitment for that position. Also, on the RCRC grant of $150,000, I met with Calaveras Recovers case management team. In an earlier meeting, there was a lot of talk about a central place for people to go and speak to their case management team to determine the needs that needs. I met with the chairs of that case management committee. We have set up an application process for them as people come in and they need help with interim or temporary shelters or health and sanitary needs for connectivities, that they will work with a caseworker, fill out the information, submit it to our office, and we will do payment on that request. So I wanted to let the board know that a process has been set up, and there is one place where people can go, and that is the case management of Calaveras Recovers.
Okay. Next.
Good afternoon, Jeff Wright, Calaveras County Building Official, for a little while longer anyway. Update on the permit activity is I believe we've brought in about 36 submittals in the fire area, and we've turned around 18 of those. So all the information that we are contributing to the public during submittals and so forth has been very helpful. We have a lot of virtually no resistance to what the submittals are. They're very receptive. It's going very well. They understand from their designers what is expected, and it's been pretty seamless. And I think we've done 195 electrical reconnects. So we haven't done any inspections in the fire zone yet because I think it's weather determined by the weather that nobody's going to do much when it's wet and sloppy out there. So I would like to dispel one rumor that I've heard is people are thinking they can't submit their plans until their lot comes back clean and certified. That's not true. We won't issue the permit until it's clean and certified. We will take the submittal prior to that. So for some reason there was some misinformation generated from who knows where that caused a little bit of confusion, but I want to set the record straight on that. So any questions?
So Jeff, on these submittals, are these folks who are rebuilding a home that you talked about?
Yes.
So 38 and okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 36 submittals and 18 have been issued. So half of those are up.
Okay, thank you.
So we're able to keep up with it so far. The amount of construction requests in the fire zone haven't been overwhelming at this point in time. So kind of anticipated.
Thank you.
Question, Chair. Mr. White, how's the future staffing look here for plan checking?
I have 2 plan checkers on board currently, and they are able to keep up with what they need to keep up with so far. They're relatively new on the job, so there's going to be some familiarity that will need to be accomplished. But both of them are very capable.
Okay.
So
and there's
at this
an
point
item,
in time, we're good.
and there's an item later on the agenda that will help. We can discuss of how we will be helping the building department move through as the requests come in and impact the staff. But there is another item on the agenda later on in the agenda.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
I wanted to make it super quick because I don't think everybody was here just to hear what I had to say.
Oh, no, we're not going to have very many more of these.
We'll get to see you one. We'll get to see you one more time. Okay.
That'll be that's when I'll ask all the questions. The last time I. Okay. Right.
Mr. Boatson.
Jason Baitzer, Director of Environmental Health. Jeff's a tough act to follow, especially since he only has 3 weeks left. But anyways, give an update on debris removal. Since we last spoke, we continue to get more properties signed up, which is a good thing. We have 817 properties signed up. So we're continuing to provide outreach while we have the debris removal crews here because our goal is to have people self-certify through cleaning up the property themselves or sign up into the ROE program, the County State Debris Removal Program. Of those 817 properties, we have 356 properties cleared. The last couple weeks have been slow moving with the weather. We start out some days with 30 crews and we're back down to 15 crews due to the heavy rains. So that's looking at ingress, egress out of properties, worker safety, etc. Of those 356 properties, we have 238 properties cleared of soil samples and 294 soil samples collected. We've also increased now with the number of erosion control teams out there. There's 4 teams, so hopefully within 3 weeks to 4 weeks, they'll be caught up with the debris removal teams. That's our goal with that. So we're looking at expediting that. But again, going back to Jeff, We'll sign off on a property once we receive the approved soil sample results. We're not waiting for the erosion control to be complete as the last step of the process for issuance of a building permit. And the erosion control, I know there's been some confusion. That's just erosion control where the debris removal has taken place on the property where the structure was. It's not outside of that footprint, so we're not competing with what Calaveras Growing is doing. They're doing a magnificent job, and so I urge private property owners that there's been some confusion that the debris removal teams will be completing all the erosion control on site. Well, in fact, they'll be doing erosion control where the footprint is, where the debris removal occurred, but not outside of that area where there may be need further erosion control due to the burned property. So. With that being said, we're about 44% complete. The rumors, and I spoke about it in the first board meeting, I believe, that we did let a couple of debris removal crews go due to productivity and workmanship. That does not mean we're slowing up our debris removal process. We're adding crews. Actually, there's a couple crews coming over from Lake County because they're downsizing now we're there. And a couple of those crews are local people that live in Calaveras County, but we're actually working over in Lake County, come to find out. So I just found that out this past week. So we're not slowing down. Our goal is to continue to ramp up where we can ramp up, and we want to have another 6 to 10 teams out there. So we're trying to take advantage of this good weather while we have it. In addition, the roads are a big issue right now, and we understand that. And we're working with individual property owners when issues arise, also realizing that we're also not the only entity out performing work, sharing with the logging trucks, PG&E crews, etc. But we do realize that the debris removal trucks have some impacts to the roadways, and we'll be meeting with individual property owners. And we're making temporary repairs where need be and making permanent repairs once we're done with the debris removal process in that area. We don't want to make permanent fixes when we're still utilizing a public roadway that's privately owned, and then working with Jeff and Probitz and Public Works and identifying the public roadway issues. So Todd Thalheimer, who is kind of the person who fostered this program for CalRecycle, who's primarily been in Lake County, will be here 3 days a week, and him and I will be going out in the next few weeks looking at more of the road issues throughout the area and meeting with homeowners. So I just wanted to make note of that. Last week also went out to a couple sites. We're waiting to put FEMA trailers, specifically with FEMA and the debris removal crews, and there's some interesting just site issues that we're working through, but we're going to be able to get some cleanup going. One is already going on one of those properties, and we're the one property where the person has stopped our crews a couple times. We offered to have about 6 hours of person time to help him sort through the debris, so he feels comfortable with the debris removal crew coming in and performing the debris removal so they can place a FEMA trailer. We've tried a couple times, but he's stopped work, and so we're trying to move that forward. And when I was out there, that just was a documentation and kind of experience of how willing the crews are willing to work with individual property owners. If there's stuff that people want to keep, to have that communication firsthand with the debris removal crews, and they'll work with the individual property owners. So
they've done that from the get-go.
Yeah, they've done that from the get-go, and they continue to do that, and I stress that. Also, FEMA will be having debris monitors come in as part of the public assistance, and the oversight of debris removal, documenting ash that is and debris that's leaving the property. That's part of their process. The one thing that I want to focus on with that is that they are going to be hiring about 30 people as their debris monitors. So they're not bringing in people outside the area. They're hiring local people to be their debris monitors. So in estimate, we have well over 200 people employed in the debris removal process, whether it's laborers, operators, truck drivers, et cetera, as being part of the debris removal process. But I appreciate the public's patience. I know there's a lot of people in the audience that lost their residence or know somebody lost a structure. We're doing the best that we can, considering the weather and other site constraints, to get to properties and work through it. and, keep pushing forward to hopefully have this complete end of March, beginning of April, weather permitting and everything else. So, any questions?
Sure. Tow trucking situation. I understand that we did receive some complaints about trucks. And question number 2, do we have our transfer site in Troyon up and running yet?
So trucks, we have received some complaints. I continue to communicate to the operations team about that. The Sheriff's Department has spoken at our safety meetings and brought up the issue with the trucks, so that's a constant, we're trying to be vigilant on that and reminding people, and really focused on it this past weekend during their safety meeting about that safety when they're driving. I've noticed it even driving behind some of the trucks and not staying between the yellow and white line. So we're continuing with that, as with all our public safety messages. The transfer station has been approved by the county. It's currently at Cal Recycle and FEMA waiting for the approval on that. So I had some phone calls in yesterday to see where exactly, where's the holdup, So we want to get that moving. If we don't get that moving fast, we have some other options with bins that we're looking at to increase our efficiency, but we want to get this moving forward. So the county approved it before Christmas time, and we're waiting with the state and the feds to approve that. So.
Okay, Jason, thank you.
Yep. Any other questions?
There are some properties up there, like I was just talking to a gentleman yesterday that has, a house, let's say it's pretty far back, and he understands that, it's pretty muddy back there, but his site is just his site, and then there's a massive wrecking yard, I guess, site further away from his place. So is there a possibility of, we know that, it's that 55 truckload type situation, but is there a way that you can go in there and at least clean his site so that person can start the rebuild process, knowing that you're going to have to clean all the other stuff up, but it's far enough away to where it isn't affected, at least him getting back on his property?
Yeah, we've had a few situations like that, and one of them is even where we were placed in a FEMA MHE site. So we'll look at that site specific, where if we're able to clean up an area, the property's big enough, and we're able to get that 150-foot setback, and where we sample that area, but we can, and then move on to the other area for debris removal, because we can do that. It's site specific.
Not necessarily like right now, but maybe later.
Yeah, it's site specific, and we'll have to look at that, but it has happened.
That would be at the end of beautiful road that you guys are trying to work on up there.
Yeah, and I know the crews are bringing in order to access some of the properties, they're bringing gravel to the roads, to the private driveways, in order to have, to maintain that access and ingress. And they're documenting what the road is like prior to going in and after they're done, so they can restore it to the way it was.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
Thank you. Thank you. Brandon?
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Franny Weinrob, and I support Sharon Torrance in the Public Information Office. She couldn't be here today, so I'm going to report out to you. Since you last saw the PIO, we've been very busy. We made a trifold called Butte Fire Recovery Resources. We produced that as a handout for Calaveras Recovers, the voluntary agency that is meeting so many of the unmet needs. So that's a fold-out handout that they can give. Since the last time you saw us, Sharon Torrance had an interview on the Community Public Access channel with Mr. Lark. It was with Joel Metzger. She did a fabulous job, and I hope you get to see that on Public Access TV. We also had one of our Unsung Hero articles published in the Amador Ledger-Dispatch, and I don't know if you saw that, so I wanted to show that to the board. We also had our article on Code Red come out in that paper. And then, of course, our big event was the informational open house in Mountain Ranch Community Town Hall. rebuilding Calaveras, a new beginning. It was a big success. We want to thank board members who were able to come that night. We appreciate your support. We had over 105 people come and sign in the sign-in sheet, so we think it was a big success. There was a lot of networking that went on between private businesses and experts who were there to give expert advice, and also governmental agencies who came up. Some as far as Los Angeles flew in to be presenters at our event. Sharon Torrance, who I call the secret weapon of the PIO, was able to get lots of donations from local businesses so that we provided refreshments for the residents. And I think it was a big success. I have the map of the event if you didn't get a chance to see that, with a list of all of the presenters who were there. And so just to keep it short, does the board have any questions for me today?
No, I want to thank you for being there at that event. That was really well attended, actually.
We heard many comments of when can we do it again, so we consider that a big success. And I'd just like to personally thank all the help that we received from Helen Dubois and Rita from FEMA and all of the folks over at Cal OES who really brought in the big guns for the expert advice. Thank you.
Great.
Good
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Charlie Simpson with Cal OES. Before I give my quick FEMA report on the manufactured housing units, I want to take a minute and just applaud the board for their efforts to help the homeless and establish a shelter and do whatever they can to alleviate homelessness. It's a pervasive problem. I'm not going to take a stand advocating or not any particular funding source. I do know that there's a series of funding sources out there that counties are taking advantage of. I see in the news just about 2 weeks ago now, Sacramento County got $2 million of a grant source for helping alleviate homelessness. So I applaud your efforts for that and all of your people that are working towards that. It's been a big item of discussion in our task force meetings of what the problem is and that it extends far beyond just survivors of the fire. So again, I applaud your efforts for that. My short report, the manufactured housing units, the report I gave you starts with the private sites. There are 3 that are occupied, 3 that are in the installation process, and another 7 that are pending. Commercial sites, San Andreas Mobile Home Park, the 2 that you see down the hill here, Bighorn Mobile Home Park, the 3 are occupied there. Foothill Terraces continues work over there. It's been a very sloggy, muddy mess over there that they are doing a work order for gravel on those sites to help keep them in decent shape. So we still have another 8 pads over there that are available for any sites are available if necessary.
So you have 20 total there?
Yeah. There are 20 pads. There are 12 MHUs on site. So the ability to bring in 8 more, which are available should they be needed.
Okay. Great.
Questions from the board?
Going to gravel it before you put them in there. So I'll tell you what, that's a muddy mess.
That would make too much sense.
Yeah. Thank you, Charlie. You've been working hard for us, and we certainly appreciate it.
Thank you very much. My pleasure.
Thank you, Charlie.
Anything else? Thank you.
Okay.
Just a quick observation. Kevin Wright, Commissioner. I was up on Jesus Maria Whiskey Slide last week in conjunction with the Rangeland Summit. And what I saw was grass coming back in the areas that were pasture already. In the areas that weren't pasture, there's no grass coming back there. However, I did see BLM and Calaveras grown people both putting down rice straw and wood veneer shavings in those areas. Also, what I saw was the streams. The streams are running full. At the time I was up there,
hadn't had rain for a couple of days, and the streams were actually running fairly clear. They weren't chocolate milk. They were running pretty good, and I think the weather has been kind to us since the fire. As far as, I know sometimes we'll have a chocolate milk situation directly after a rain, but the streams seem to clear up pretty well. And we visited with Doug Josie, and the following day, Doug Josie was a speaker at the Rangeland Summit down in San Joaquin County. And I thought that if he hasn't come and spoken to the board personally here, like I'm speaking now, it would be worthwhile to invite him to come down and talk about his experiences from the time he was a child to present day as far as managing of the land up there. Because he held those people, there were about 300 academics, he held them spellbound for about half an hour talking about his experiences. So it'd be worthwhile for us all to hear. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Okay. So in case you didn't get it, Calaveras Recovers has a site in Mount Ranch Park right now. They have a trailer there for case management. The case management is actually over at the church, but they have a space there to help you if you need help. And the folks there are really nice, very, very nice folks. So they are open from, that should be up there, huh? Yeah. I think they're open from 5. Go by there and check them out. Just go talk to them, say, hey, thank you, and how you doing?
So, Brian, is Jeff Krovitz here or not? Okay. I got a question for you then, since you're the guy, the second in charge there. Regarding trees, Bob Dean, he used to be the CCWD director from my district, has been concerned with overcutting, and that reflects other complaints I've received from folks, just personal drive, and experience up there. Is there any way we can have a checks and balance there to make sure that, so what happened is they went through a lot of these places, from my understanding of it, is they went through right after the fire and checked the trees to see if they should cut.
Right.
But
That is correct.
What Bob is saying, he's native plants specialist, has a lot more understanding of this than I do. And he's saying there's trees up there that are definitely, showing signs of life, and they're being cut. And so if there's anything we could do, I'm not sure what kind of authority we have there, if any, but maybe we could pass that to the committees that are working on the recovery and see if there's some outreach we can do to landowners, to help people feel like the trees are really necessarily need to be removed. Because once you remove a mature, a couple 100-year-old oak tree or pine tree, then it takes a long time to come back. So, and I think that people would appreciate that if we could do something.
So is this going on private and public, or just private?
Obviously the public land is just the road and the easements there,
right.
But it's private easements and is mostly what it's been said, but along roads as well. So I know that with roads, we have public works that could possibly do something there. So, but then maybe if there's somebody who could outreach to PG&E and see what they're doing, if anything, to address that problem.
We can do that. I will tell you that Public Works did hire an arborist, and they went through the public, or they are going through, if they haven't gone all the way through, all of the public lands to identify which trees are dead and which ones are alive for that specific purpose, because we certainly don't want to take them all down in the public right away either if they're alive. So that's already being done. I think that as far as private property, I think that's more of maybe some kind of campaign we can do. Maybe we can do something through the PIO to remind people to check with the farm advisor or to check with, those in Calaveras grown or master gardeners or even Cal-Am, I would say Cal-Am especially, who was here this morning because they are retired foresters and really know their.
Well, it's not necessarily the knowing stuff; it's the getting them to slow down a little bit.
Right.
Because what you have is very aggressive tree cutters out there.
Right.
Which is they have their place, that's for sure. But I just want to make sure that they're not. That we're looking after some of the landowners out there that may not want their trees cut or may not know that their trees are being cut. So if there's any way we can...
Because a lot of those lines go through private property, and they're trimming them out.
Oh, okay.
And so those folks are, some of those folks are getting pretty upset.
We certainly can reach out to PG&E, who I think is the one that's doing a lot of the cutting of the PG&E easements, to see what process they're doing. We will reach out and see what we can find out from PG&E.
Thanks.
Absolutely.
I've also talked to a couple of those folks, the tree cutters, and so, they're pretty darn educated in this. And what they're telling me is there's a lot of drought-ridden trees that are damaged from the drought, but they're also saying that there's a lot of bug infestation. So a lot of the trees that they're taking out are bug-ridden. So. And
you'll remember that when we started talking about this, just after the fire was extinguished, that the dying trees will put out something called trypamine, and that actually attracts the bark beetle. Unfortunately, when the bark beetle comes to the attractant of trypamine, they don't attack the dead trees or the burned trees, they attack the live trees next to them, and that's a real concern for us for the tree mortality issue. So, yes, indeed, going back to the issue at hand, we can certainly contact PG&E. I will do that. Also, one last real quick thing, and that is there has been lots of concern regarding the cell on wheels, or what they call the cow, in Mountain Ranch. AT&T had put a cow for reception out in Mountain Ranch during the recovery, during the fire, and then right after the fire, and then during the recovery process. What they have informed us is that they have restored the level of service back to that area that was there before the fire. Now, the problem is this. There really wasn't much cell coverage before the fire. So what has happened is people, and I would do the same thing, have gotten used to being able to call out of town when the cow was there. Now the cow's gone, and they're back to what they were before. So I don't know where that's eventually going to land. I can tell you that Cal OES and FEMA do not have any way of bringing a cow in. I've already looked into that. Charlie and I have also discussed it. But I just wanted to bring that out in the open so people are aware what's going
on. Brian?
Yes, sir.
We have a scheduled meeting with the AT&T rep at
Excellent.
11 o'clock on Friday.
Excellent.
It'd be great if you could come.
Okay, sounds great.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, so is that it for the Butte Fire Recovery? All right, great. Any questions from the public or comments?
Hi, I've got about 3 different things. I did go to Calaveras Recovers and signed up in the church. Very nice people. I do have a concern with the amount of questions and the personal level of the questions that were being asked, that they be very cognizant of privacy and confidentiality. And because I don't mind telling them, but I wouldn't want it to become absolute general knowledge and just passed from one place to the other.
I think that's one of the reasons why they have it there separate from the other, the recovery trailer as well. So, that's the law. They have to keep your information quiet.
Yeah. And the case management committee is made up of people who have worked with Health and Human Services, so they are trained and they are by confidentiality. So that shouldn't be a concern.
That's a good thing to know. I was at Frank's, and by the checkout, Frank's is the Frank's Cafe in McCallum Hill, great sandwiches, etc. There were a stack of these information folders from California Christ. Well, in fact, they were just this stack of folders, so I took one. And there's various information from CalFresh, from Butte Fire Animal Assistance, PG&E, etc., and also from copies of informational announcements written by Sharon Torrance. And what stood out to me, there are 5 of them here, is that the first 2 that are included in here, or presumably the first 2, because I'm not sure, because they don't have dates on. So there's one on this October 5th, one on October 7th, that are dated. And then there are 3, and I suspect more recent ones, for immediate release. And I've looked both sides, and there's no date. Well, I would think if these are time-sensitive materials, in fact, somebody I spoke to called it rather juvenile, and said that it would be better to have when it was written and when it was to be released, even, 2 separate dates. The other thing concerns Code Red and my signing up. I signed up and registered for my home phone, but when you go to sign up for your mobile phone, you're asked to input a mobile phone provider, and they do not give an option for track phone or straight talk, say. But if you belong to Appalachia Communications or Bluegrass Wireless or Illinois Communications, there's a little check that you can check for that. Now, I tried not putting anything in, and the computer wouldn't accept it. I finished up because I know TracFone uses multiple of the big companies around, and I just selected AT&T. But if I'm going to sign up for an emergency notification system on my cell phone, I want to be assured that they've actually got me down. I'm not even sure why they need that information. Could just be a marketing thing, but you're in good hands if you're with Appalachia Communications.
And I will have our IT department check into that. You said it was TracFone, and what was the other one that you mentioned that was not on there?
Well, I was thinking of Straight Talk. I have through Walmart. Thank you.
I have a question. You don't mind?
Come on.
Might not be too irrelevant at this point, but on 9/9 of September the 9th is when the fire had started. And I had seen plenty of aircraft at the time, because I could see it from the top of my hill coming over from the Amador side to the Calaveras side. But in the morning of 9/10, I didn't see any aircraft except for one helicopter that tried to fight the fire for hours. And where he had to go was all the way to Hogan Dam and come over to McCallum Hill. It took him 11 minutes to try to fight this fire that was coming over the hill towards Mount Ranch and all of us. I was in total view of the fire at the time, and I was down at Jesus Maria and Harbor Ranch Road watching it come over, and I was wondering where our airstrike was, because if we had a terrorist attack in any way, I was wondering where America was, because that to me was a terrorist bomb. And it became that way because it looks like an atomic bomb over at my house. And I am full of nothing but garbage. That's all I'm left with. Well, pretty soon somebody's going to come with a dumpster and throw all my good stuff away that I thought was good that got burnt up. My main question was, where was the airstrike on 9/11? And you know what? You know what the people tell me? They tell me that there was a watershed issue that we couldn't, Calaveras County was stricken from doing anything because Amador still had the rights to our fire that was coming our way. So Calaveras was grounded. Now I'm just looking for answers because none of the CDF can answer any of that for me. They're denying it. I want to know. Can any one of you answer why we didn't have any aircraft over, why we were unfortunately on fire?
30 seconds.
Smoke? No, it wouldn't be smoke. What was it? Because we had plenty of 747s going over on 9/9. And then all of a sudden, there wasn't any on the next morning. 2 helicopters as I watched a house incinerate from the top of the lookout over there on McCollum Hill, disintegrated with 1 helicopter. I couldn't do anything. And basically it was like a bad dream when you wake up and you can't do anything. I need to, the next time possibly, we need to get more of an airstrike out there to protect Calaveras County from never this happening once again. Now there is another part of Calaveras County that hasn't burned. And if that catches on fire, I think we, the people, need more aircraft to stop it. Because there's a 5-mile radius where their smoke isn't, and you could start putting a line there. Well, there was none of that, and I swear to it. I don't know, it feels like a terrorist attack to me. It feels like a nuclear bomb where it hit all of Mount Ranch and every one of my friends, every one of my neighbors. I've been here 47 years, and now all of my devastation, you're cutting all the wood down and basically just massacring it. Whether alive, dead, or anything, these people are coming in here and just tearing it down. You got these truckers in here, and they...
Sir.
Yes?
So your time is actually up for public
Okay,
comment.
good.
Sorry.
That was my speech.
All right, good. Thank you. Any other public comments?
Can't follow out.
Sure you can. It could be a kindness on comment.
Hello. Dustin Peterson. I hear every time I hear the cleanup crews talk, I hear about them working with homeowners. And the entire time, my property's already been cleaned up. Very thankful of it. I was impressed with the speed and, that it happened. But I hear that they're working with homeowners, and the only people that ever worked with me were the two people in charge on site, and I could talk to them personally if I went out and talked to them. Nobody ever called me. I have not one phone call that anybody's ever called me to say they're coming to do this, we've finished to do that. Erosion control just came recently, and I've been to the D-Rock plant 3 times asking them about what is the erosion control. Are you going to come put wattles? Are you spreading straw? What's going on? They never have any straight answers for me. They just say they're backed up and get to me when they can. And then they come, and I wasn't even there. I'm displaced in a FEMA trailer, and so when they came, I wasn't there again. No phone call, no nothing. And all they did was put down, I think it's 4 wattles on my property. They put them in arbitrary areas. They didn't dig them in. I know when you put down a wattle, I know this myself, you have to dig a little trench, and then you put the wattle down, and you put the stakes down to where it stays put, and it catches the debris as it comes down. If you just put them down and stake them down, this stuff finds its way underneath. It just makes little channels. That's what's happened on my property. And the one wattle, the biggest one that they put down, actually redirected the flow of mud into the one storage area I had left that was dry. I had some more car parts and stuff there, and all that just got covered in black soot because it went right around their wattle. And I could have easily directed them not to do that because I've been there on this property. I've seen the rivers flow through. I know where it needs and I know where it doesn't need. But every single wattle they put down, except for maybe one, was completely ineffective, and it's in my way. I have to actually move them to be able to get access to my home site. To, you know, we've got an RV there and stuff. So that's on the wattles. That's on the erosion control. Also, the grading. My pad was a graded pad. I expected it to be graded when they left, and I communicated that over and over again on a daily basis as I watched dump truck after dump truck of dirt leave my home. I said, are you guys going to leave this graded for me so it's not a mud pit? They said yes, but of course I now have a mud pit. It's ungraded, and B-Rock keeps telling me, well, that's just because of the weather. I also live about 500 yards off of a maintained road. That 500 yards of road is a dirt road that these... Y'all seem distracted.
I was looking for Jason to point you to him to talk to. Because he's Jason Bates is the guy.
Gotcha.
So if you,
There he is.
Yeah.
So talk to that guy right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
yes.
Just to finish really quick, sorry. I live about 500 yards off the county maintained road. That road's been devastated with the large excavator coming in and out and all those dump trucks. They still have a large property beyond me. They're going to come in and do this again. This is the first year I've never been able to get up my own road. Foothill Septic came early on, gave me a porta potty, which I need to have my family there, but they can't get in to pump it. Campora has a program to replace temporary propane tanks. He also can't get to me to place a propane tank. All this is directly due to the road devastation from Cleveland. Thank you.
He's out there right now.
Yeah, go talk to him now.
Let it lie. Okay, any other public comments? All right, thank you. Any board comments? All right, let's move on to the next agenda item.
We're going to skip the next one.
Yeah.
We're going back to it.
So that'll be then. So we're going to skip agenda item 12 and get right to the mix. Okay. So we're going to agenda item 13. We're going to take just a couple of minute break so they can set up, all right? And you keep getting this call from us. All right, so I'm going to turn it over to County Council, and she can begin the emergency ordinance issues with medical cannabis.
Thank you, Chair. Megan Stedfeld, County Council, Julie Moss-Lewis, Deputy County Council, and Peter Maurer, Planning Director. Thank you. Sorry. First, I wanted to start with the medical marijuana ordinance, items 13, 14, 15, and 16. After the direction that we obtained on December 22nd, when we started putting an ordinance together, we realized that there were additional changes that needed to be made to our existing code, and that's what 14, 15, and 16 is about. So what I would ask is if we could, I don't want to say consolidate the issues, but when we have the discussion, for the discussion to encompass all four items. And so when the public has the opportunity to speak, the public comment be on all four items. Also, for urgency items, urgency ordinances, it requires a 4/5 vote of the board. I know that Chair Edson has to leave at 4:30, so we will make this as quick as possible. With that, I wanted to first start with, in December, we made you aware that there was a potential that the March 1 deadline was going to be extended. I wanted to make sure that the board is aware that AB 21 was introduced beginning of January, and at this point, as of yesterday, it has been passed at the Senate floor on a 35-3 vote. AB 21 does in fact remove the March 1 deadline in its entirety, as well as address some issues regarding the county's ability to ban and regulate personal and patient caregiver grows. At this point, it is going to be moving on to the State Assembly. It's anticipated that it will be heard in the Assembly Local Government Committee first, and then on to the Assembly as a whole. At this point, it's anticipated or it's hoped that AB 21 will land on the governor's desk and hopefully will be signed within the next 10 days. That is the hope, but we do not know if it will ultimately get there and if he will actually sign it. So because that is the current status of the March 1 deadline, we wanted to make sure that the board was aware of that and how that implicates an urgency ordinance. So we did, with the urgency ordinance, I will turn it over to Ms. Lewis to go through some of the basics of what our office drafted. We did use the direction that the board gave on the 22nd. If, hypothetically, the board would like to see modifications to this urgency ordinance, certainly we are open to direction, open to additional public comment on it. We can modify it accordingly. There is the option of, because the March 1 deadline is still technically in effect unless and until AB 21 is passed, that we can bring an item back to the board at the end of February if, hypothetically, AB 21 is not put into place by then, with any changes that we are directed to make today. If AB 21 is in fact passed and we don't have to worry about the March 1 deadline, what I would look for is whatever direction we get from the board today. If the board doesn't want to take, or if we don't get a forfeit vote to adopt the urgency ordinance before the board today, would be to make any changes and put it through the normal final ordinance process, which would go to the Planning Commission first and then to the board for final adoption. Because without the March 1 deadline looming over us, we really need to, the urgency isn't there. So we can take it, although I don't want to push it out, we need to stay on top of it. We would go through that process instead of it coming back to the board at the end of February. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Moss-Lewis for further discussion on the actual.
Good afternoon, Julie Moss-Lewis, Deputy County Counsel. I prepared for the board last night in quite a rush a cheat sheet, which I also provided for the public up on the podium, a number of copies of it. And the idea was just to help guide the board and the public through some of the legalese. I don't know if I have enough copies. I'm going to wait a few minutes until everybody has it. Okay, I'm going to count down from 10, and then I'm going to start my presentation. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Okay. Sorry I should have passed this out earlier, but again, this chart was just me looking at the draft ordinance, which you should already have, and trying to quickly put together an easy read version of it. There shouldn't be any surprises in the chart. In fact, it's possible that I made some mistakes because of the rush I was in last night. Again, I'm just going to walk through a couple of main principles or highlights, not the entire ordinance in here. We'll kind of go through the different columns, starting with zones. The direction from the board was to utilize the zoning tables recommended by Mr. Maurer at the study session. This was done, and I went through and summarized the zones in the chart. Again, zoning, as I'm sure the board knows, is a policy decision, and it's completely subject to Board of Supervisors' direction. There's no legal advice from our office, yay or nay, with respect to zoning. Permit type, which is next to each of the zones, you'll see ZCC there. That'll be explained in a second. As we talked about at the study session, the state requires local jurisdictions to first give some sort of document indicating local permission before it will issue any commercial cannabis licenses to an applicant, to make sure that all those commercial cannabis operations in our county are going to in fact be licensed by the state before we allow them to proceed. We came up with a 3-step process at the study session for commercial cannabis applicants. First, obtain tentative local permission through the planning department or potentially the planning commission, depending on the type of permit. Then go to the state for a license. Then come back and have the local permission validated. And because we have to give a temporary validation, even for operations that are not going to need an administrative use permit or conditional use permit, we came up with this zoning clearance certificate. Is that over-the-counter permission? That's what ZCC stands for in the chart. There are some cannabis operations that are going to need an AUP, administrative use permit, or conditional use permit, CUP, under Mr. Maurer's chart. These folks are going to go through the permit approval process, including if it's a CUP, the Planning Commission, get their licenses from the state, come back to have them stamped by planning, at which point they can begin the use. There are, again, as we said, those that will not require a formal permit under Mr. Maurer's chart will simply go to the counter at the planning department and demonstrate that they satisfy the local laws and the state laws, and at that point be able to get a zoning clearance certificate if they don't need a state license first. Because this is a new type of land use permission and the zoning clearance certificate, and because, like any other type of land use permission that's issued by the county, it can be revoked if the use falls out of compliance with state or local law. I did have to add it to our exist Title 17 language concerning validation and revocation of land use permits, and that's the reason for the changes to chapters 1790 and 17100. All that does is bring zoning clearance certificates into our existing language and validation and revocation scheme. Next column on the chart, total canopy area on the parcel. As we discussed at our study session, the state licenses for cannabis cultivation vary based on what type of light is used to grow the plant, and with one narrow exception, total canopy size of the plants. It's not based on the number of plants except for one license type. And so for purposes of drafting the ordinance, including the definition of total canopy area written into the draft ordinance, staff assumed that total canopy area would include the space between the plants. And the reason for that is that way a measurement could just be taken around the perimeter of a growing area, and individual plant measurements would not have to be made, which would be, if they had to do that, would be less efficient, make enforcement more expensive. That is a board call at this point. We don't have any state direction on what they meant by total canopy size. And even if the state did intend total canopy size to be not including the space between the plants, it would be up to the board whether they wanted to include the space between the plants. So for now, the staff assumption is that it does include the space between the plants. We've already discussed permit validation and why we built it into the draft ordinance. Again, the assumption, the ordinance also should be noted, it requires permit validation only for commercial cannabis uses, not for personal or caregiver grows. The assumption there is that planning would be able to issue or deny a zoning clearance certificate for personal or caregiver grows at the counter based only on comparing the application to existing laws and regulations, so you don't have to wait for the result of some sort of intervening state decision. And then going to the next column, priority processing, I want to spend a couple of minutes talking about that because I know there have been many questions and requests to the board over the last several meetings about medical cannabis. And I wanted to explain why our recommendation in the dispensary ordinance is to only provide any sort of acknowledgement that might be used for priority processing for existing dispensaries that have existing permits. And the reason is this. Like most counties, Calaveras County follows principles of permissive zoning. We have, which means if a proposed land use is not already in the zoning code, it is not allowed. And 1704.010 of our code does indicate that no land use shall be commenced, enlarged, or altered unless it is permitted in the zone in which the land is located. This is very typical of most counties in the state of California. So that would mean that if a land use involving cannabis is not already mentioned in any part of the zoning code, there is a presumption under our own code and permissive zoning principles that that land use is not allowed. When there is a land use involving cannabis already on the books, such as our Chapter 1791 regarding dispensaries, anyone operating a dispensary in compliance with that chapter can be deemed in compliance and in good standing with existing local law because there is a law. And so the relevance of all of this involves the new state law under MRSA where a commercial cannabis operation can demonstrate, if it can demonstrate that it was operating in good standing and in compliance with all local laws by January 1st of this year, it can get priority processing at state level for its license application. By January 1st of this year, all the county had was a dispensary ordinance, and based on that fact and the fact that we are a permissive zoning county, the draft ordinance was drafted by staff under the assumption that only those 3 dispensaries with valid permits as of 1/1/16 would qualify for priority processing. And so the recommendation there is to provide that only for those 3 dispensaries. The board could certainly choose to do otherwise, but the county council's office is recommending that we not dilute the permissive zoning ordinance that we already have. Other information, I put some but not all other information in that last column regarding specific units or specific types of licenses. The board wanted 8-foot fences around all cultivation operations, whether they were commercial or not. That's included in the ordinance. And included some other information on specific uses that the board might want to see front and center based on our study session. I also provided, after the chart, some information about state law regarding license types. When I refer to things like a Type 1 license or a Type 6 or 7 license, these are state law definitions that the board does not have any authority to change. So the state will have minimum recommendations or requirements that go along with each of those licenses, and I wanted the board to have that in front of it when the conversation is being had about our ordinance. I also included information from the state law about compatible licenses so that the board can see quickly what types of medical cannabis operations can have another type of license under state law and which ones cannot. There are some combinations that are illegal under state law. Other than that, I'm not going to go over the rest of the pages or every aspect of the pages, just a couple of main points. Of course, a landowner can prohibit any marijuana use on his or her land. That's a given, and that is included in the ordinance. The ordinance does contain the board's direction that a lawful residence will be required on any outdoor or mixed-light cultivation parcel or on an adjacent parcel under common ownership. The ordinance has a provision saying that a separate permit is needed for each separate parcel that contains a medical cannabis use. Separate permit for each medical marijuana use on a single parcel is also required in the ordinance. We have all cultivation 1,000 feet from a sensitive use and visual screening from sensitive uses. We also have visual screening from sensitive uses for other non-cultivation marijuana operations. We have a provision for consent to reasonable inspection for anybody getting a county permission to operate a commercial cannabis operation. We have a provision that all medical marijuana certificates and permits expire in 1 year and must be renewed. That mirrors the state law. And finally, we do have 30-foot setbacks for all outdoor mixed-light cultivation. So that's not everything that's in the ordinance, but I think I've covered the main points in this presentation in case there's questions about it, and as the board has additional questions, and myself, Mr. Dutchfeld, and Mr. Maurer can answer that.
Good afternoon, Good afternoon, Peter Maurer, Planning Director. I just want to touch on a couple of key zoning points. I think Julie covered most of it, but there are some fairly significant decisions that need to be made. We discussed this to some degree at the study session, and these have to do with the zoning for dispensaries, zoning for indoor cultivation, the type of permit required for outdoor cultivation, and the medical cannabis cultivation in the agricultural preserve zone. I'll start with dispensaries. One of the most significant changes is the recommendation that we increase the number of zones that dispensaries are allowed to be considered in, but increase the type of permit, up the level of permit to a conditional use permit rather than administrative use permit. We've had some difficulties in the past with the issue with down zoning, so that someone can create one specific zone of professional office in order to locate a dispensary, and it seems to be an ineffective way to limit the numbers of dispensaries if that is the desire of the board. It may be more appropriate to, if there's a desire to try to limit the numbers, to create a limitation based on geography, X number of dispensaries within a supervisorial district, for example. So if that is a concern, if we're getting too many dispensaries, I would recommend that we look at that aspect rather than trying to limit to a very narrow zone that's not equally distributed throughout the county. And what we're finding is that because of other restrictions, there just aren't any that are available for that use, and then requiring spot zoning and down zoning. We've dealt with that previously. The second issue I want to address is indoor cultivation. I've received some comments from individuals about the limit of indoor cultivation to just the industrial zones, M1, M2, and M4. There's a good argument either way to expand that into the C2 zone as well as to limit it from the C2 zone. I don't have a real strong feeling about that. I think it's appropriate for large-scale indoor cultivation to be an industrial zone, but our general commercial in a way serves as a light industrial as well. So I think that there could be a reason to extend that to the C2 zone, but I'll leave that up to public comments and your deliberation on that issue. You also requested at the last meeting that we have some input from the Ag Commissioner on cultivation in the Ag Preserve Zone on lands on Williamson Act. I have met with Kevin, he's in the audience, and I'm sure I'll have a chance to ask him questions, but the Department of Conservation, which oversees the Williamson Act, is working on regulations right now. At this point in time, we are recommending that it not be permitted because we just don't know what the effect of cultivation in the Williamson Act would be on Williamson Act contracts. I do know, however, I've been told that a number of property owners within the Williamson Act are currently cultivating, and so that will be an issue that we'll have to discuss today. The final issue is on my prior recommendation that a conditional use permit be required for the Class 2 and Class 3 type outdoor cultivation in most of the zones. I've thought about it some more, and knowing that we have somewhere in the range of maybe 500 or 800 cultivators out there, the thought of trying to process that number of conditional use permits just sort of staggers me. The other thought I have is that I don't know what we actually would gain from going through a lengthy permit process for outdoor cultivation as currently regulated by under the state scheme. I am currently recommending that we modify the chart so that the same type of zoning clearance certificate would apply where we have currently a conditional use permit on that chart. So if you turn to page 173 in your packet, it's under Article 2, 1793, 180, and it starts on the bottom of the page and goes over to the next page. The second to last and third to last column identify conditional use permit in all of those zones. And I am suggesting now that the zoning clearance requirement be the type of review that we do. We would still do an inspection. We would review that. So that is a fairly significant change from what we discussed at the last meeting. But I don't know what benefit we would gain from going through a conditional use permit for cultivation.
Can you clarify that, Peter? Are you talking about the residential ag rule, residential general forest, general ag 1, and
so in the cheat sheet that Julie passed out, on the first column, the last two rows, it shows the outdoor type 2 and 2B cultivation, 3 and 3B, and it's unclassified, the res ag, rural residential, general forestry, and A1. We show it listed as CUP, and I'm recommending that would be the zoning certificate.
Okay. Thank you.
With that, I think that ends our presentation. There are a few other minor edits that we have. If it is the intent today to adopt an ordinance, we want to go through and clean those up. But if we're going to not adopt an ordinance today, we can deal with that either through subsequent meeting or through the cleanup. So, do you have any further questions about?
I have another question. When you going back to the dispensaries, currently it's allowed in C2. Is that right?
Our current code allows it in the professional office CP.
CD. Okay, and is that an AUP or CUP process? AUP. And so your thoughts right now, I know before we opened it up, but your thoughts, you mentioned about we limit per supervisorial district. Can you repeat that?
That would only be something that if we decide there is a need to limit it. I know there's been some concern that by opening it up that we could have a plethora of dispensaries and it would undercut those that are existing and create a bunch of abandoned stores. You know, we don't regulate how many gas stations can go into a community. We don't regulate how many grocery stores. I think that the market will take care of itself as far as how many dispensaries a community can support. And rather than trying to regulate that in some way, I would prefer that be a product of the markets. But if there is a desire to regulate it, to limit the numbers of dispensaries that we have in our county, that would be a way that we could do it. I don't know what that magic number is. It's something we could certainly investigate if that's a desire of the board to move in that direction.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification.
You guys finished? Yeah. You okay? Okay, public comment, please. You guys have 3 minutes, and please try not to repeat what somebody else said.
Chaz Tomaszewski, Executive Director of the Calaveras Cannabis Alliance. First thing I want to say is thank you. We know that the timing of this issue is not convenient and that the work involved has been extreme. And we want to express our gratitude at the time and care that has been taken by all parties involved. You're going to hear today from some people who have many thoughtful questions and criticisms in regards to particular points of policy included in the draft ordinance. I want to make it clear that for most of us, our intention as a group is to approach these topics from a standpoint of respectful collaboration. Our desire is to work with the county to discuss not only things that we believe we need or deserve via this ordinance, but also the things that we are willing to compromise on in order to ensure the county is a safer, more prosperous place. Please know that our comments today represent a collaborative effort coming from a thankful place rather than a critical effort coming from a selfish one. In regards to the ordinance in general, while it is not perfect, it is solid. CCA understands that politics is compromise and that the interests of an industry are not more important than public safety or environmental protection. And from this standpoint, we believe that the county has done a good job considering the timeline involved. Although there are a couple things in the language of the draft that will make things quite difficult for certain members of our industry, there is nothing it contains that will make things downright impossible for anyone, and this is a good place to start. With that, I'd like to address some of the very few issues we see with the proposed draft ordinance. I will do so only briefly, as others will be discussing these issues in more detail. First and foremost is the requirement of CUPs and AUPs for commercial growing. It is our position that the cost of CUPs, when combined with other fees and taxes on the local and state levels, would be prohibitive for commercial growers. Additionally, the fact that these permits must process through the Planning Commission or Planning Director directly represents a bottleneck that certainly cannot handle hundreds of applications in just a few months. We also firmly believe the public posting requirement of these permits would be a massive barrier to voluntary enrollment, as during the transitional period of the new ordinance, wherein good policy has been implemented, but the presence of slowly dwindling crime still persists, the public posting of this information would leave growers irresponsibly vulnerable. Second is indoor growing being restricted to industrial zones. CCA agrees that indoor operations must involve appropriate water treatment and safe power supply. However, we propose that this problem could be more appropriately addressed by simply allowing indoor cultivators to grow in any zoning where outdoor growing is allowed and requiring indoor growers to install the necessary infrastructures to do their business rather than limiting them to zoning where this infrastructure already exists. Third is the ban of cultivation in ag preserves. At the very least, I understand the difficulties Mr. Maurer presented, but at the very least we believe it would be prudent to provide an exemption from the ag preserve cultivation ban for those that have begun the exit procedure, so we are not displacing some of our best and brightest. Lastly, I would like to address personal caregiver grows. The draft ordinance requires that patients undergo a criminal background check and other substantial processing, such as site plan submittal. If this is truly what the county requires to allow the existence of these grows, we ask that the county put the financial burden of these processes on the commercial growers of this county, so that we may bear this burden on behalf of the least able of our community. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Silvio. I'm from Calaveras County resident, and I'm here to talk to you about the Agricultural Preserve Program. According to the current ordinance draft, Calaveras cannabis cultivation is not permitted in agricultural preserve zoning. I believe this would exclude many county residents from obtaining permits. Considering removing property from an ag preserve can generally take up to 10 years, depending on the landowner's contract. I hope the board would reconsider this zoning to be allowed. Let's think about who's in ag preserve and who the current ordinance would exclude. It's people with large tracts of land. Ag preserves were created to preserve agricultural and open space lands by discouraging premature and unnecessary conversion to urban uses. It's people who are experienced and have been involved with agricultural activities in the past. It also tends to be people and old families who have been established in this county for many years and generations. The new laws designate cannabis as an agricultural product. I'm not aware of the reason ag preserve zoning is not allowed under the current county ordinance. But if it's because landowners who are in ag preserve contract pay less in taxes for contributing to the agricultural production under the Williamson Act, could there be an option to pay more until a contract expires, which could be up to 10 years depending on what they've been in, what kind of contract they've signed up with lately. I've spoken with other ranchers and large landowners who would be excluded under the current submitted ordinance. I myself am a fourth-generation Calaveras County resident whose family has been practicing sustainable agriculture here for over 70 years. And we want to continue to do so and have the opportunity to be part of this new agricultural industry of cannabis. Thank you.
Chair Edson,
Yes.
wouldn't it be appropriate to ask them to hold the applause? There's a lot of people that want to testify, and every time they do that, it slows the testimony down.
Yeah. You guys don't mind, please?
Maybe at the end of it, they can all give them a great big applause.
How will we know if we did good, though? Just joking. Mark Bolger, Mountain Ranch. I'd like to thank the board, county council, planning department. I think that this draft ordinance is a great start, especially given the short amount of time that it had to be put together. I think working under that March 1st deadline has been an arduous process for not only this county, but counties and cities across the state. I do have several issues I'd like to bring up with the draft ordinance, specifically Article 2, 17.93.180, which is page 173 of the agenda packet. I'm thrilled to hear that the planning director has offered some new insight on that. I'd like to add something to the arguments against a conditional use permit. A conditional use permit is completely redundant for operations that will comply with the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board enrollment in their cannabis cultivation waste discharge regulatory program. Calaveras Cannabis Alliance, since the inception of this program, has been active at the state level, speaking with these regulators on this. Trey Sherrill, who is one of the gentlemen spearheading this program out of the Reading office for the WQCB, has stated that the fees extracted from their program already cover the same environmental oversight at the state level that a conditional use permit seeks to address through fish and game fees. Because of this environmental oversight that's already being provided to us at a state level for participants in their program, I think that negates the need for a conditional use permit for people that have received a permit from the WQCB. Also, in conversations with Joshua Huntsinger, who is the Placer County Ag Commissioner, who under their ordinance was charged with the task of being in charge of the regulatory program. He personally feels, and he believes that the county will follow suit, that a conditional use permit doesn't lend itself to agricultural activity. The reason being that it's a very arduous process at the start, and there's a lot of oversight at the very beginning. But once it's been accomplished by the business, or farmer in this case, there's not a lot of additional oversight that's followed up. With conventional agriculture, the ag department will offer a operator ID number, pesticide use monitoring. I think that although that in our county it's going to be going through the planning department, that a zoning clearance certificate does make much more sense for operations that will be in compliance at a state level.
30 seconds.
Also, the Article 2, 17.93.200, subsection A, number 15, deals with well permits. Calaveras did not have an ordinance in place that required permitting for new well construction until 1998. Many parcels in the counties have well drilled prior to this mandate. I understand the need for a legal, environmentally sound irrigation supply, but the county must provide a way for farms with unpermitted wells to be in compliance with the proposed ordinance. Thank you.
Reed Buxton, Mountain Ranch. We realize there's many other issues facing the county right now deserving of your attention, so we thank you for all your time. Fortunately, even if and when the March 1st deadline is repealed, Calaveras is already poised to be ahead of the game, the legislative game. Having said that, allow me to make a few suggestions considering the draft ordinance. As it pertains to the patient-caregiver language in the draft, right now a resident can only cultivate for up to only 2 other patients in addition to him or herself. The Medical Marijuana Regulation and Safety Act allows for a patient-caregiver garden to include up to 5 patients. If you will stand by such strenuous hurdles such as Department of Justice background check for the individual cultivating, we should allow for the maximum number of patients to be provided for. In short, 2-patient limit should be changed to 5 patients. Another issue we would like to see changed in the ordinance relates to sensitive use areas. While CCA understands and respects the setbacks from daycares and churches, it's prudent language be introduced to support a cultivation site established first.
should a sensitive use area be created after the garden or farm already existed. This might be a relatively unlikely scenario, but there's nothing in the ordinance to make sure a state and locally compliant medical cannabis farm doesn't get shut down due to a neighbor trying to open a daycare or any other youth facility you're worried about. The ordinance also states violation of any of the rules set forth in the document may draw criminal penalties, including up to 6 months in jail. To our understanding, this means that a grower who has submitted all the paperwork, paid all the money, and gone through the process required by the county to be legitimate could face jail time. And this could be only if they fail to abide by one out of maybe 50 requirements. CCA believes this is highly unnecessary and completely counterproductive policy. CCA advocates for cannabis industry being regulated by like any other comparable industry: agriculture, botanical extraction, alcohol, transportation, and distribution. To our knowledge, nowhere else in the industries are these criminal penalties assigned to those who violate rules outside the purview of criminal activity. Again, I would like to reiterate my appreciation for the board and the county for taking this seriously. The direction of the county has been proactive and sincere. And in closing, I'd like to encourage you guys to keep asking questions, keep visiting and engaging your medical cannabis patient neighbors, and keep doing what's best for the county. Thank you.
Eric Williams, I'm a West Point resident. I just wanted to comment on one technical point in the bill. On page 167, it says that within 1 year of you passing the law, it goes into effect. That's number 3. And then on number 8, it says that to be in compliance, we need to have our state permits and our county permits. And then on page 171, it says again that for any of the use for the permit we're going to get, the use can only continue if we get the validation from the state. And I just wanted to clarify, the only permits we're going to have from the state is our water board and our BOE. There will be no state permits until probably, they're going to come out in 2018, but they won't be here probably until 2019. So for us to come into compliance with your law next year, you're requiring documents that aren't going to come out for 2 years after that point. So the only thing we're going to have for this upcoming year is our water board notice of intent and our board of equalization, and then with that we can come get a county permit. But that's all we're really going to have until 2 years. Then we can take those permits to the state and at that point bring it back. But how it's written right now is basically no activity would be legal in 1 year. Nobody would be able to get the permits to basically be legal. So just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Arthur Hodge. I represent a number of property owners and cultivators in the county. I spoke on the 22nd of December, perhaps you'll recall. I want to first start by thanking staff and county council for drafting something under the gun here that appears to be complete and ready for a couple of adjustments and for voting. I want to point out a couple of things I found just to make sure that they're noted. First of all, in section 1793-210E, there's a small typographical error. It refers to sensitive uses being in section 1791-060B, and that's incorrect. It should refer to section 1791-070D. Secondly, in the preamble, the introductory sentence of the ordinance, it states the purpose and intent, and there's a small adjustment to the wording I would suggest. The intent is not to limit and control the activity. The intent is to provide a comprehensive regulatory framework to comply with the guidelines given to us by the federal government. So to put in there a language that it's to regulate, not to limit and control, because the purpose is to license an activity, not to limit it or constrain it. The next point that I would to echo the comment of the previous speaker, that it will be a prerequisite in this ordinance as it's drafted to have a state license. But that's not possible. That creates a catch-22. The state license is not available until you have the local license. So to quickly identify where that can be remedied, that appears in all of the operational requirements sections of each of the 4 code sections. It's in Part B. Item number B says you have to have the state license first. That should simply be crossed out or put state license when it's available, because it's not expressly clear, and the license is not available yet at the state level. So it would be a moot activity to try to get a county license and have to have a state license that's not available. The final point that I would make is to simply echo what the planning director has stated, is that the conditional use permit process is too onerous of a proceeding to go through for the outdoor cultivation. And the most basic reason is manpower and resources to accomplish all of the reviews and to get it going and underway. It's creating just a full staffing bureaucracy to try and go through and process all that. I think that's the most practical reason, in addition to the other points that were made. I would urge the board to adopt the urgency ordinance while we have an opportunity to view it as an urgency. It's been properly prepared, and I thank you for your time in considering all this late in the day.
Greetings, members of the board. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I just have one simple issue. I'm very excited about the ordinance that we've seen so far. I think it's an excellent beginning, but I spoke on the 22nd about priority, and I'd like to talk about that briefly. Again, I hope that you support not only a taxed and regulated marijuana industry in Calaveras, but an industry that belongs to Calaveras. And I think that establishing priority for these people is a key part of that, to ensure that the people of this county will be able to get their licenses. I would request and hope that you would direct county council to try to find a way to retroactively approve of these people's lawful collectives without whittling away at your permissive zoning, which I understand you don't want to do. But if a way can be found to accomplish that, I hope that you would do so, because I think it would go a long way towards seeing to it that this industry remains in the hands of the people that have been working so hard to do this properly and to be taxed and regulated properly. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, board, or almost good evening. Bill McManus, Calaveras Project. Since it started raining ordinances Friday night late, we've had very little chance to get through all of it, try to figure out the ins and outs. I spent most of the weekend doing it, and there's some troubling contradictions or misstatements or linkages the way the ordinance is written. And if I could just highlight them very quickly. Since we're doing dispensary and cultivation, of course we've got in 1793-180, there is a possibility that for dispensary licenses and other things, that there could actually be 1 acre grows of marijuana in rural residential areas. Now further on in the code it talks about there only being 25% of a parcel can be cultivated. That's 11,000 square feet of marijuana on 1 acre. And that could be included, it's not disallowed, into the CUP, in rural residential. And that seems to be totally inappropriate. The overreach here is kind of amazing, and I don't know if it was on purpose or a mistake. In other areas on 93-10, number E or letter E, the area of cannabis cultivation shall be located as shown on the application site plan, set back 30 feet. Now, I thought before we were talking about the stench of marijuana and how to protect neighbors from the smell. And now we're talking about a 30-foot setback. Well, that's not going to protect anyone from the public nuisance of the smell. Of course, they have the sensitive use and all that. As we move on, awful lot to get to here. In 1793-80, license types and locational requirements. We see an expansion of, let's see, this would be, other than dispensaries, we start moving into C2. I don't know what they're going to do about distributing and transportation, manufacturing. There's nothing in there about explosion or explosive controls. In H, there's no site security described. Okay. We get to the dispensaries. What is particularly troubling is now there's an expansion or a potential expansion of marijuana dispensaries in C2, or C1, C2, as well as M4 and the CP, which means that C1 and C2 is just commercial property. And given the circumstances, if you have grows, you can put a dispensary almost anywhere. the proliferation of dispensaries in this county would be limitless if you allow C1 and C2. CP was put in Ordinance 2830 for the express reason of trying to control the number of dispensaries in Calaveras County so that it wasn't in every strip mall and on every street corner. And this ordinance violates the spirit of 2830 when it comes to the dispensary. So I know I'm out of time. Boy, it's tough to work 3 days and get 3 minutes, but I urge the board to vote no on this ordinance. Let it settle, bring it back, take a better look at it when you have more time. There's too much wrong with it. It sets too many precedents, and I think it's set up for abuse. And now we hear the very industry that was once begging to pay money is flocking over how onerous the CUP is, when that is used to protect the citizens. It's used to protect the land. It's used to protect our neighborhoods. And now they don't want to do it.
Thank you, Bill.
So please say no. Thank you.
Vicky Renke, Angels Camp, Calaveras County residents. I have to say that I was really disappointed to see that the Calaveras County regulations are just following right along with the new Medical Marijuana Regulations and Safety Act, which is a pretty extensive regulatory system that who knows if it'll ever become possible to even implement. And this new legislation takes the original intent of the Prop 215 passed in 1996 and the SB 420 that made legal the use of medical marijuana for chronically ill patients. That's what we voted for. It also allowed for very small personal growths and small nonprofit co-ops to grow for patients. I think everybody agreed with that. Now this new law is now legalizing commercial grows with some very complicated rules and regulations that may be impossible to implement. The new law comes with a caveat, and that is every city and county has the right to write their own regulations and rules to meet their city and county needs. And we can be more restrictive than the state law that was written. It is my educated guess that the caveat is how the legislation was able to pass all the houses out of the state, because they did add that caveat into the bill so that people who saw the problems coming with all this could say, well, the counties can take care of themselves. They'll come up with their own ordinance. And so we agree that this is an okay bill. And it's a small minority of people who live in Calaveras County that have chronic illness and are in need of medical marijuana. Yet you want to approve an activity that can affect the entire community. The entire community will pay for the increase in policing, the increase in code enforcement that will be needed to monitor the commercial grows, manufacturing, test, distribution, transportation, and dispensary that will be added in our county under these regulations. What about the rest of the community that does not use marijuana or who want their children not to use marijuana? What about them? What message does this send to our youth that see commercial grows into dispensaries all over our county? Sadly, marijuana is still illegal in the state of California, and it's definitely illegal in the United States. You have to remember that. It has not been legalized for recreational use. And so I have a request, and I will request that each supervisor today explain to the public your rationale for approving these recommended ordinances that would allow commercial grows, manufacturing, testing labs, distribution, transportation, and dispensing of medical marijuana in Calaveras County. I think that you owe that to the public. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Barbara Zelmer. I'm a lowly person here. I'm a sixth-generation native Motherlodian, and I know for a fact in the Bible it says, let the weak eat of herb, and those that do not to judge those that do. But as a person with only one kidney, I am not able to take the oxycodone or the codeine or the other medicine because my kidney cannot digest it. I can drink the tea, and I did work very hardly 18 years ago to get it put on the ballot, and I'm grateful that I've been able to use this medicine. I would not be alive now to be with my children still if I had not helped with this and got it passed. And I, as a little lowly person, I don't have a problem putting a few seeds in my garden and harvesting. I'm not a commercial grower, and I feel for everyone who has to deal with the rules and regulations. But it was the Compassionate Use Act, and it was meant to make it easy for people to have it. So someone like me who wants to grow my own seeds, plant my own, sometimes I might need help with it as I get older. And in that situation, someone who, say, has cancer, they have 3 months to live. They don't have all that year to grow their crop. They have to go to dispensary. I've gone to a dispensary myself. So I see the need for it, and I see the need to regulate it, but I don't see the need to over-regulate it, because if you say want to have one on every strip mall, if the market's not there, it won't bear it. So there's no fear of over-inundating our county with too much marijuana. When the federal government went to test it for the use of cancer treatment, the reason why they couldn't, stated in the law books, there was a shortage of it, and that's why they couldn't test it. Now, I see with, like, my land, I had 37 acres when I first bought the land. It was zoned forestry and classified. Then it changed to vineyards, and I thought, I'm never going to cut these old heritage oaks and big sugar pines bigger than you could hug. And now that the fires come through and I have 100% mortality on my 37 acres, I wouldn't mind maybe hiring the homeless in migrant cabins to grow marijuana. I mean, look at it. Thank you. No applause. I want to cause any trouble. I'm a lowly little person. I don't want any trouble. But it was the Compassionate Use Act, and hopefully we can all work together as a community to monitor and keep everyone safe and still provide for those who need. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Edwin Broyo. I'm from Angels Camp. I'd like to touch on a few things the last speakers just talked about with security and everything else, and talking about theft. And the thing is if you live in your neighborhood, you should know your neighbor. It shouldn't be that you have to have an address stating what you are. The people that you live around, your surroundings, they know who you are. I could give you the name of every next door neighbor who lives next to. And about the commercial use of it. When we first started growing as a Prop 215, and it was for personal, it was about it. And now with this commercial issue that's come up, this is what we're doing this for, is for the people who can't provide this kind of service for themselves. People who are sick, people who can't maintain their garden, don't have the funds to go out and plant, don't have the funds to do an indoor grow system, don't have the funds to do these kinds of things, but need their medication. And then I wanted to touch on the zoning a little bit. From what I'm reading here, for an indoor grow, you're talking about doing commercial on certain square feet. How much commercial residency do you guys see around here? There's not much. And so when you talk about something that's over 5,000 square feet, the person who has 200 acres has no problem to be able to maintain something like that in a residential area and not have any kind of consequence from it, because they have the property there. It's not a nuisance to their next door neighbor. And a lot of property is like that. There's a lot of 20, 40 acre parcels around here. And it's the same with a lot of that. I feel that if you guys are going to break things into commercial, there should be a little bit more insight on that, let alone just saying that if you have 5,000 square feet that it's a commercial grow. The other thing is that you guys are talking about that you want this away from the public eye. Well, by putting in a grow in a commercial area, what are you doing? You're throwing it on the strip. This is what it is. Here it is. The other thing I was looking at is a few of the stipulations for an indoor grow, an 8-foot fence, gate, and lock system. Well, if you're growing inside your house or inside of a warehouse or a shop, what do you need an 8-foot fence around to secure something that's already in a secure area? Those are the few topics that I wanted to touch. Thank you very much for your time.
Hello, my name is Jim Backbone. I just want to remind everybody of one key thing. The work of all the people here really does not dictate how you choose to educate and inform against or for medical cannabis. So the folks that are having large issues or the folks that are for this 100% both have to consider how they educate the youth, the people growing into this industry. It's an important thing that we've kind of forgot. But it is important because we don't want people misusing something that they think they're getting a benefit or misusing something that they shouldn't be using. So I just want to bring that. Thank you.
Just one quick thing, Marty Crane. I was going to ask about the indoor patient grows, why you'd need an 8-foot fence, and how that would work if you were in an apartment or a duplex or something. Just a question. And then outdoor lighting, we haven't mentioned it in these conversations, but in our planning and over the years, we're very concerned about a lot of the reason why people come to Calaveras County and the foothills is for the dark skies. And I'm wondering how we're addressing the outdoor lighting to protect our dark skies. Thank you.
All right.
Hi, Tom Liberty. Like everybody already said, or a lot of folks always said, amazing what's happened so quickly with this, and thank everybody that's been working on it. I wanted to respond just for a second about some of the concerns I've heard, because it reminded me that I wanted to remind you that I really believe that this is really an economic issue. I grow cannabis. I've been growing cannabis for about 6 years. Despite the way I look, I don't use cannabis. It doesn't mean that I don't approve of cannabis. To me, that's up to somebody else whether they want to use it or not. But approving and establishing a sound economic policy for a county that kind of looks like it's about to go under, I mean, I would have advocated it for before the fire anyway. But I don't think you can knock the legs out from under this industry and have the fire happen at the same time and not have it be just total devastation. I guess what I'm trying to say is this isn't about personally approving of cannabis use. I'm not even sure that even really enters in. I mean, it certainly doesn't really enter into the equation for me. It's about what's best for the county, and it's about what's best for the county as a whole, and what's best for the people that are here, trying to keep people here, trying to stay vital, trying to keep Calaveras County, and still be able to call it home. So, just for everybody that's got to vote on this personally, to me, voting on this you're not telling people, oh, go smoke a joint. You're just making a decision about what's best for the county.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Kowchuk. I live in 43 Dogtown Road in Angels Camp. Been there for 30 years. And I'm not here to talk about guidelines. Don't know much about them. I'm just here to support this industry. And I've been affiliated with them off and on for about a year now. And I'm just here to say that I've found them to be very conscientious, caring. They're careful. They're involved in our community. I see them involved with their kids at school. They contribute. And so I support them. And on a second note, there's always a debate on whether this is a medicine or not. And I come from a family that has a long lineage of cancer. And I can go back as far as 1979 and tell you that it is a medicine. It works. Or at least it helps. I had a grandfather fighting lung cancer. And halfway through his treatment, he was ready to give up. And a friend of ours told us, this stuff works. You got to give it a try. And he was a Puritan. He didn't drink. And convincing him that smoking pot was going to fix anything was a hard one. But he was dying, so we were able to convince him to give it a try. And I don't know the science behind this. All that I know is it worked. He was able to start to keep his food down, and he got through the rest of his treatments and lived another 5 years. So that's all I got to say today. Thank you.
Ronaldo Brolio, Angels Camp area. I'm here to basically ask the council to make sure that they give this due deliberation and the extent. I think there's a lot of factors involved in this. As an electrician licensed contractor for over 40 years here in the county, I wire a lot of indoor grow type of things, okay? I do see a lot of outdoor grows as well. There's a basic large economic value to this as part of this county, and I think it does help support this county to a great deal. I think there's got to be some measures. I run cattle on the side. As to the construction business as well, and in leasing ground, 10, 15 years ago when it wasn't really basically legal and it was looked on in a different light, we had people running all over what the grounds that I lease and et cetera that were running tubes off of the hill, carving out of the manzanita pile and putting their grow in. We have a lot of really good tax-paying citizens here for numerous reasons, medical, give it whatever you want, but they're basically all good people, and I think that we need to help the commerce of this county. I think we need to take care of these people that are here for whatever their reasons are. I don't think any of them are here to ask for anything that is just blanket statement wide open. I think they all would appreciate some regulations to it so that we don't end up with a black market type of thing where there is nothing written down or done. So that's my feeling on where they're at as well. Thank you.
Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. My concern is very basic. Medicine for the people that need it, the patients. I cared for a gentleman that had epileptic seizures and used medical marijuana, not as smoking, but as in a pill form to help control his seizures. He then suffered from brain cancer and had to undergo chemotherapy and radiation. The medicine helped in his sleeping patterns as well as the nausea, and it allowed him to continue to have a healthy appetite. And I'm looking at the first part, and it says personal cultivation. It says for self only and only at patient's own residence. And the lady spoke before about the people that live in small apartments. How are they going to be able to maintain a grow when they have no property? The other thing is about when we talk about the caregiver cultivation, I'm asked, and I don't have the 100-page document, that must allow for inspection of records like commercial uses. If that's outlined, what the inspection would be and what the records need to be maintained. And once again, I'm concerned about providing the medicine for the people that suffer from various ailments. And that's my concern. Thank you.
Hello, Jed Richardson, Mountain Ranch. I'm a realtor in Mountain Ranch, and I wanted to address the section 17.93210L, which states that a lawful permanent dwelling must exist on either the parcel containing the cultivation site or a contiguous parcel. I'd just like to point out that there's many dwellings they're lived in as residences and taxed as such, that for whatever reason are unpermitted at this point. Within the county, perhaps they're older residences, there's no building department prior to a certain date. But I'd like to have a liberal interpretation of lawful dwelling in this case. Another section that concerns me slightly and maybe is addressed is that Section 17.93320, nuisance and violations, page 185. It is unlawful and a violation of this chapter for a person to permit a public nuisance to exist upon a real property. I just want it understood that by following all these regulations with the setbacks and standard agricultural practices, that the issue of smell is adequately addressed, odors are adequately addressed, and they're protected by right to farm. Thank you.
Hello again, Dustin Peterson. I would also like to commend the board on their actions taken so far. It has been a lot of work. It's amazing that you came up with something in this amount of time that we can work with. I'm a second-generation cannabis farmer. I have a family of 5, and I wanted to address the permanent dwelling issue and also the issue in section 17.93.240, paragraph M. I'll start first with the residency or the dwelling requirement. Although the permanent dwelling requirement seems a logical step in the right direction, it might have some serious negative effects on our immediate recovery effort as a community. It has been said many times, but I'll say it again, many farmers, including myself, were burned out by the fire. It seems unreasonable to expect all of them to have a house built in time for planting season or even by next year. The cleanup crews won't be done for some time, and the road devastation is only going to slow things down for people to try to rebuild. I can tell you with great certainty that I will be nowhere near having a finished dwelling by this spring, and it would be nothing short of a miracle that I would have one finished by next. We should not risk driving farmers out with such a costly requirement at this time. Governor Jerry Brown signed an executive order to allow people to reside in temporary housing for a period of at least 3 years in order to recover and hopefully rebuild. I respectfully ask the board today to show their compassion for farmers like myself by not including the residency requirement in our local ordinance for 3 years as well. I meant to say dwelling requirement. The section 17.93.240M states that minors shall not be allowed on any portion of the premises where marijuana is located. Again, I'm second generation, and as often the case in agriculture, the skills are passed down through generations. Traditionally, farming is a family practice. Our farm, we try to be as sustainable as possible. We have chickens, goats, rabbits, cats, dogs. They all do their part on the farm. The most important aspect of this model is my family. We all do our part as well. The young children fetch the eggs, feed the goats, while the older children help learn to farm themselves.
30 seconds.
There are many new, and also that's kind of the old school version, but there are many new and emerging cultivation techniques that are similar for indoor farming as well. Hydroculture systems that incorporate fish, warm bed, shrimp, as well as the diversity of plant species. All of these could safely involve family members as long as there is adult supervision around the actual cannabis. What I'm asking now is not that we allow children to be allowed to run unsupervised around cannabis, but simply allow us to continue family farming practices. I'd like to change it from minors shall not be allowed on any portion of the premises where marijuana is located to no unaccompanied minors shall be allowed on any portion of the premises where marijuana is located. Thank you.
Hello, my name's John. I'm from Valley Springs. I'm a new resident of this county, or relatively. I haven't been a lifetimer here. I moved here a couple of years ago with exactly this day in mind. I came here to be a cultivator, and I've got a few comments on this. I want to thank you guys because, unlike a lot of other boards in the state, you haven't had a knee-jerk reaction of banning outright immediately, so thank you for your consideration. I'd like to second the people who've been talking about clearance for cultivation types. I think the conditional use is just too restrictive. I do have a problem with the zone clearance for personal cultivation. I'd like to see that some amendment on that because personal people have a right under Prop 215 to grow, and I don't want to see any unreasonable restrictions placed on them. I think reasonable restrictions are fine. Another issue is the permitting. As far as I know, maybe the council can correct, but I believe the state law says the local permits have to be acquired first. So if that's the case, then how do we get our permits? Like someone said, it's a catch-22. The other thing, I was very curious, I can't understand why a nursery is only allowed in these zones that you've allowed them in instead of on the same zones that commercial cultivation are allowed. I don't understand the reasoning behind that, since in cultivation you do almost all of the same things you do in a nursery, just on a more limited scale. And that's all about all the comments I have. Just to answer the one person's question, you talked about extracting explosions. I've been researching this a lot. The state rules will very much require that any building that's doing extraction has appropriate safety measures in place. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Larry Bridges, and even though you request me not do so, myself personally, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you for your work and your efforts on this issue. There are a few things that I just want to point out. I mean, I think you came up with a great draft. I think there's some areas that need to be addressed, to be looked at a little harder. But facts are that you're in the right direction. You know, it's amazing what's happened with this whole concept of medical marijuana. We'll start with that. You know, I can remember back when I was a teenager, there's a whole lot of people probably still in federal penitentiaries today for as little as an ounce. I can remember I had a brother-in-law who went to prison for an ounce of marijuana. He was 18 years old. And things have changed. There are those that oppose it. They had opposed it originally when the medical marijuana laws were imposed. They were in here arguing, and these are the same types of people that are still showing, oh, no, they don't need it. There's no medical research and so forth to support it. We're way past that. We're there. I'm not going to even address that issue. There's a couple of things I do want to point out because I'm surprised it hasn't happened yet, and that's people talking about the security aspect and the crime factor. And I'd like to just quickly go over a couple of statistics. First off, I will say I think I would ask you to take another look at this 8-foot fencing. I mean, I'm assuming the intent is for security reasons, but I'd ask you to look at that. And what I'm going to do is just quote a few issues here. First off, let's talk about robberies. Robbery is a theft of a person by use of force or fear. The necessary elements of the crime are specific intent, theft from a person, and by the use of force or fear. Banks. People normally think of robbery originally as banks. Well, 2.1% of the robberies are to banks. Retail gas stations, 8.3%. Most robberies occur on our streets today at 44.5%. Home invasion, 3.3%. 2006 FBI Uniform Crime Report indicates that there were 447,403 robberies. That's one robbery per minute in the United States. The highest states that were affected by that were the Western United States at 38.3%. The weapon of choice was a firearm, 42.2%, knives, 8.6%. According to NBC News, the Denver Police Department have indicated that, and let's address it. In 2009, there was 17% of the marijuana dispensary stores were robbed or burglarized, which is slightly less than liquor stores, which are at 20%, or pharmacies and banks, which are 34%.
Okay,
I'm sorry, Cliff.
Sorry, time's up.
My time's up already? No warning? Thank you.
They actually warned you. Probably couldn't hear.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any more public comments? Oh, I guess not. One time. One time, please. Okay. All right, let's bring back to the board. So we have board comments. Anybody want to start?
Well, first I want to congratulate and thank County Council. On December 22nd, we asked them to come back with a very challenging project, and they did that. That's been 35 days. There were major holidays, and that doesn't include Christmas Eve or New Year's Eve, but they still managed to get this back to us. That being said, there were some things said by presenters that really strike home with me. One asked for an explanation as to why we would vote yes on this, and I think that's a fair request. And the other, somebody brought up that we should have due deliberation of this. Last Wednesday, I fired up my little iPad, and it wasn't loaded yet. Thursday, it wasn't loaded yet. And Friday by noon, it wasn't loaded yet. I've only had this since Friday evening. Saturday, I was booked up already. Sunday, I started to look at it, and Monday, I was looking at it with a lot more, not concern, but a lot closer. I would like to ask this to come back a week from today in an urgent meeting. Because I honestly, I don't know how anybody could have studied this completely. It is, this was a 400-page agenda, and a quarter of that was the marijuana ordinances that were studied. I'm not asking that the urgency ordinance be dropped. In the meeting a week from today on Tuesday would be an urgent meeting.
I would just clarify, I'm not going to be here the next 2 weeks. So if the board wants to have additional time to discuss this, what I would propose is that we get additional direction on some of the issues that may have been brought up today, maybe what different directions the board would like to give us based on staff recommendations, Mr. Mao recommendations, and have us agendize it for the end of February for consideration. At that point, that would allow you additional time, and we would work on any changes that you gave us, any direction you gave us today, and get that draft out as soon as possible. Again, the other thing is that if AB 21 is passed in the next 10 days or up until the end of February, once the March deadline is lifted, if it is, we don't have to worry about an urgency ordinance, and we would go through the normal process of taking it to the Planning Commission first rather than bringing it back to the board.
Well, from what I could read, I'm pretty sure the urgency ordinance is, or the March 1st deadline is going to be lifted. But even if it wasn't, the state is no more prepared to deal with this on March 1st than any other organization. They would have a hard time. If we were to make a good faith effort towards doing something, I don't believe that they would.
My only hesitation is that the March 1 deadline, if it's lifted, that would remove the urgency for having it be an urgency ordinance.
Well, that's why I'm asking for next Tuesday.
I don't see, why don't we give it more time than next Tuesday? I mean, if we're going to...
Well, I mean, I want to be able to read all this and compare it to AB2, that has already come before us. When we had our December 22nd meeting, I spent a week and a half studying the legislation that had been passed. This just was not enough time to decide on something that literally is going to change the landscape.
When are you going to come back?
I will be back the week.
2 weeks after?
Yes. Let me see. I can give you the update. And just so the board knows, my office is incredibly impacted right now with the asphalt plant coming to the board on the 9th. So just so you know, this is something that that we because I'm not going to be here the 1st through the 12th. I'll be back on, and then the 15th is a county holiday. All county offices are closed, I believe, on the 15th. So I would be returning on the 16th.
All right, so, I mean, but at the very least, if we had this again, and we had more time than just a few hours, we could probably list what we think maybe our suggestions are, jot them down, and then come back when you come back to go through all of that and do something like that. That way we aren't stalling or stopping, we're just continuing, because last night, I think it was at 7 or 8 o'clock, Julie was still shooting stuff to us.
And again, I guess what I would hope for is if we come back at the end of February, in order for it to be an urgency ordinance, there has to be an urgent reason, such as a deadline that we're up against. And if this one is no longer...
Let's make March 1 the deadline. You're going to be back 2 weeks before the end of March 1.
We can't impose a deadline on ourselves. This would be a state-mandated deadline. So if AB 21 is passed and that state-mandated deadline is lifted, then the urgency is no longer on us. So then we would take whatever direction you give us either today, or we could do another study session at the end of February, regardless, get it its additional direction, and then take it through the Planning Commission rather than having it adopted as an urgency ordinance.
Are there legal conditions that you have to make findings for to make it an urgency ordinance?
Yes.
And could you just say, well, it's this is it's getting on the growing season, so there's going to be already people out there doing this type of activity, so we want to make sure that we're we know what's going to be in place. The urgency that certainly seems pretty urgent to me.
Just to address some of the legal requirements for an urgency ordinance, it generally has to be health and safety based. If you look at the staff report and you look at the findings that supported the urgency ordinance in the draft before you'll see the type of factors that would give rise to an urgency. And here is a combination of health and safety concerns about unregulated marijuana commercial activities combined with that March 1st deadline. And I do agree with Ms. Stedfeld that I definitely second her recommendation that we have about 10 days, at which point the governor will determine whether or not he's going to sign AB 21. If that happens, there's no need to rush it through as an urgency ordinance. We could have it as a regular ordinance. We could have study sessions. We would have time to get more input from the board and planning commission as well. And from the public as well. And so if we came back on the 26th with perhaps a study session right before the board meeting to get additional board input, we would still, in the off chance that March 1st deadline is not lifted, we would still be able to have some skeleton ordinance. It doesn't have to even itself be permanent. Go through on that last board meeting before March 1st.
At this point, if a vote were to be called now, I would vote no. For the last 5 to 6 days, I've had numerous contacts from my constituents in my districts. And those are involving actions by property owners that are evicting long-time businesses to set up some type of indoor grow or outdoor growth in anticipation of this ordinance. We have to take the time to research this properly.
I have to say I heard that too, and I did not hear from Supervisor Oliveira.
So if that's the case, then if there's additional direction the board would like to give us to modify what's been presented today, we can, hear that, bring it back on February 23rd. That would allow you some additional time between now and February 23rd to digest this, and we can do some of the cleanup issues that the public brought up, as well as any direction that the board gives us today, and present that to you on the 23rd. And by then we will know whether it has to be, whether it would just be really a study session to get direction from the board and then take it to the Planning Commission versus bringing it forward as an urgency ordinance because by then we would know if AB 21.
So you're saying that we have to go through everything in here and give you direction on modifications?
I guess what I would be looking for is there anything based on the things that you heard today from the public, what you've heard from Director Maurer, that you would want to change from the direction you gave us on December 22nd, excuse me.
Well, I certainly have questions.
Yeah,
You want to be here till midnight? Yes. Because I'll tell you right now, if I go through all of this and give you my modification, you'll be here till midnight.
And I just wanted to remind Chair Edson, it's 5 o'clock and you wanted to be out of here by 4:30.
I have a variety of issues that need to be thoroughly investigated I am not in agreement with. And to be quite fair to Mr. Maurer, he's done an excellent job. You folks have done a wonderful job. But the zoning issue regarding dispensaries is not acceptable in my position. You cannot change those zoning requirements that we've already looked at. That's just one of many issues that I have.
Well, there has to be some kind of protection for existing businesses, because I heard what Supervisor Oliveira brought up too, and honestly, it's disturbing where existing businesses feel they're under threat right now to be evicted to make room for indoor grows because the profitability of it is much greater than what their current tenants will get. And I don't know if there's a way to protect that. And then the other thing that I've heard too, residential property is being snapped up next to other residential property to become grows. And I don't have the answer or the direction for that at this moment. I want to be able to go through these very carefully. I was impressed to listen to our planning commission, how they go through things word for word. I did not do that with this. And that the importance of this bothers me. I didn't have the time to do that.
Okay, I will. So again,
You're the lawyer.
I am not going to be here for the next 2 weeks. We have, like I said, the asphalt plant before the board on February 9th. We can bring this back if you want to hold a special meeting just for this item. But between the regular board hearings, which are February 9th and February 23rd, that would be the week of the 15th. Certainly we can bring this item back for further discussion. I suspect we will know by then about AB 21. You've heard a lot of public testimony today. You've heard some recommended changes from Director Maurer. If you don't want to give further direction at all, then we can not modify this in any way, shape, or form until we come back at either a special meeting or on February 23rd for additional.
I have a question for you. How long have you guys been doing this here? For a month or so, right?
Medical marijuana?
No, this ordinance right here.
This ordinance right here was drafted pursuant to the direction we got on December 22nd.
December 22nd. Okay. All right. So I've had since Friday to go through it. And last night I was receiving emails last night for cheat sheet, so I wouldn't have to go through it all.
Okay, so then why don't we come back on February 23rd for additional direction?
Well, that's what I was going to say. If no one wants to come back on the 16th, let's do the 23rd. Will give us a chance to deliberate what you have done.
So during that period of time, maybe we can go through it and filter concerns, and maybe can we do that?
Certainly, each board member can talk to us. We can't. The board as a whole can.
I know we can't as a whole, but we can send stuff to you guys, right?
If you have concerns, you can make us aware of those things. Yes. You have great.
Are you sure? Emails you sent me last night, 3.
So, is this the 23rd will be back, or did you want to do a special meeting the week of the 15th?
Hold the board.
I would like to come back in a special day and time just for this issue because our agenda is packed for February. And you can see right now, these folks have been waiting all day. So I would suggest a special meeting on the 16th. Meanwhile, you know, I had an opportunity to review a lot of these things, and it was asked earlier about, you know, how I would vote or what my direction is going in. We looked at this back in April as a board and weren't able to make a decision then because there were so many things that are out there. It was very fluid at the time. And so because we didn't make a decision in April, things progressed until we were hearing about the state laws that were going into effect in, I forget when it was, October, November. And, you know, got a lot of heat for not taking activity back in March, April of last year because of the growing season and what it means to our community, etc. So in December, we had a good meeting with giving input and direction to staff, and I commend staff for coming together with these ordinances and seeking, you know, advice from other counties and so on and so forth to come together where we are today. I believe that the longer we wait on this, we're going to find ourselves a year, like we did last year in April, with the growing season upon us. And, you know, again, we're not going to have really clear direction for our staff, our sheriff's department, our community, growers, etc., to move ahead one way or the other. So I would say that we need to meet sooner rather than later, and I would encourage, you know, lots of discussion and questions that we have to put it out there so that we can have a better meeting on the 16th of February. We've heard some comments today, some comments to give a little bit more food for thought. We don't want to be quick about this, but I believe that there was some good information today for consideration to go into this ordinance. I'm looking for a regulation to regulate this. This industry is here. It has been for quite some time, and it's been unregulated, and now we have a chance to regulate it on a local level. I'm looking for the opportunity to generate a positive environment, both fiscally and environmentally, and to make it safe for our community. So I, too, you know, Peter, you made the recommendation from the CUP to AUP. I tend to agree with that process. I think it'll just bog down and you know, we'll have, I don't think you can ever process as many as yes applications as we think that may be out there. And, you know, there's some language fine-tuning that I see that in regards to the personal and caregiver cultivation. I, too, question the fencing in some areas. I question whether or not a caregiver personal grower needs that background check. So, you know, those are things that I'd like to be able to discuss more on the 16th to give staff direction. And again, we may hear it again the following Tuesday. But if we're able to meet on that day and just hear this particular issue, I think that might help all the way around.
So what I understand is a special meeting on the 16th, and the subject to be agendized for the 23rd also. Is that what we're talking about?
At this point, it sounds like Supervisor Ponte is wanting to have a special meeting on the 16th to further give direction, and then we can certainly meet back on the 23rd. The 23rd is a regular board meeting. So what I'm hearing from Supervisor Ponte is she would like an additional special meeting specifically for this, for a dedicated day for this.
I agree with that, and I said that earlier, and I still agree with that. Actually, I was looking at even earlier than that, but I'd like to see that we have a meeting dedicated to it, and one way or the other we wrap this up.
I mean, I'm okay for next Tuesday as well.
She can do it.
I know.
So, I'm good with the 23rd as a regular meeting to discuss it.
I do have a question, though. So, what you're telling me, even though I think that we could find reasons for it to be urgent, but you're the lawyer, so I'll go with what you tell me. If the governor signs this bill to eliminate the March 1st deadline, we cannot, as a board, pass an urgency ordinance. Therefore, no matter what we do, it's going to go back to Planning Commission, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
That's where we would like direction. Then keep in mind, an urgency ordinance is just that. It's an urgency ordinance that's intended to be more temporary in nature. It's not a permanent ordinance. So even if this board were to adopt this today as an urgency ordinance, we would still have to take a permanent ordinance through the regular chain of the Planning Commission and then to the board for a permanent ordinance.
And so what it seems like is going to happen if things work in Sacramento. Who knows about Sacramento? But it looks like they're going to pass that before we come back on the 16th, or by the 16th. So, I mean, maybe we want to wait till the 23rd, just so we have that extra time to know what's happening at the state level.
I would agree with Supervisor Wright. CAO Ryan, can you define the requirements of a special meeting? I mean, is it called under what circumstances?
The board can choose to, I mean, just like when the board decided to go and have meetings every week for the Butte Fire update, that's a choice of the board. When we talk about an emergency meeting, we're talking about a 24-hour notice meeting, or
special meeting requires 24-hour notice under the Brown Act, where a regular meeting, all the notice be 72 hours in advance.
Oh, so a special meeting requires 72 hours.
A special meeting is 24, regular 72.
Okay.
Special meeting is basically outside of the regular
meeting schedule.
So the regular meeting schedule is the second and the fourth Tuesday of every month.
We don't have to hold a special meeting right now.
Right.
And then come back on a regular meeting with the results of that. Right? On the 23rd. We can decide to hold a special meeting right now on the 16th. And then come back on the 23rd for a regular meeting and let her rip.
Certainly. Let her rip. Okay.
We can also approve something on the 16th.
It's an actual item. But we're going to most likely be at a different place when we're going to know, we're going to be mandated by the state. And they're going to make a decision. It does matter because we can't pass an urgency measure. So I mean, basically, then we'd be giving direction. But we still have until the deadline date, don't we? Until the don't we still have until the deadline date?
No, but if March deadline is lifted, if AB 21 is passed, then it's longer.
Okay. Then we're not under an emergency.
We can't do an urgency ordinance on them.
Yes.
Even though I want to do it.
So in other words, if we were able to find out and get information that AB 21 passes, that removes any type of requirement to have anything done in a timely, expedited fashion. If we do receive information that AB 21 does not pass, or is going to be delayed or something, we could then call an emergency meeting with 24 hours notice, or special meeting, right, and address that issue then. Is that possible?
Special meeting is 24-hour notice. Keep in mind, February 23rd is already a regular board meeting, so that's going to be there, and we can anticipate and plan that if AB 21 does not pass, we will kind of have an idea between now and then whether it will or not. If it doesn't look like it's going to pass, we can agendize it for the 23rd. So it's not it wouldn't be a special emergency or special meeting. We can put it on the regular board meeting on the 23rd for action, pending the further direction on the 16th at a special meeting. Yes. Yes, we could. The 16th the 16th as a special meeting. It could be an action item. It could be a study session for direction. I suspect, based on what the board has been saying now, because you have concerns with what is presented, if we don't have additional direction to change it, I suspect you're going to have some direction for staff on the 16th to modify it in some way, shape, or form.
And we'll be ready by the 23rd then for action.
It can be, yeah.
I mean, realistically, I know we're in a very crisis situation in your office, and especially planning. If we do decide to modify on the 16th, would it be ready for a presentation and vote on the 23rd, regular meeting?
We will have to make that work if AB 21 does not pass. Yes,
If it does not pass.
it does not pass.
If it does pass, we have time.
Yes.
And if we do nothing today in giving you direction, we have kind of like done nothing for 3 weeks on this.
I wouldn't say done nothing because...
Really?
You mean but between now and the 16th?
If we don't give you direction.
There would be nothing done on the ordinance between now and the 16th unless the board gives us direction to modify it in some way, shape, or form.
So we can still feed them that information
Except
between
for
now and the 16th?
clerical errors or cleanups that are clearly Scribner's errors.
Mm-hmm. I'd like to do it now.
We could do a few.
Let's pull the board then, because
I mean, some direction to at least allow some additional research on
Chairman, do you
Of
have a
these
prior
items.
commitment that you're late for?
we
I know I am.
Yes. So, but that's not the reason. The reason is because I would like to go through this in a more thorough fashion.
Correct.
You know, and running through this thing like this, it's not going to be a favorable thing. And you know, and I wanted to give this a lot of thought. I want to make sure that we do it in. It's a very meaningful thing for a lot of people, and I want to make sure we can give them that due diligence. So, I honestly, I mean, I went through some of it, but I didn't go through all of it, and I couldn't. There wasn't enough time. So when I get a board packet, usually if we get on Wednesday, 500 pages, I can do that pretty good. Pretty good. But this was, and this is, you got to read every darn thing in here. So.
It is certainly staff's
And you guys know the feeling.
intention or desire to get things to the board as soon as possible.
Council, we don't blame you for that. You were doing
It's
an
fine. It
outstanding
was
job.
76 pages. The other items on the agenda have been reviewed from us before. I'm just sorry everybody didn't have a chance to thoroughly look it over. But you guys did fine.
Woohoo! There's a good slam.
Okay.
So,
Well, I'm serious.
yeah. I'm glad you could find the time.
So, well, I mean, what I suggest we do is that we, I have a few things I can just tell you right now, and then, or we can discuss right now a few items. If you guys need to leave, I mean, unless Steve has to leave too.
No, I don't need to leave.
The three of us could go over the few points that we have, or at least that's what I would suggest. You guys can take off, and we can talk about it.
So are we bringing it back on the 16th?
And then we're going to bring it back on the 16th.
We can call for a vote right now.
On
Why don't
what?
we bring it back on the 16th?
Or the 23rd.
23rd?
23rd is a lot better. That gives us a lot of time to digest what we're looking
I would just caution the board that if we only bring it back on the 23rd with no additional clarification, no additional direction to us, if AB 21 doesn't get passed, they would not allow any leeway but for us to make any additional
Changes.
modifications. We would be right up against the March 1 deadline.
Well, we have more than 23 days to get that information to you. That's more than 3 days.
As a board, we would be looking for direction from not individual board members.
As a board, Mike, we have to
need
be
direction from the board as a
I
whole.
understand.
And that's why we would be looking at having a special meeting on the 16th to get board direction on modifications and then bring it back on the 23rd if 81 doesn't pass.
So is that no?
So I
No.
my
I would like to bring it back on the 16th, and with the chance that it's still an agency ordinance.
I would go for the 16th, and I'd like to stay and give some input for what we have now. So that gives you some time to work on something between now and the 16th.
I'm good with the 16th, and I'll feed you plenty of information between now and then.
I'm good for the 16th and the 23rd, but I want to discuss everything with the full board here.
Okay, can I clarify? I do have at least, I'm fine with that. Is great, but I do have a few questions if we could go over now.
Well, I'm going to actually leave, so you're what you can do that.
Well, yeah. So, thank you.
All right. No, I'm going to stay here with you.
Okay.
For 10 minutes. Make it good.
Well, we don't need, you got 10 minutes?
Yeah, I got 10 minutes.
So, mainly, the statement.
We only have 6 minutes left on the desk.
Okay.
If you can take a 5-minute break and...
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. Okay, are we ready to go? All right, we're going to come back into session now. I just had a couple, there's a lot of issues to go over, but I just wanted one quick question, and that when they were talking about the state requirement on permitting and that catch-22 that they were talking about, what is your read on that?
So the process that we've established is they come to us first. We give them a preliminary approval. Then they take that to the state.
Okay.
Once they get their state license, they bring that back to us, and that's the validation.
Okay.
So it's sort of a three-step process. Us first, which is required, and then take that to the state. And the ordinance is very clear that this is what we've identified that as the local permit requirement under SB 266. So that's us, the state, back to us, and they sign off.
Okay.
If the state is taking a while, like we were hearing, a year or two out, can they operate with this temporary status from us?
That's a good question.
And then...
I think that is ultimately a policy determination that the board can make. I think the difficulty is because we don't have an existing cultivation ordinance, and we haven't conducted the type of screening. We liked the fact that the state was going to take on the background checks for us and take on some of the screening and the controls. And so the board could certainly decide to basically legalize cultivation if it wanted to, or other commercial activities, knowing that there's a certain amount of time before the state is going to be able to conduct those checks. One thought that I had as the discussion was going on is perhaps people who want to get started earlier could voluntarily submit to background checks that are the same as what the state would conduct at their own expense, and then we could ask them to meet the same qualifications that the state is going to require of them anyway. So that was one compromise between security and letting them get started early. But I do think at the end of the day that is a policy decision that the board is authorized to make. We do have to do some sort of local permission before the state's going to issue a license. That's the one thing that needs.
So we just need to put that in the ordinance to clarify that. Is that what you're saying?
The board would have to provide direction on whether it wants to provide a vehicle for cultivators or other commercial uses, or which commercial uses. It's up to the board. They want to be able to allow to get started before they get a state license, and if there's any protective measures that they want to take prior to actually authorizing that.
So yes, we need to put that in the ordinance.
Okay, so that's
the question. Yeah.
It should be in the ordinance, and that would be something that we would need direction from the board to do.
Okay, thank you. And then on the dwellings, I know we talked about this at our last meeting on the subject, putting a moratorium on that for at least the period of time. I thought we agreed on that.
What do you mean, the dispensaries?
No, as far as the dwelling units, like the Butte fire area.
I believe that
ordinance that we passed right after the fire that provided relief, the disaster relief ordinance, has a provision in it that someone who lost their home can continue to operate their business, and they're not required to I'll look at that and make sure I try to bring up the ordinance, but I don't have it with me. And we can make sure that for the disaster victims, that the immediate requirement to, if they've lost a home, to sort of exempt it entirely from the Butte Fire area, I don't think it's appropriate that they never had a home here, so now I want to start growing pot to have a home. That would be inappropriate. So if there's somebody who lost their home and is in the process, and I think there was another issue as far as the legality of a home. Homes that were built prior to a requirement for a building permit, those are legal homes. So we would consider those as legal structures. So there's a range of permitted homes. Those that predated our requirement for are considered as legal as any that are new and built permit. So we don't want to. We want to make sure that if there are unpermitted new homes out there, that those are brought into conformance.
But yes, we did add clarity to the ordinance.
Mm-hmm.
And then as far as the wells go, how there was a question about wells have to be inspected, or is it a check off on the permitting process to make sure you have a permitted well? Was that the question?
Similar situation where there's wells, existing wells that people are using that predated our requirements for wells, and I know that the Environmental Health Department has a procedure for authorizing construction with existing wells, and then we just need to verify that it was there before, and that would suffice. But again, we can sort of add that as into the full provision of the health of the homes and those that predated our current requirements.
Mr. Bateser spoke to me a little bit. I did have that issue with him. I know it was a concern that there were certain, even just with the rebuild not involving medical marijuana, there were certain situations where documentation wasn't findable. And so I know Mr. Bateser is happy to work with people in that situation if the documents really are not findable for a valid reason. And we can certainly, again, add clarity in the ordinance to make sure that any of those reasonable exceptions apply.
Okay. Thank you. No, I'm not done yet. Would you like to go?
Oh,
okay. Outdoor lighting, I didn't see anything in the ordinance on that.
There isn't. That's probably a good idea to add something that, any kind of outdoor lighting that is used. And primarily it's in the mixed lighting where you have a greenhouse. My understanding is that at a certain time of year you need to extend the light hours so that they don't get into production early. We could require that they be screened, meet our dark skies standards for outdoor lighting. That would be a simple fix.
Okay. And then no unaccompanied minor or minor status. I mean, what's that? What's the intent there? Is that the whole property, or is it just inside the grow? Or
it was just inside the grow area, and we discussed that the other day, and I think we can modify it so that there's exception for a family member or legal guardian, of the site. We certainly don't want unaccompanied minors, but we just don't want any exemption. It would have to be accompanied by parent or guardian.
I've also heard since coming out with working with this draft that there's a distinction between live plant and the dried cannabis product in terms of the risk to minors. So again, it's a policy call, and the board can certainly provide direction on any of that if they wanted to allow children to be near just the live plant or allow everything as long as it's accompanied. It's totally a board call.
Thanks. I have more of it. I'll just, that's it for tonight.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have a lot at this moment, but I'm sure I'm going to have a lot more. I'd like a presentation from law enforcement so that we can hear their views. We had them in the audience earlier, and they patiently waited, but we did not get to that. And I believe the district attorney had some statements also. So I would like to know how they look at this. I have I have a problem with myself with statements like are on page 180 where it explains that federal law it's against federal law. I'd like for someone, an attorney, to explain to me how to reconcile that to myself. And I don't know if that's possible, but I do struggle with that. I've had some correspondence from someone who was a caregiver, and I want to make sure that I double check that too, to see that we've got the licensing. I didn't think we asked for a licensing requirement of the caregiver, but they seem to feel that we did. And I want to know, is it possible to limit the number of dispensaries we have? There seems to be almost a fear that some of our regular businesses are going to be crowded out to become dispensaries or grows in retail areas. And I'm concerned that we're going to lose all of what we do have that isn't in this industry. And I also want to double check the growing in the residential areas. I am very concerned when people are snapping up lots and empty homes. And the idea is that they may turn them into grows. And that's what I caught when I looked at it with the time that I had. Thank you.
Did you want to answer the question on the caregiver requirements?
So we are requiring the simplified permit, the zoning clearance for personal grow as well as caregiver. I have to go back and look specifically at the standards for that. It is not regulated by the state. That's exempted from the state. But we wanted to know where those are, just so if we get a complaint and say, oh yeah, they're in compliance with our local code. There's maximum grow area, they've met those requirements. So that was the purpose of adding it to our code. I have to look and see if we have the same cheat sheet also. So well, we can look at that and come back to you on that issue as far as the extent of review requirements for personal growth compared to the exclusive.
I just wanted to clarify, on the cheat sheet it does indicate the 8 fence and gate and lock system for indoor grows. That was an error on the cheat sheet in the actual language of the ordinance. That requirement is not on indoor grows, so because they are in fact in a locked.
The fence, you said?
Yeah,
the fence, yeah.
It's not a requirement in the actual language of the ordinance.
Mike, did you have something?
Well, yes, I do. I still have an issue with the zoning changes. I think we should not even affect those changes as recommended. With all due respect, Mr. Mauer. I think we should maintain our positions on the CP status. I have a problem with the canopy size of 100 square feet for the patient aspect of this. I have a problem with the caregivers being able to grow for the patient. I understand and I realize a situation where patients may not have the capabilities of receiving or growing their own marijuana for their own private use, but I think the dispensaries can make a good attempt at getting what they need for their prescribed marijuana medicine. I have problems with indoor grow, and I have problems with outdoor grow. But like I also would like to hear from law enforcement and from the district attorney about how we're going to approach this problem. And most of all, I have the desires and the wishes of my constituents in my district and their views on this issue. This has directly affected a community in my district and affected the business people that I know personally of 2 businesses that are in that situation. And right now, I am not for any part of this. That's all I have right now. I'll have more.
Okay, I think I want to start with, we talked about some presentation or getting information. So, while I think law enforcement's important, I would like to hear from the Ag Commissioner in regards to the Williamson Act and kind of that component, and like to hear from the Ag Commissioner in general about these ordinances. And, I know there's a lot of emphasis on law enforcement, but I look at this more as code enforcement. So I'd like to have code enforcement weigh in as well on these ordinances and where they see their role in this, because that's more or less what I see with code enforcement is going to be the ones going out there checking on these things on the annual inspections and things along that line. So I would support law enforcement's weigh in too, including the district attorney. But for me, I'd really like to hear from the ag and the code enforcement. When I looked at, I'll go over agenda item 13 on the commercial uses. I like the fact of the zoning clearance certificate. I think that takes care of some things I was most concerned about and what I hear about this. I look at most of the thing on the chart in regards to the zoning as being more administrative, because I think the state does take a look at a lot of the issues we would be looking at, and that to me is just like double the work, double the money, double the oversight and review. So I think the administrative use permit process is, Peter, as you suggested on the chart and the revision, I would support that. I was concerned, as Chris addressed, about, we're offering, or we're giving the okay, you might say, and then they go to the state for their permit process, and I just see that lag time too. So I don't, however we address that, if it's a policy statement or whatever, I like to see that at least, these are law-abiding folks, that they're done their due diligence at this level, and I don't want to get it hung up at the state level. So however we can manage that. I don't want that to hold something up if folks have done everything on this level to pursue their farming activity. There was a comment about 30 feet from the property line. I mean, that was the direction, and I continue to support that. I continue to support, the 25% of the parcel's total square footage. It might be helpful as we look at zoning, and we have a lot of 5, 10, 20 acre type parcels, how that plays into it. But, overall, if someone was to have a very large commercial grow, you're looking at up to 1 acre. Anyway, as I see the overall ordinance in the types of grow. The well is a concern too, and I think that was addressed, showing something to where, however Jason Stubben might do it, but acknowledging that there was a well there and it's in good standing, or whatever the correct thing is for people to do. Lawful, there was a comment made about, a lawful permanent dwelling unit. Again, I don't know if lawful is the right word or not, but, we certainly wanted to make sure that it's a permitted type use. So however that can be worded, lawful to me was, wasn't a word I would have chosen. The minors, I agree. I mean, I don't want to go in and tell families if they can have their kids there or not. So I think that's kind of overstepping a bit. I think that we need to look at, unsupervised minors in general. I think there is a difference between growing and when it's dried and being processed. So I would maybe if we need to say something like, unaccompanied minors are not allowed or something along those things, but certainly don't want to tell a family how to be raising their children. When we were first discussing the primary caregiver, I'm a component for that person to be able to grow their own. I look at the medical use is something I support. I think a caregiver has the right to grow for themselves. I recognize where the caregiver may have to be growing for the patient because they're not able to for whatever reason. And I also believe that I'd like to see them at least have an opportunity to go into a dispensary if they can't grow for whatever reason, that they have a legal avenue in which to purchase their medical cannabis. So I think my initial was on a patient perspective, and again to help kind of with code enforcement and that they're registered. One page over the counter scenario is what I was seeing. I don't even know if minimal fees attached, but just some sort of registration process so that we were aware of a grow. So, i.e., if the plaints are coming in or there's a concern that gets addressed at code enforcement or whatever, that there's acknowledgement that that's a patient grow. The background check might be a little overkill. I just don't know if that's all necessary. But that was where I was coming from on a registration. But I'm all for the personal cultivation. I think they have that right. The 100 square foot, that's 10 by 10. I think that's reasonable. And I went with 2 patients per caregiver, but I'm learning more and more about this. I think the law allows for up to 5, and I'm leaning towards up to 5 at this point. And I thought the 8-foot fence for the personal cultivation was in error. And I'm just on the outdoor grows, I don't know how important fencing was. As I've toured a number of these cannabis farms over the last 6 months, both for patient personal grows and the commercial grows, I really think it's up to the individual farmer as to if they feel they need the fencing or not. I didn't see it to be, I was thinking more of the lines of security, and I haven't seen that. So I'm not sure if fencing is all that important. I, too, am concerned about dispensaries. I'm, pretty adamant about the C2 zoning. I did not like the spot zoning as we've had to address in the past. CP that we currently have. So I would need a little bit more on the dispensary zoning for C1 and C2. M4 is probably okay at this point for me. But again, I know the market will drive it one way or the other. But again, opening it all up, and you have existing businesses and that sort of thing, and the potential shift, I guess, is there to knock out existing businesses and it all becomes cannabis. But I don't see that happening, but I can see where there could be a fear about that. So that's on 13. On 14, again, I guess so far I was okay with the way the dispensaries were going except for the zoning. So, I think a lot of it was there. We're just cleaning it up a little bit. I do understand where dispensaries sometimes do their own cultivation. So I don't know if item I talks about no non-commercial cultivation can occur on that particular property. So I don't know if that's new or not, but anyway, I would certainly support where there's not a cannabis growing operation within a dispensary. Kind of separating the two out. I think as Ag looks at it, I'd like to also, we have a concern about the right to farm. We have that ordinance, so again, I'd like Ag to weigh in on that as well. let's see here. Nurseries. Didn't touch a lot about in regards to nurseries, but what I've learned from these grows is that so many people start with their own, whether they start from seeds or clones or whatever it is. And so they kind of have their own personal nursery, you might say, and then go on to, planting and that sort of thing. So I'd like some definition about that, because if someone has their own personal grow and they kind of more or less have their own nursery, I think that is part of their own operation. So to see that inclusive in the overall space that they're growing, say for instance it's, the up to 1 acre, so that nursery component is part of their 1 acre type grow. Or just better define or acknowledge that those who are in the commercial cultivation may very well have their own nursery to start their own crop, you might say. And then we also take a look at the commercial nurseries, which might be, store ABC is selling all sorts of clones and seeds and that sort of thing. So I'm thinking if that's the kind of nursery we were talking about. So I see two kinds of nurseries. I see a personal starts, you might say, nursery, and then I see the more commercial nursery. That makes sense? If the patient, wanted to go into the ABC nursery store and buy their own clones, if that's feasible, reasonable, I'm not sure, but...
The way the nursery is defined in the state law is it's intended for the shipment of clones or small plants to growers. Someone who is starting their plant, their cultivation site from seeds or from clones, that would be part of their cultivation.
Okay.
They don't start off as plants. They're going to start with small plants.
So do you find that was addressed
in
enough?
their own starts. That's part of their cultivation. Nursery. But if they're shipping out those clones to some other grower, that's a nursery.
Okay.
I would just want to clarify that you do have to be careful with what the state law requires as far as what an outdoor cultivation site is versus a mixed-use cultivation site and the permits that are required for that.
Okay.
And the size of the grow that would be associated with each of those types of permits.
All right. And finally, we looked at the manufacturing and transportation, and I've had people say to me like, oh my God, everything's on the table type thing. And, what I look for is because state law was written and includes all this, it's a very comprehensive ordinance. I feel like you can't do one without doing the other and vice versa. So it's very intertwined. And so, I think it's important, and I think we're on a good start here, but as we look at these things, we need to be able to make sure it's a very comprehensive policy. In my opinion, you just can't have a grow without addressing perhaps distribution and transportation and, all those other things associated with this type of industry. So I think we address it pretty well in what we have going so far. So, and I just want to say that, this process started for me in April when we weren't able to kind of come to terms with it. I've had an opportunity to go to a couple conferences and learn a great deal on the regulatory side that I've gone on my own to learn more. I've talked to a lot of people, toured 12 or so different growing operations, been into a few dispensaries to see how they operate. Have not been on the transportation side. But very, very interesting to learn about all of this, and more to learn. I mean, it's here. It reminds me so much of prohibition, and I don't think there's enough resources to stop it. If we ban it, I think we're going to continue to have all sorts of legal activity. So I'm hopeful that we can come together with a regulation that puts, again, the positive nature of the environment and be fiscally and environmentally good stewards, and to make sure it's safe and to deal with the kinds of things that people bring to our attention in regards to, the size of grows and the registration process and the permitting process and taxation process and all of those things. So that's where I'm coming from.
You guys have anything else you want to add?
Not right now.
Okay, so we'll come back on the 16th for a study session with possible action depending on, where we're at, and then bring it back on the 23rd maybe.
That sounds great. I just wanted clarification from the board so we can anticipate and organize for the 16th. Who, it sounded like code compliance, the ag commissioner, the DEA, someone from the sheriff's office, and potentially someone from environmental health that you would want to be present to give comments and to weigh in on the subject. Is that, did I miss anybody or did I go?
Ag commissioner. Ag commissioner.
Yes, you said
Yeah.
So, do you want to have environmental health here to bring up?
We'd like to have them available for question and answer.
Perhaps to clarify, that well issue and.
Council, is there a legal opinion on the right to grow? Do you have any background information, or can we find that information? As far as the agricultural aspect of this?
Right to farm or
right to farm, I'm
Right
sorry.
farms?
Yeah, right to farm. And the Williamson Act. Do we have any background information?
Basically, I think the main controversy is whether or not individual boards or individual jurisdictions have a right to determine that for themselves, or whether it's automatic one way or the other as part of the state law. Our office's interpretation is that there is still local control over whether or not to include medical cannabis as a crop and to treat it under right to farm or not. So we do believe that it's up to the board. There are some people who would debate that. That is our analysis. So that would be something we would ultimately need board direction on. Again, I know that the recommendation right now, as I understand it from the Ag Commissioner, is to wait until we hear more from the Department of Conservation. That is something, again, as Ms. Sedfeld said earlier, it might be that we would want to pass an urgency ordinance that doesn't address every aspect of this, and we could always come back and add some more later on in a permanent ordinance. But again, it would be, our position is that it's up to the board.
Okay.
And along those lines, I would maybe look into Placer County because this whole issue is under the Ag Department, and that might have some additional information in regards to the Williamson Act.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay. So let's be done with that. Take a 5-minute break before we move to agenda item 24.
Oh, because Todd's here. He wants to go home.
Yes, before we do that, we're going to do the consent agenda.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'd like to pull 26 briefly for correction.
Go ahead. Any public comment on the, anybody want to pull a consent from the public? Board?
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Minus.
All in favor?
Yeah. Okay, basically what happened is I just put the wrong attachment on the board packet when I submitted it. I put the other case on there, so we passed out the correct attachments to you guys. I made the attachments available here to everybody today. Yeah, so I just wanted to make sure of that.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Any questions on the board? Public comments? Seeing none.
Make a motion to approve.
Second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, now we're going to go back to item 12.
Okay, and this is the item I was talking about that we're going to hear later on the agenda to help the building department during the time. One of the things, if you recall, during the Butte Fire updates earlier or the end of last year, was the concern of the building department of staffing up, but it's really hard to do with permanent staff when you don't know when that's going to occur. So the recommendation and the conversations we had with Cal OES was to do an RFP, get a number of contracts in place with different vendors that would allow us to pull in permit techs, building inspectors, and plan examiners as we need them. And so what you have before you today is the contract with 3 of those vendors. We went out, we did an RFP, we got the cost. It's an amount not to exceed $50,000 for the first year, and for each of the 2 years, and not to exceed $100,000 over the course of the contract. And this gives the building department the flexibility to pull in those people as they need them to work specifically on the rebuilds for the Butte fire, when they need them, as they need them. There is one other little benefit to these contracts. Our building official, his last day is February 12th. That is also the same day the recruitment for that position closes. Fortunately, in these contracts are also the ability to hire a building official to assist us until the board appoints. So I would ask that the board approve the attached contracts.
Any questions? Public comment? I'll entertain the motion.
So moved. I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, you guys want to do a reporting out, or are we done?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Steve.
What I want to report out is something that I've worked on since the last meeting. I want to say it's the last meeting. I asked County Council to help me with a code that I felt was deficient and needed to be updated. When we discussed what we were trying to set up to hire the sheriff, there was a term brought up that I'd never heard before called bump, and we found that you cannot do that. And I think that is something that needs to be corrected in our county code. In my recent memory, since I've been here 22 years now, we've had to replace a county supervisor, assessor, the district attorney, and now the sheriff. So it's not like this does not come up now and then. Right now, if we have a great county employee, we cannot put them in the position and then guarantee their position after they have done giving us the service for it. So what I am suggesting is that we update the code, whereas if we have something like this happen in the future, and we have a great employee who might want to jump in the position for 2.5 years, and they meet all the qualifications, and they patchwork us in for 2.5 years. At the end of that, if they do not wish to run for the elected position, that they go back into a similar or like position, which is what I did in the corporate world. I think it's only fair to great employees that we have. We ask them to do us a favor, and I don't think it's fair that we, at the end of the favor, we kick them to the side of the curb, so to speak. If they help us out, we may find that we have a great elected official that wants to run for election after they've done, after they are done serving the term. On the other hand, we may find that we have a great employee who served us well, and we shouldn't risk losing them, especially after we've invested heavily in training. So what I'm asking is, I'm kind of following the attitude of the board for going forward, since I've already put the onus a little bit on County Council to help me with this, to update the code that will allow for an employee to serve in a vacated elected position, and at the end of that service, we return them to a like or similar position that they vacated.
I guess I'm disturbed because it's an elected position, and I think there's a number of other election codes and state law that kind of tells us what to do.
I guess my hesitation is I need a little sugar. Hold on. I don't want to have a discussion because this is not an agenda item, so I would poll the board if this is something that you would like to discuss. We can agendize it for a future day and provide potential language for the board to consider, and then you can fully vet and fully discuss the pros and cons of moving forward with a modification to the code of this nature. But for purposes of today, it would just be whether polling the board to direct my office to bring forward an amendment for your future consideration.
What do you think, Mike?
Is that a poll?
Yeah.
I agree with Supervisor Curran.
I'm just thinking no right now because I think there's so many. The election code and the state law just pretty much dictates what we do.
Well, we could just bring it back to talk about it, I guess. I mean, because we're not going to change if it's actually.
Yeah, we can't make it illegal.
It's illegal.
Is that discussing it?
So we're going to ask county council to do some research on this and bring back a proposed ordinance?
They've already been working, because I've been cracking the whip on their back over it, but so to speak. So they're prepared to do this fairly promptly.
I would just, because of the fact that I'm not going to be here, and now we have a special meeting on the 16th, and then time limitations, depending on what happens on the 16th for the 23rd, I would just ask that the board understand that this would be something that we could potentially, we'll get it on as soon as possible, but with the changes of the direction that we got with the marijuana ordinance just now, that it may not come to the board until the beginning of March, if that is, if the board is amenable to that.
I understand.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't. There's an urgency to this.
Well, right now you probably have 2 or 3 people in the sheriff's department who would apply, who do not, who are at a point in their career where they may have a lot of time left, and they could, frankly, they could have solved our issues real quickly here, and that pains me to.
This is getting into a little bit more discussion on the topic than I think that it.
I really think it's whether you say yes or no. Mike is saying yes, I say yes.
It sounds like I'm getting the direction from the majority of the board that's here to at least bring something forward for further discussion. Whether, at that point the board decides to not move forward with it, we can do that at that future date.
I'm for discussing it, as long as you don't spend, I don't see like a huge amount of time spent on it is the thing, because you're right, you're really overly taxed. So I don't want to see this being like, 50 hours worth of work when we have all this other stuff. So that would be my only caveat is if you're going to bring it back, let's not spend a huge amount of time.
Something like this certainly isn't as time intensive as a medical marijuana ordinance.
I don't think so. My lead came, honestly, and I'm not going to discuss this anymore after this. David Saris actually sort of alluded to it in his presentation, and he's apparently an expert on it. But thank you very much for at least hearing me out. I don't have anything else to bring up. Thanks.
Yeah, we're just reporting out. Yeah. I attended the the Calaveras Tuolumne Economic Development Department meeting on the 21st, and was very surprised and happy to hear that they've applied for a $250,000 grant to help the businesses of our Butte Fire folks in Calaveras County. That grant, I understand, is going to be shared with Tuolumne County and Calaveras County, with the majority of it going towards Calaveras County. We should be hearing some word on that hopefully in the next 30 to 60 days. They're working with our agencies in our county for that. That's Larry Cope and his folks over in Sonora. On Saturday, I attended the Friends of the Sheriff. Very good fundraiser, very successful. I was glad I was able to attend that with a lot of other folks in the county. I attended the Central Sierra Child Support meeting on Monday with Supervisor Ponte. We got a lot done, a lot of in-house stuff, and it was very successful. They're moving right along. They're looking at developing their staff a little bit. They're looking at also for cross-training of their executive director, and that was very good. I did attend the LAFCO meeting last night. That turned out to be very entertaining. We did discuss CSAs and how the effect of LAFCO and the CSAs, and they were actually addressing the land use issues in the general plan that's in the Planning Commission right now, and their indication is such that they want to write a letter to the Planning Commission, which is forthcoming.
About what?
They want to educate the Planning Commission on their views on land use, and that's something that the LAFCO board has to determine yet. So they're looking at doing that. Supervisor Edson and I are both committee members, and we advised them that that letter, we would not be able to provide any input and discussion on that letter because we possibly may be voting on it. So that's going to be a function on the board. They're looking into how to do that. I did yesterday have a chance to go by and attend Deputy John Stark's viewing. His funeral was today. Deputy Stark was a deputy here with the Calaveras Sheriff's Department, with the Fish and Wildlife Department, and retired actually as an extra hire coming back to the Sheriff's Department. His son currently is Sergeant Greg Stark on our department, both friends of mine. Thank you.
Okay. As Mike mentioned, I too attended the Central Sierra Child Support Agency meeting, and we established a calendar that we'll meet on the fourth Monday of every month and rotate between the sites of Bear Valley, Sonora, Jackson, and Angels Camp because this is a JPA. We also, I attended the IHSS meeting on Monday. It was a lively discussion, and the committee is working on a newsletter for consumers and providers, and there's a subcommittee that will take a look at that. And today we approved 3 members to that committee, so the committee is now full. And so I look forward for some good projects next year. I continue to attend the Calaveras Recover meetings on Thursdays and hear what the group is doing. They had a very nice presentation up at the Mountain Ranch Community Club, which was reported on earlier. It was very well attended, as well as, I thought, very well organized, and the folks that were there presenting information, it was a good thing, good information, and I can see where people would want more of them because it was just good information overall. I attended on Saturday, the Fairgrounds sponsored a Butte thank you dinner for the volunteers who worked out at the fairground during the Butte fire. Attended that, and we had our Assemblyman Frank Bigelow there, who presented the fair manager Lori Giannini a nice resolution both from the Assembly and the Senate for California, which was very nice, and acknowledgement of the Butte activities at the fairgrounds and the volunteers there. We have a watershed. Columbia College and Condor Earth Technology is sponsoring the Darcy Lecture Series. This is on groundwater science and the watershed, labeled Seeing Things Differently, Rethinking the Relationship Between Data, Models, and Decision Making. And there is a community presentation on February 11th. It's a Thursday from 7 to 8:30 at Bret Harte High School. And then they're working with Chris, who has put together some department heads, et cetera, to be able to meet with this particular professor. No? Not going to work? No. Oh, okay. Well, anyway, I'm trying to get something going there. But the professor will be here for 2 days, and he plans to also speak to the local high schools and talk about job and career opportunities in this field. And I was not able to attend the Highway 4 Water Committee due to health. Got a terrible cold and couldn't make it that night. Didn't want to spread my cold to others. So I missed that meeting for the month of January. And I would like to also, many times we have a lot of different committees and and everybody going in lots of different directions. So I would like to ask our representatives that attend RCRC and CSAC, as you have these meetings, if there's any information that you can bring back and share what's happening at the state level, that would be very interesting to me. If that could be shared, whether it's a handout or just make mention of a particular meeting and what might be going on at that level.
Will do.
Thank you. Yeah, that would be nice.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, that's a good transition. I'll lead into something I didn't talk about the last meeting we had, and this was a CSAC-driven committee on a tree mortality task force. I attended at the same time as Michael down in Sacramento. And unfortunately, we are not part of the 6 counties that are the priority for this. But that doesn't mean that it's not worthwhile being part of the process for the, because we have so many dead trees, and it's going to be even worse. I made the case when I was there that we should be looked at again because of the Butte fire and the fact that the fire is actually going to attract, as we've heard, is going to attract more bugs than we already have. So we're going to even have more mortality. And so they are going to be continually looking at that, and it's a possibility of down the road getting some funding to help us with that problem. So that was an interesting, although I didn't realize when I went to it that we were not part of the 6 county priority. So I'm hopefully me and Mike can work getting them to review that and get us in the revenue stream there. So that was my CSAC report for the recent times. I also attended the Upper McCollum River Watershed Authority, and that was a good meeting. That authority comprises Amador County and Calaveras County water districts, as well as the counties and East Bay Mud. So it's a really interesting committee, authority really, and we're going to be acting as fiscal agents to help with some of the forestry, fuel reduction and forestry projects in Calaveras County. Actually up in part of your district, I think, Mike, I'm not sure, very near Alpine County border there. There's a project, a forest project going up there. So that was good to know. And also attended the Motherlode Job Training Agency Board meeting over in Sonora. They have been undergoing a severe kind of internal hiring, interior staffing problem. And so now they only have one person who's the manager of all 4 of their they have job training centers in 4 different counties, in Amador, Calaveras, Tuolumne, and Mariposa. And they have one manager right now that's in charge of all of them. And so it's definitely, they're kind of undergoing some problems there. But they still have staff there and here in Calaveras with the fire happening and all the cleanup crews. They saw a huge surge in folks coming in and using their office, and I've requested numbers to get of how many local people they actually were able to take off the and hire through our local contractors. So I'm hoping to get that information back so we can have an idea of how many people locally we've hired for some of our cleanup work. And with that, that's all I have.
Mr. Chair, I do have one thing I forgot to mention. It's along the tree mortality issue. This morning, I did notice a press release from the National Resources Conservation Service, the NRCS, which is a government organization on the fed level. They are advising of a program to help the private sector with dead trees on private land. On their press release, they reference phone numbers for individual counties that our residents can call and receive some type of assistance with removing those trees. I have not researched this. I just saw the press release. I've been in contact with them. I plan to do that tomorrow. That's a big push, as Supervisor Wright and I noticed that.
Yeah, I get calls on that all the time.
Yeah,
So
they
have a program that, at least I was able to tell somebody, well, you could call this number. I don't know anything about it, but, then maybe this will help you. So that was good.
And I think that with the response and the participation we're having with the governor's task force on this, just to clarify, as Supervisor Wright said, they started with 6 counties. Tuolumne and went that way. They've and the reason being that Calaveras was not in the initial forming stages. We were part of this organization when we declared emergency and we applied for membership. So we are told that as the program expands, Calaveras will be included in this. But right now, that only deals with trees on public lands. That hasn't addressed the private sector yet. This other organization, the NRCS, National Resource Conservation Service, does address the private sector.
Yeah, that's what they say, and it would be interesting to see.
Yeah, and I'll shoot that over to you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. If you recall at the last board meeting, I had brought forward to the board a request from a group that wanted to do a presentation to the board on the state of Jefferson, and the board agreed to hear that on March 29th. I had also asked the board at that time whether they were interested in hearing the other side of the story, and the board said, no, we've had presentations done before, we don't need to. Subsequently, our office was contacted by a Cindy Ellsmore with Peter, California, and she evidently became aware that the State of Jefferson group would be doing a presentation to the board and has requested that Keep It California also be allowed to do a presentation on the 29th. I did not want to give her a yay or a nay until I discussed it with the board. She also sent some additional information with a declaration and petition to the California State Legislature supporting the withdrawal of Calaveras County from the state of California. I'm not sure where this came from. It's signed, it's notarized, and it was shown as being served to proof of service to the Secretary of State, Secretary of the California Senate. So I don't know, I haven't had a whole lot of chance to research it, but they would like to come and do a presentation at the same board meeting, and they're called Keep It California.
That seems to be fair. I'm sorry I left early last meeting. I feel like it's the actual whole thing is a waste of time. That's my personal opinion. If they want to come at public comment and give 5 minutes or 3 minutes or whatever, that's fine. But to give anybody that wants to separate from California agenda time when we're in the midst of relying on the state for our recovery efforts, to me is, I don't know, I just think it's crazy. But I'm probably in the minority on that anyway. So
I just, I sort of feel the same way. It's like I just feel this is going to be, an issue before the voters of California. And I don't know about using this form in regards to the issue pro work on, but... Yeah.
So the question is, the board has already provided direction
to
do a presentation from the state of Jefferson. Would they also approve a presentation from Keep It California for the same meeting?
I think in all fairness we have to. One concern I have is the length of that presentation.
Of both of them?
Yes.
We won't
do it to 5 minutes. Is that a possibility?
We won't tell them to keep it to 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That include public comment?
Yeah, well, we can't control that. Well, to a certain extent.
Does the presentation require a public comment?
Yes.
Any item on the agenda
Okay.
does.
Yes.
Do we have public comment? Yeah. Go ahead. Speaking of public comment.
Chris, you mentioned there's only one manager in that organization. Does that mean there's 3 job positions available?
Well, that's part of the discussion we're having. I'm not sure of what's listed right now, but certainly if you there's openings there of some sort. kind of reconfiguring that position. So I'm not sure of the exact job, but so always worth looking at.
Yeah, that's
it's a good agency. And we are going to be hiring, my board is going to be hiring a new executive director. So if you really, want to work hard, that's a good one for you, Mark.
I just wanted to say, nice job, Chair.
Oh, yes.
Chair.
Thank you. It's
Right.
been really controversial.
Chair Wright.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Anything else? All right, meeting is adjourned. Oh, yes. There we go. We got